Okay,
webcam view.
and we're live, and we are filling out the D&D Playtest survey number 5 for the players handbook. We have just me and James here today. Just gonna go through it and see what we like, see what we dislike, try to give some good feedback, and we have a lot to say on certain things, and a lot of positive thumbs up for a lot of other things. Like, there's a good mix in this one, I feel, overall. So
Definitely agreed on that. There's some really good stuff, but also some stuff which were a bit like,
yeah, we'll go via how the survey's asked. So I filled up to question 6.
yeah.
How satisfied are you with the weapons table? Weapons overall. I love the direction they're going. Giving weapons more properties is absolutely the right thing, because bludgeoning, piercing, slashing is boring, and picking the die type is not enough difference. So, sure, some have reach and stuff, but they need to lean into weapons more to make martials have more options, and I feel like that's the right direction. So overall, satisfied, but
Yeah.
we'll get onto the. I'm sure they're gonna. Yeah, they're asking about weapon mastery specifically down afterwards. So
Yeah.
the light weapon property. There is actually a problem with the light weapon property I identified.
Okay.
So you know how it provides an extra attack if you attack with a different light weapon.
Yeah.
Well, that kind of means that you don't need to use 2 hands to wield 2 light weapons, because the wording of that, you would assume you've got 1 in each hand, right? 2
Okay.
weapon fighting.
Yeah.
But when you actually read it, it just says if you have if you use a different light weapon. And because they've changed the rules with when you attack, the rules for equipping and stowing weapons is you can just attack with a light weapon, stow it, then equip another light weapon and attack with a different weapon.
Oh.
So it doesn't even make sense that you're actually attacking with 2 different light weapons when you can just draw and stow with the new rules. So they just need to be a bit more clear. I'm going to gather that isn't their intention.
Yeah. I think, to be honest, to some extent, that's a thing through the whole pack, is that there are moments where it's good, but maybe they just need to clarify a few points in order to, really get there. Because there's a couple of things later where, if we're looking at it, it's a bit like it's like, okay, that's cool, but, and it's just like a single sentence of clarification is all that it needs.
Yep.
We'll obviously get to them later, and I understand it's playtest, so it's not going to be perfectly worded, but sometimes you do question whether, like, when they wrote this, they tested it themselves, like proofread it.
I think it's because when they've made that thing in their head, it makes sense, and it's like, oh yeah, that's how we want it to work. That's how people are going to read it. But it just this is why playtesting is so important, because you need a second pair of eyes to go. Wait a minute, you didn't clarify that you need to be wielding both weapons, because like the new rules say I can just attack, stow it, draw another light weapon, attack, stow it, and you're never actually 2-weapon fighting. You're just swapping it out, and the fantasy of that just is so stupid. Oh yeah, I'm sure that's their intention. So I'm just going to literally remind them
Yeah,
that
it just says you need
that.
It just has to be a different light weapon. It doesn't have to be.
That's it.
Yeah.
It should just say different light weapon in your other hand or something like that. That's
in
it.
your
It's something
offhand.
like that. Yeah.
Though, I suppose that does raise the question then with considering we've got thrown weapons coming up as a thing here, whether because if you had a light thrown weapon, I'm pretty sure there's examples of those, like the dagger.
Yeah.
Can I bonus action throw a dagger? Because if so, in that case, I wouldn't need another hand because I could draw and throw. I'm still using a different light weapon.
Yeah. I think for the purpose of throwing multiple weapons as part of your multi-attack, I think it's fine to be able to draw, and throw. And I think they've said that with the actual thrown weapon.
Yeah.
And that's fine. I think that's a great change. But it's just for specifically like in melee, striking with two light weapons. You see, we're gonna get onto this. But they've changed the two weapon fighting to Nick, and it's down here. I actually don't like Nick. I think if you're wielding a light weapon in either hand, when you make an attack, you should be able to get an extra attack. Just one extra attack, and it doesn't require your bonus action. That's the major difference to what two weapon fighting is now. It always requires your bonus action to swing another one, but I think they should just bake that into just two weapon fighting. I don't want to have a weapon mastery dedicated to doing that, because then that takes up the space for the other for not having another weapon property on it.
It also kind of feels a weird name, but we'll get to that because I questioned their naming convention a few times.
Yeah, I know. Nick. Who's Nick?
Yeah, it's like Nick would almost suggest if I was to throw something off the top of my head, like a bleed effect or something, or honestly, it almost sounds like graze. It's like because you haven't hurt them, you've just nicked them.
Exactly. Yeah.
I can't think of a better name for it, but obviously we'll get to those later. But so the light weapons, I definitely think the concept is there. They haven't really changed a lot about it, to be honest. I'm actually not sure now that I'm looking at it what they've changed off the top of my head. But they've changed it so it appears in the weapon properties section rather than in the glossary. That's all they changed for light? Really?
Right.
Odd, but
okay. So I've put satisfied for light for thrown weapon, sorry. And for light I put very dissatisfied. I always go on the extreme because it hopefully it sticks out as a bigger thing. Anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, so how satisfied are you with the weapon masteries? You're gonna have to dig in, and there's a lot of nitty-gritty details here. But overall, again, I like the direction they're going. This is the right move. So I am satisfied, but there are some that are just so underwhelming. There are some that maybe are just too powerful. So
so I think satisfied with it overall, but not.
What do you make of Cleave?
So which one? Let me just Cleave, if you hit a creature with melee attack using what's happening, you may. See, I kind of like it as a concept, the actual idea of it. So I've hit a creature, I can then using the momentum swing and hit another one, and I obviously have to hit their AC because they might dodge, or their armor might be able to withstand the impact, and that's pretty fine.
It's fine, but the problem is this never ever comes up. Maybe like once in like double of combat, but it's very small. Whereas the other ones you're gonna get all the time. I think if these were ordered in a different order, if you had like if you had like push or topple, if you read those first, you were like, oh my god, that's amazing. And then if they had cleave at the end, you'd be like, oh.
Yeah, I can see that. One thing I kind of disagree with on cleave in particular is that the target has to be within 5 feet of the first. Because for
Right.
one, I almost feel like it should be that is also within your reach. Because if I do like a big swing with like a warhammer or something, and I'm thinking like almost like a Zelda style spin slash,
Yeah.
then
Okay.
they don't need to be next to the target, next to
Oh.
the person for me to hit them. They could be behind me, and I've just swung hard enough. I've spun around and hit them.
And if you're using optional rules, most enemies, even dumb ones, are going to position themselves so that they can try and flank you.
Yeah, so this
Means
would
they're
so
unlikely to be next to each other.
so this property would be a good anti-flanking and like thing for
Yes.
that regard. So if it was like that and it just had to be within your reach and not also within 5 feet of the target, I feel
Yeah.
that would be better. It might be a little powerful, but I don't think it is compared to some of the others. I feel it's actually with that is probably one of the most balanced. But that's
Uh,
just me.
yeah. No, I like cleave. But it just doesn't seem to come up enough.
Yeah,
If you used your proposed change where it could hit a creature within reach, then it wouldn't be so niche. There could be position. You could move into a position as well where you could potentially
yeah.
get multiple cleaves off.
Yeah,
Um,
because it gives you the risk factor of I'm potentially going to put myself in a position where I could get flanked easily and surrounded, but I can also do more damage this way because that's kind of how I see with the heavy weapons. They're about getting in and doing as much damage as possible. So if like, it just doesn't make sense that they have to be so close to each other because how often are enemies going to be grouped that close together?
yeah,
Like, unless you're
it's
fighting
unlikely.
like Roman phalanx or something where they're in like a formation, like it's just not going to happen. So
Yeah,
I think with the change I've suggested, that becomes pretty viable, and I would be happy to have it. I mean, and then it becomes particularly interesting on. I don't know if any of them do get it. Like I know Halberd gets it as an example.
yeah,
Like,
that'd be really cool. Cleaving
yeah,
through enemies in your 10-foot reach.
yeah,
That sounds like a cool mastery, and you're going to feel powerful swinging that halberd around into the
yeah,
fray. Yeah, 100%.
yeah.
Um, okay, so flex. This one's so bad. It completely gets rid of the idea of having a versatile property. It just flat out replaces it. And what's
Yeah,
the point in the versatile property when flex exists?
yeah. Like if you've got a versatile weapon and using one of the things later, I think it's only fighters that can do it, and you don't put flex on it, then it just seems dumb because, like, if I had a choice between the longsword that does 1d8 and say, what's the one that doesn't have a 2, like the Morning Star, which I realize gets sap, which is a pretty powerful ability, but it's just like I could be like it. The one thing I like about it is it really would allow the sword and board sort of build to come out a bit more, because I know a lot of people are like, but if I use a shield, I lose so much damage
Yeah,
potential,
it's not a popular uh, fighting style.
which is a shame because if you think of like so many things in like any
Hmm.
form of fantasy, like taking my example of Legend of Zelda, the shield and sword combo is a really cool combo.
Yeah, and realistically, it's incredibly good as well.
Yeah,
Normally, you're gonna beat someone with a sword and shield against like someone like with two swords, for
yeah,
example. It just provides
yeah,
so much more utility and
yeah.
bonuses. Um,
So I like the concept of it. Don't get me wrong, but I do agree it sort of removes the need for it to be a versatile weapon at that point.
yeah,
Because, I mean, later, obviously, we'll get to it. The fighter has the ability to swap some of these out. So you could, I don't know, put uh, uh, push on it instead, for example.
yeah.
But, I mean, and push is good, but are you really gonna particularly as the marshal, are you really going to want to be knocking your enemies away from you rather than doing more damage to them? Like,
Yeah, exactly. And let's say, and the extra damage, it's almost an insult to call it extra damage. It's like an average of 1 point.
yeah,
Like we're talking about the difference between like a D6 and a D10 or a D8 and a D10. It's so minimal and minuscule.
yeah,
It's like 1 point of DPR. It's nothing. It's nothing.
yeah. And then you've also got like I can perhaps sort of see how it could work with the longsword from in my head, sort of trying to work it out. But I'm trying to see it for something like the trident. Like, how am I throwing that and doing more? Actually, how the hell do you throw a trident with 2 hands? I'm just actually trying to picture,
I don't know.
because normally with a throw you want to like use your momentum. You can't do that with 2 hands. I mean,
There's not many weapons you throw with 2 hands. A
yeah, I
shot,
mean,
like a shot put, or like a big sling,
yeah, like
maybe a
something
hammer
like the
toss.
hammer throw from,
Yeah.
yeah,
But other than that, you don't
yeah,
really use the other hand to balance yourself, and you're right, build
because that's
momentum.
the one with the trident. It's kind of weird. It's a thrown weapon, but it's got versatile, and potentially you could. I Can you get flex on a thrown weapon? Does it
Well,
say you?
a fighter would be able to, right?
Yeah, because it doesn't. It just says versatile. That's the only requirement for it.
That's
So
correct. So a fighter could put flex on it, throw it, and be like, bam.
yeah,
Two. So that is odd now I think about it.
yeah,
But yeah, those are the two problems with flex. It makes versatile weapons obsolete, and the damage it provides is so minuscule that it's not even worth it.
yeah. Like I could almost see. I don't know. Because then I'm wondering if it like potentially steps on other weapons. If the difference, I mean, apart from the point it sort of negates versatile, if the difference in the damage was a bit more, like if it was between say a 1d6 and a 1d10 rather than a 1d8 and a 1d10, it would be a bit better, but not much. And to be
You know
honest,
what I do? Go on, sorry.
it's a bit better, but it again, all you're doing is increasing the potential for the
Yeah,
maximum. You're not increasing the potential for the minimum. You've still got the
correct.
1 through 8 or whatever that you can still
Yeah.
roll.
And if you care about minimum, well, we'll talk about grays in just a second. But you know what I do with flex?
Mm.
Just get rid of it. We don't need it. Flex is so useless that I wouldn't even try to change it to make it good. Just give one-handed weapons the cool other effects that stuff.
Yeah,
Like give it topple, give it. You'd rather have any other property on that weapon over flex. To just give those weapons something else rather than flex. Just get rid of flex. We've already got
yeah,
versatile. That is
yeah,
like flex in a way. Anyway,
yeah. I
okay.
can totally see what you mean.
Grays. Grays is a really cool one that I hadn't even considered. Um, I've also been, as you know, building up loads of weapons and making new properties.
Mm.
Even before this came out, I'd made up my properties. Some of them very similar: topple, push. But Grays now I'm like, damn, yeah, I'm surprised I didn't think of this. This is a cool one. What do you think of Grays?
So Grace, I do really kind of like this one because particularly against like a heavily armored target. Like, yeah, I'm not bypassed through that armor or whatever, but there's still like if I hit you like a mace or something, you're still gonna feel the effect of that a little, even if I haven't bypassed purely through like me rattling the armor or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and even if you've dodged it narrowly, there's still a potential it could do a little bit of damage. And it kind of, I feel, because this is obviously mostly for marshals, particularly being for heavy properties, it kind of gives the marshals a way to compete with the likes of saving throw spells where there's almost guaranteed damage. Because there's nothing worse than your spellcasters doing all of these awesome things and then you just keep like missing. At least this way you'll still be able to get some damage output and feel like you're contributing, even if you are not getting the solid hit.
Yeah,
I
and that can be
feel
really powerful for stuff like like against a caster that is using shield to protect itself, and you need
Yeah,
to break this concentration.
I didn't even think of it in that regard. That's a really good
Even
use of it.
even just getting a point of damage through means now they're rolling a concentration check.
Yeah,
Um, and yeah, against really heavily armored targets, you're going to get minimum damage of your modifier. And
yeah.
the only issue is, and people have pointed this out, the better you get at attacking, or the lower the enemy's defenses, the worse
You are
Graze
at grazing,
becomes.
yeah.
So it's a weird, well, like it's almost like a psychological thing to think of it like that. But
I do see what you mean, because it's like, aha, I've got a +12 to hit, and I'm hitting you, but then I've got
but
this graze ability, so
but then you're the fighter, right?
yeah.
You've got control of the weapons you're using, and later on, you've got the property, the ability to pick which property you want to hit with. You can have two of these on one.
And you,
In
yeah, so
in that instance, if you figured out the target is not heavily armored, you could just pick up your other thing. Graze is a situational bonus. When you get a big armored target that you just can't get through, that's when Graze is shining.
yeah.
But if you know you can hit this guy reliably, and you've got your allies casting Bless, you've got the Bard giving you inspiration, you've got advantage because he's prone or whatever, then at that point you can throw Graze out the window and start hammering on with some
Yeah.
other property.
Yeah, I do like that. That now you mention, and that's good. The one thing I'm sort of questioning is that the damage can't be increased in any other way other than increasing the ability modifier. And I can sort of see why, because I think there's some spells that boost damage, like just like the roar and stuff. But I'm wondering whether
It needs it because it doesn't come up.
well, it's like, so for example, if I have a +2 weapon and I miss and I use graze, I'm wondering whether that, like, the magic bonus on the weapon should still apply or not. It's very rarely going to come up, but I'm just not sure on it, if you know what I mean.
I don't think it's a problem. Graze already is situational. I
Yeah.
don't see an issue with having an extra bit of damage as well on top of that.
Yeah, because
Um,
it's not like it's going to be massive. Like, oh, because the biggest weapon boost is what, +3, I think is the highest, like, plus weapon in 5e at the moment. I don't think that's a +4
yeah,
weapon.
I
I've not
don't.
seen them. So, oh no,
Sure.
I did 8 damage instead of 5.
Yeah,
It's like,
exactly.
surely that's my reward for having this awesome magic +3 weapon. Like, and it's
Yeah,
weapon mastery, so surely the property of the weapon, if it's like better crafted or whatever, should apply because
yeah,
I've mastered that weapon.
yeah. In fact, I'm gonna put that. I'm gonna put uh,
Like, I can get like it not getting like say it's a flame tongue longsword or whatever, and not getting to apply the fire damage because you've not actually properly hit them. But the basic, this weapon just hits a bit harder. You know.
yeah.
Though then that does raise the question for things like enlarge, which gives you that D4. Hmm. How would
But
that play
then,
with this actually? Like,
yeah,
no,
it just
no,
says it
because
cannot be
it's,
increased at
yeah,
all.
yeah, because that's the other thing. Like, take using enlarge as an example. If I do just graze you, but I'm made myself that much bigger,
Hmm.
why doesn't that do more? But I'm okay with it not. I'm just trying to think. My brain immediately goes to like the sort of physics and stuff behind it, which I know isn't necessarily applicable in D&D. But it's just like, what happens in that case? Why? That's just me.
Yeah, I'm gonna add that. At least a magic weapon
Yeah,
should be able to add its
like plus.
+1. Oh, wasting characters here.
I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't even mind so much if, say, the fighter or any. Because obviously, that's one of my bigger comments on weapon mastery in general. Is it's weapon mastery, right? So I am the master of this weapon, but if I'm, regardless of what class I am, if I've been using this sort of style of weapon and I'm now like a level 10 or whatever, the fact that my weapon mastery doesn't get better. I realize that's not my focus if I'm like a
You want
war
something that
cleric.
scales? Something
Yeah.
like minimum of this, or like adds your proficiency bonus and damage, yada yada.
Yeah,
That kind of thing.
yeah, because like
Funny
I
you
get
mentioned
it.
that. You know my own homebrew rules about the
Yeah.
weapons? Well, some of those do add your proficiency, like for example, parry, where you use your reaction to add a certain number of AC to
Yeah.
to an attack in melee. Well, you add half your proficiency bonus to your AC,
Yeah.
and there's other ones like that as well.
Yeah, because looking at the likes of Topple, for example, that would get better as my strength gets better, as my
Yes,
proficiency gets better.
correct.
But none of the others seem to have that, which makes
No,
Topple. I mean, I suppose because as you get higher up, your enemies are more likely to be able to resist it. But still, I mean,
yeah,
that's the reason why you'd want that extra bit of damage because,
that's
oh
true.
no, I guaranteed 5 damage, but this enemy has 300 HP compared to the enemies that used to have 20.
Yeah, similar, but in my other rules for, I believe it's fighting styles. So the fighting style of dueling, it gives you an extra +2 to damage with a melee weapon in one hand, no weapons in the other. But +2, yeah, that might be okay early game, but late game, it's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. So dueling, I gave that a bonus equal to your proficiency bonus as well. Just another similar
Nice.
situation where, yeah, it should absolutely scale with you. Otherwise, it's a forgettable fighting style. You're probably going to replace it. So yeah, stuff
Yeah.
like that does want to scale. Okay, Nick. Yeah, I've already sort of touched on this. Don't like Nick at all. I think you should just have two weapon fighting baked in, the rules baked into two weapon fighting that allow you to attack with
Yeah.
an extra attack every time you're attacking with both a light weapon in one hand and a light weapon in the other hand.
Yeah. And
That's it. I
then
don't think
and
you need
then
to.
and then if you're the likes of a rogue, you've still got your bonus action for your cunning action to do something. So I feel that works quite nicely. If because if I'm
And
if,
sorry, I didn't interrupt. They actually made that last playtest. They did that. In the
yeah,
last one, they said two weapon fighting, it's this now. But what? Why did they go back and now make it a mastery?
I'm
Are we
guessing
supposed? I
I'm
know that
guessing.
it's. I know they say this. They keep going. Each new playtest is supposed to be individual from the other ones, so we can compare what we prefer and what we don't. So that's why we do have to make our voice clear. I don't think we need Nick at all. The old two weapon fighting, sorry, not old one, but the one in the previous packet was just fine.
Yeah. I agree. I agree. I suppose. Yeah, I also
It
think
was
the
the light
naming.
property, wasn't it? It was in the light
Yeah,
property.
I also think the name convention is stupid. Like Nick doesn't make sense.
Yeah, Nick, get out of here. We don't need you, Nick.
Honestly, to
Uh,
be honest, for that sort of thing, I'd almost be tempted by, with that sort of name, I'd almost be tempted by like a bleed property or something.
yeah. Well, it can be tricky. Now, I've got some homebrew rules for bleeding. It's called the slicing property, but
Yeah,
you don't want to have extra bookkeeping like, oh, okay, at the start of his turn, don't forget he's bleeding, takes an extra d4. It can be a little cumbersome in fights,
yeah,
but the bleed the slicing property just adds an extra D4
Yeah.
when you hit above 5
Or
AC.
or another example that would perhaps make sense for one of these weapons, like a dagger, is considering its nick. Perhaps it has the potential to, although this would bring back into questions of like how previous versions, or it might have been Pathfinder, had things like flat-footed AC and stuff. But if I have an ability like Nick, I'm wondering if maybe that should have the potential to like almost bypass like a certain amount of AC because
Mhm.
it's going in for those like tiny little points that a larger
That's
weapon might not
true.
be able to get, might not be able to get.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how balanced that would be off the top of my head.
Well, that's how like traditional fighting would play out, right? You'd
Yeah,
if you could get someone on the floor, you'd have to you wouldn't just be hammering into them with like your longsword or
yeah,
whatever.
you'd go in for like through the gaps in the armor.
Yeah. You'd use something like a rondel, I believe, which is
Yeah,
a small sharp dagger, go in through the visor, through the joints in the armor and finish them
yeah.
that way, yeah.
It's like Legolas says in the Battle of Helm's Deep, their armor is weak at the neck and beneath the shoulder.
Absolutely.
So there's weak spots in armor, and a lighter, more controllable weapon like a rapier, like a dagger,
Uh-huh.
is going to be able to get those points because, you know, that's what it's designed for. Is especially
Absolutely.
on the likes of a rogue, I'm already going with like this precise sneak attack to hit one
Yeah.
of your arteries or whatever, like getting. And I feel
Which
the name would work well at that point.
what would you name it?
I'd honestly be quite happy with Nick as the name in that case because
Oh,
I've just
okay.
like nicked you through like the armor.
Essentially, yeah.
Not sure.
Um well, I've
The
got my own homebrew kind of variation for trying to make the dagger a little bit more interesting, and that's prone fighting.
Yeah,
You've got still got pretty good leverage with a dagger on the floor, and like you said,
yeah,
like I was saying earlier, to finish off an enemy that is on the ground, sometimes you have to like mount them and stab down.
yeah,
Placing yourself prone doesn't impose disadvantage if you're using this dagger. So
yeah.
that's all that
Well,
does.
yeah, that's I quite like that as well. I do like that.
But I don't tie that down to just that's the one property. With the weapon master I've kind of made, weapons have multiple different masteries, and I'll get onto this subject later when we talk about the fighter and how its
Hmm.
its features feel watered down between three different features when it could all just be one. But we'll get onto that.
Yeah.
So
So next we have
push.
push. Now we sort of brought this up. Well, I think I brought this up earlier. The concept of it is great, but as and for the potential to not get away from from your allies, I get it. But in a lot of cases, if I'm a martial fighter and I'm fighting you, do I really want to
Hmm.
be knocking you away?
Yeah, because then they can run away from you.
Yeah, you're making it because if they're 10 feet away from me, they've got 30 feet of movement.
Hmm.
I've moved them out of reaction range, and then if they've moved 30 feet, I use my full 30 feet. I can't catch them
Also,
unless I
10,
dash.
10 feet isn't 10 feet massive? Like, are you
Yeah,
literally you're like launching people
yeah,
with this attack?
yeah,
Okay, you're using a heavy two-handed weapon. Oh my god, 10 feet's a long distance
yeah,
to force someone back. You're literally knocking them so far away.
yeah, and
Is the floor like slippery? Are they on ice? I don't get it. 10 feet
yeah,
seems ridiculous to me.
and I also with a lot of these pushback properties. And I realize this is subject from DM to DM, but if I'm hitting you hard enough to knock you 10 feet away, and there is a wall behind you that is 5 feet away, you should be taking damage from hitting that wall with 5 feet left of movement to go. I don't know what that
Possibly.
damage should be, but I've hit you with enough impact to move you back another 5 feet, man. Like, something should
Yeah,
happen there.
I think
That's probably a
overall,
DM to DM thing, but push overall is good. I just don't see when I'm going to use it.
I right. Well, push like you said, save allies, knock people off cliffs, downstairs,
Knock
whatever,
people into spirit guardians, I
into
guess.
spirit guardians, into spells, into difficult terrain. There are plenty of applications, and it will feel like the battlefield is more dynamic. Moving
Yeah,
pieces is great because at the moment, 5e very sticky combat. with how
Yeah,
everyone has attacks of opportunity. So you're never going to leave combat unless you really need to. So everyone's kind of once everyone gets into combat with each other, it feels very static. And you're just
yeah,
stuck there. So I
and
like the idea of push. The problem is there's no save. It's better
yeah,
than the shove action, and you just get it for
it
free when you hit. It doesn't
yeah,
even cost you an extra bit of action economy.
which I think, which sort of brings back to one of the points that I think is worth making about these weapon masteries, is a lot of this steps on not only the shield master feat,
The crusher feat.
and the crush feat, it also steps on the battle master because I'm pretty sure they have a pushing attack as one of their
They do.
fighting thing. So it's just like, why would I take that if I can get it on this weapon for free?
You
Like,
wouldn't.
sure, I can get it on weapons where I wouldn't normally have it. Like, I could have it on a spear or whatever. Though then that questions how you push people with a spear, but whatever. Actually, in this case, I can, because this is heavy two-handed or versatile weapons, I can knock you back 10 feet with a spear? In what
Uh-huh.
universe?
I know. That's why I'm sort of like a bit what?
Like,
With how
not
far it knocks people back.
like knock back 5 feet. Like, I could almost see if this had a save, um, and then we took into account like what you've done for the slicing feature, where like
Yeah.
they fail their save by 5 or more, then it knocks them back 10 feet. If they just fail the save, it knocks them back 5 feet. That I could get behind because then it's like, yeah, they obviously weren't stable, they weren't ready, and there's because if someone hits you suddenly, you're going to be braced for it. You're in combat.
Mm.
You're not going to
Yeah.
be like so floaty you're knocked back.
Well, then there you go. You sort of hit on something. What if you could only use this push if you had advantage on the roll? So it meant basically like if you could only use it when they're flat-footed, right?
Yeah,
Then you could launch someone.
yeah,
That would be more interesting because then you've got to try and get advantage, which is kind of cool. But and I guess barbarians are just going to do it all the time, which is great. Barbarians probably do are the only one I can see having the strength to literally launch someone
yeah.
in that kind of very over the top
And
fantasy way.
because they've got their unarmored movement, they would then be able to chase them down.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
it kind of feels like so I've knocked them 10 feet away. They've ran 30 feet, but I've got 40-foot movement. I've chased them and knocked them away, and it just keeps going. And you just slowly knock them off. That's kind of fun when I think of it that way. That's kind of fun when I think of it that way.
Yeah.
See, I'm
So
wondering, thinking on advantage, I'm wondering if that might be one of the ways to redeem flex slightly.
okay.
Like maybe, like it's only we already said about the damage being minor, but maybe when you hit with a melee attack using this weapon and you have advantage, you deal the versatile damage, even if wielding one-handed.
So you do an extra whole dice of damage?
Well, like
Have you saying?
at the moment it's a D8 and then it goes up to a D10 if
Uh-huh.
you do versatile. And obviously with flex, that kind of like then why would I not have that? Or to be honest, why would I
Mhm.
not choose something else? But if it was something like with advantage, then it ups that. Then you've still
Right.
it gives the sword and board a bit of love, but without stepping on the
Maybe.
versatile feature entirely.
I don't like flex. I don't want it in the game.
Yeah, I
Just want a
get it.
gun.
I was
I
just
don't think
trying
it
to.
needs say like I get all these opportunities to maybe put something on it and salvage it, but like none
Yeah,
that have really spoke to me that makes sense.
yeah, I
I don't
agree.
know. I think flex just get rid of it. There are some way better properties we can make to replace Nick and Flex. Um,
Yeah,
like things that can stagger the enemy to give them disadvantage on their next ability check, or um,
yeah,
finisher, like brutal weapons made to like execute enemies, so you get extra damage against prone enemies. Harry would be great, or
yeah.
puncturing weapons, sundering weapons to reduce targets' AC
I,
when you
I
hit them.
I do find it kind of funny with these that I do think to some extent they're just trying to make the Battle Master obsolete because like
Now,
50-60% of these feel like Battle Master features.
yes, they do. Now, I'd be fine in making the Battle Master obsolete if that's what every fighter is going to get, like the ability to do maneuvers. But the Battle Master, as it is right now, it's a very fun subclass. It's very
Yeah,
important to
it's
have it in the
honestly
game.
it's I would say to some extent it's my favorite of the fighter subclasses because
Hmm.
of the amount of options you have.
Correct.
And it
So we
kind
need.
of feels like what the Arcane Archer should have been,
Uh huh.
but isn't, unfortunately.
So in other words, we need one of two things. If we want to go down this route, giving people cool things they can do, they need to give all of the Battle Masters stuff to all martial classes. We can't do half measures because
Yeah.
we're stepping on toes everywhere we look. We're
Yeah.
pushing with maneuvers, we're pushing with weapons.
Because
We're
that is the
toppling,
whole
we're
thing with this.
tripping.
Because the whole thing with one D&D is it's meant to be compatible with all of 5e. It's just new
Yes,
stuff, right? So
yes.
if I'm I don't like the idea that they're introducing revamped versions of the classes to replace like
Hmm.
the old ones. So like how they've done for the new barbarian stuff, like some of that to replace old features in a better way that works, sure. But just being like, yeah, we're going to give these abilities so you don't ever pick that subclass again, and it's just like,
Yeah.
really?
Or pick that maneuver again,
Yeah,
which is what it will become right now. It steps on the toes. If you noticed on the weapon properties I made for my own homebrew rules, push doesn't exist. Not because I didn't think of it, but because you've already got the crusher feat if you want to push enemies around, and you've already got the shove action, which you should
and
be
the
pretty
shield
strong
master
at,
feat.
and the shield master feat, which you should already be good at shoving because you get higher strength, or
Yeah,
you can use your attack. It's not using your whole action. With fighters and martial classes, they use one attack to shove. So they
yeah,
don't have to waste the whole action. They can even do two shoves, three shoves at some point. So we
yeah.
don't need a push property when they can already do it and it's already on plenty of feats. If you want to have that specialty, go for it. But
But yeah,
yeah.
I completely
Okay.
agree.
Sap.
So,
Uh, doesn't have any prerequisites. If you hit a creature,
well,
they have disadvantage on the next
it
attack.
does. It can only be in a weapon that doesn't have any
Oh,
other
right.
properties.
Okay,
So,
yeah. So it's super minimal.
so
Can
it's
only
on
be
the
really used on what? The
flail,
club?
the morning star, and the mace. Not even the club, because the club has the light property. So it's
Which,
the
by the way,
mace.
is another word for sap.
Yep.
That is literally what a club is. It is a
Yep.
sap. Oh
Yep.
my god. Okay, look. Sap, again, it's so minuscule and so, like, I don't know, there's so many little weapons you can use it on. And there are so many better ideas for a flail. Ah,
Under, for
I have one
example.
called bypass and backswing, which are properties from like um Pathfinder and stuff like that. That they have ways to wrap around shields, or if you miss the attack, you can swing the weapon back with momentum and like whip it into their head for advantage. There's so many cool things you can do with it, but I think they just put sap on it
Yeah.
because they're like they don't have much else to do. Uh, so what do you think of the ability though?
See, the concept of it isn't too bad. But if it's only on its next attack roll, that it sort of becomes obsolete once enemies have multi-attack.
Correct.
Because they it only works once.
Yep.
I do find it odd that it has no saving throw to it for something like this. But then again, because it's only that one attack roll, it kind of balances out. That
All
if you
right.
put a saving throw on it, like a Constitution saving throw, and
Uh huh.
had it has disadvantage on all of its attack rolls until the start of your next turn,
Yeah. Well,
maybe.
then that would be really, really strong. But again, balanced by the fact that they have to make that con save because
Yeah, and most monsters and
Yeah,
most enemies have good con because it's
correct. But it does make sense to have it on com.
yeah,
You're sapping them, you're knocking them in the head with this.
yeah,
That would be cool. I would like to see sap on a bit more variety of weapons, and I wouldn't even call it sap. Guess what? I've got a similar thing to this. It's called stagger. When you hit an enemy, they have disadvantage on the next ability check. So it does allow you to kind of combo it into a grapple or a shove. Um,
yeah.
just giving
So
it on attack rolls.
is
Sure.
yours on by ability
It's
check? Do you mean like a D20 skill check? So it would be on abilities, attack rolls, and saving throws, or is it just on abilities and
not D20 test. It would just be ability check. Yeah,
okay,
I
so it's
considered saves and everything, but that would be too
yeah.
strong.
I could
Um,
it's staggering and then allowing like you having the to grapple or knock them prone because they're off their feet could tally really well once you get to that higher level fighter and if you had topple on it, but you can't have
mhm,
topple with sap because you can't have any other properties and need heavy reach or
exactly.
versatile.
Yeah,
Because the idea of being able to knock them off, like stagger them, and then you get that topple to have advantage on that or whatever, that would be cool. Like, and I
yeah,
kind of feel that's how some of the weapon mastery should be once you get to that high level fight. And they should be like combos. Like, I'm a real master of this weapon, so I'm going to use this
correct.
initial blow to stagger you, and then this one to take you off your feet, and
Yeah,
then this one to do the extra damage whilst you're prone.
absolutely. And that's exactly what I want to try and do with my own ones. But
Mm.
yeah, so I
But
don't like that the weapons. It's not on too many weapons. I guess fighters do get to work around that. Eventually, they could put sap on anything, right? They could just stick it on.
no, let me just go look at the fight thing quickly because I can't remember how that works. If it by no, because the chosen kind of weapon must qualify for the new
Oh, okay.
property.
So sap, you can't use sap. Is the one thing you can't like switch out
Yeah,
and change around because it has to have no prerequisites.
yeah. So you can only.
Okay,
Oh,
but then that's what's up.
for a minute, I thought it was also on the maul, but that's a heavy weapon. So my brain apparently just decided to blur two lines together.
I'm gonna add then for my feedback. Would like sap to be used on more weapons.
Because it would make sense on something like the Warhammer or
Yeah.
I'd honestly, if I was to say, change the prerequisite to it has to be on a bludgeoning weapon.
Yep. That's it. There you go. I'm gonna add
Because
that.
I can't sap you with a slashing weapon. That doesn't make sense.
No, you're right. On weapons that deal bludgeoning. There you go. Other than that, I'll just put satisfied with sap. I do think it has its uses. Like giving something disadvantage on its next attack does make you a tankier front line. You know, flail and
Yeah.
shield, whack, and then you bring up your shield. You've got a much higher chance to avoid their attack
Yeah, it
now,
makes you feel a bit tankier. And
for sure.
if you had like your barbarian with like low level barbarian with a club or whatever, not a club, because club
Yeah.
doesn't work for it weirdly.
No.
A mace. Um and they're obviously do their reckless attack, so they have advantage on all attacks against you. But if you then do this to at
Flat
least
that.
negate the first one of
Yes.
them,
Yeah.
I can see some definite uses for it.
Mm-hmm. I just wish it wasn't so limited.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Slow.
So slow I like. I find it weird that one of the weapons that has this is the whip,
Okay, that is odd.
because and that's like its
I
default
guess
one,
I guess what they're envisioning is that you
like
kind of like
tying them up
entangle
slight.
them. Yeah, tie them
Yeah.
up. Yeah, you trip them.
Um, what other weapons have it? Just having look. The longbow has it.
Yeah, which is really strong. It's really strong.
Yeah,
The longbow can already be fired from hundreds of feet away.
yeah,
They're
keeping them
never
at
gonna
a
get to you.
distance. Yeah, that. See, on ranged weapons, that becomes really powerful.
Really, really powerful. Now, as a concept, I think it's fine. It's again the problem I have with it is that it's stepping on toes. We have the what's the slasher feat called?
Yeah, I think
What's
slasher or piercer.
so slasher allows you to reduce their speed.
But let me just have a look.
Yep, slasher. Once per
Yeah,
turn, when you hit a creature, you reduce their speed by 10. Now,
to be honest, in a
again,
way,
why
this
would
is
you
a
take
more
that?
to be honest, this is almost a more powerful version of it because whilst you can't use it at the same time on multiple creatures, you
Hmm.
can on the same creature, you can use it on multiple creatures where a slasher it's once per turn. So it's literally a
Yeah.
more powerful version of slasher.
Yes. Is there a slashing weapon um, that has slow?
Uh, whip.
The whip does slashing.
Yeah.
So the only instance I can see the slasher working with this is yeah, if you
Oh
had a
god,
whip,
if you had the
a
whip, then it'd be a
slasher
20-foot.
reduction, and it's a 10-foot reach.
Yeah.
They're like never getting to you.
Yeah.
Um, but if they're already reduced by 10, do you need to reduce them by another 10? I don't know.
I mean, if it
Maybe
was
for
something
like,
like a barbarian or a monk, maybe.
well, you're not fighting against other players, hopefully, but
Well,
against
but
other.
creatures with that enhanced
Oh,
sort of
okay.
movement
If
above
they
the
have
30
this,
feet.
yeah, yeah,
Because example being can a bullet, for example, I think has a 40-foot movement speed. So if you can knock that down by 20 feet, then you can have that actual escape. But
yeah.
then how often? They're very niche chances, but again, it does step on the toes of that feat.
Slasher.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, now I guess though you're right in that it's only for a couple of weapons that you can get this on.
Yeah.
So grabbing slasher is like grabbing the slow property to be used on
More
other
weapons, yeah.
weapon masters. Yeah, exactly.
Without having to trade in the because slow can be used on any weapon with that whole changing
Yes.
with the
Whereas
fighter
slasher is only
for
slashing damage. So
slashing.
you couldn't use slasher plus longbow. It wouldn't work. So
No.
slasher does have a place still, but yeah.
Now that we're
Um,
looking at these, I'm just wondering if any of these step on piercer.
maybe. I'm gonna put
Uh,
satisfied with slow. Again, it's great, but I just don't like all this toe stepping.
yep.
There are ways we can improve weapons without stepping on toes. Anyway,
Right
um,
now I think we
topple.
get onto the most powerful of them
I agree. Topple is
by
insanely
far.
good.
It's on a con save, so it actually has a saving throw like all of the others, which
Okay.
is, but it's the prone condition.
It's massive.
Like
Any weapon, yeah, any
any
weapon
melee weapon.
is going to benefit hugely from this. And it's not like Vex, where you get an advantage. This is for all of your allies who are in melee with this.
Yeah,
Everyone's going to bundle in on this one creature and wreck them. And you're basically doing a better slow. Because when you're
yeah,
prone, get back
it's
up,
half
that's half your
movement.
movement. Done.
Yep,
You're like
and
15 foot.
yeah, and then
So,
if you take the disengage action or you don't take the disengage action, they have disadvantage on trying to hit you. So it's
yeah.
also has that sort of in a
It
way
has
at that
sap,
point it's sap and slow combined at that point.
which
Plus
is why it's so strong.
it's sap, slow, and vex combined.
Yes, it is. That's why we are in agreement. It is the most powerful by a long shot,
Yeah,
even with the saving throw, which I think is the only one that has a saving throw. Thank God they did. Otherwise, I think they realized it is. They
yeah,
did realize, wow, we got to add something here. Um,
yeah.
Other complaints I've seen about this, oh, the saving throw slows down combat. Um, there won't be a combat if there wasn't a saving throw. It'd be a whitewash. It'd be
I'm
so easy.
I'm also questioning the fact that it's a constitution saving because is it really my constitution that's stopping you knocking me off my feet? Surely,
It's not. Should be strength or dex.
yeah, it feels like it should be like your ability modifier, and then it's basically like a grapple check almost.
Yeah,
Like they get to choose
shove,
between athletics and
because that's what this is. It's a shove action,
yeah.
but not to push away, just to shove prone. In which case, it should totally be your strength versus their acrobatics or athletics.
Yeah. It's interesting again that it's on reach weapons, because if you had this on a halberd and you've got like that enemy that's flying just out of reach, you knock them prone, taking them out of their flight as well. I suppose, obviously, if you're the upfront person and you've got people you're trying to protect, which is part of topple, then you're going to give them disadvantage on some of their things. But at that point, unless they're like the likes of a ranger, or even if they are a ranger, just use some saving throw based spells on them. Like,
Yeah,
but
I think it's ridiculously powerful. And the other thing I should mention is it's just when you hit. It's
yeah,
just when you hit. It's incredible. I think it should have something else to tax the
yeah,
fighter or barbarian using this, because you can very, very easily hit with a barbarian. It's not an
yeah.
issue. You have
Because you can give
advantage.
you, yeah,
So I think what they need to do is just have it be like, when you hit, you can use your bonus action to topple them.
so eat your action economy a little. Yeah, I
Exactly.
could see that. I could see that. So you're using your bonus action to put some more impact in, and then it
Hmm.
feels on the lines of stuff like Shield Master, where you're having that bonus
Yes.
action in order to knock them back with the shield. Yeah, I like that. I do like that.
That's the
I was,
only way I can see this being allowed to be as strong as it is.
yeah, yeah. Um, the other thing that's worth mentioning with this that is unlike some of the others. No, I think no. No, I don't think any of the others do it, apart from uh, is you can technically use this on multiple targets if they're within close range.
Oh yeah, yeah. Topple everyone around you. Yeah.
Oh, and it's
Um.
specifically if you hit a creature. So if you when you get to that higher level fighter, topple and cleave,
Hmm.
because then it's even on the one attack to knock multiple people prone. That's
Yeah.
becomes God, I didn't even think about that. Becomes a bit more powerful. But I do
And you
think,
get subsequent attacks with advantage. Yeah.
yeah, it actually becomes more powerful as you level up, because once, particularly as a fighter, once you've got 4 attacks, 3 of those at advantage because you've knocked them, and then what you've got like indomitable or
Yeah.
whatever it is. So
Plus, yeah, DC equals A plus proficiency plus your ability. So those are all scaling up.
yeah,
Hmm.
I mean, sure, your enemies are getting stronger.
Sure,
Also,
but
it's interesting though. I suppose this sort of goes into the whole bigger they are, the harder they fall. None of these actually mention anything about the size
size?
of the creature,
No, they don't. You're
apart
absolutely
from
right.
push.
A push does. Okay,
Yeah,
more than one size larger. Topple makes it even stronger, then, doesn't it? Even stronger
yeah,
still.
because I
You
can
can
knock
topple a
over a
Tarrasque.
giant. Yeah, I can
Yeah, or
top.
a giant.
Oh God, you could topple. Oof.
There are some creatures that are immune to prone, but I
But
mean,
they're mostly
yeah,
things that like hover or have
of
like something
course,
like that. So
or an ooze.
yeah,
But it's still so good. It maybe should
yeah.
have that, because I think the shove action. I think the shove action has a size limitation.
Let's have a look.
Let's find out.
You can make a special melon. Yeah.
Yes, I'm right. The target must be more than no more than one size larger than you.
Yeah.
This is better than the shove action in every regard. It's
Yeah.
insane.
But I do agree with bonus action. Yeah.
Okay. the target must, yeah, should be
Yeah.
included. I've put the target must be no more than one size larger than you. Should be included as well.
Because
Okay.
whilst you can argue for the bigger they are, the harder they fall, like, how the hell am I hitting something that's like
Hmm.
twice my size and managing to knock
Yeah.
it over?
If the fighter and barbarian do want to topple stuff that's bigger, well then you're gonna either need to be a rune knight or ask your allies to cast enlarge on you. As is,
Or, as I suspect for is going to happen in the next book, the Path of the Big B's Giant Guide, because there's a
giant
Path of the Giant
barbarian.
Barbarian
Yeah, it looks
that they'll
cool.
probably get like an enlarged feature, which I think
Yeah,
is an awesome ability. I love the concept of it. And I'm imagining on the likes of a Goliath,
for sure.
particularly
I've
because
also
it's the Giant Barbarian.
I've also invented a feat that does something similar to this, and that is Titan's Grip, inspired by the old World of Warcraft talent. It allows you to wield huge weapons, like giant weapons, in two hands, or you can wield a
Two-handed
two-handed weapon
in one
exactly in
hand.
one hand. So you can dual wield
Yeah,
two-handed weapons. And
isn't there
lastly,
a
it also
Pathfinder?
allows you to grapple targets that are two sizes larger than you.
Yeah, I like that. Isn't there a Pathfinder thing that's similar to that, like Monkey Grip or something?
That's
It's
exactly it. Yeah, monkey grip. Hmm.
been a
And I
while
don't know
since
where
I
that's
played.
gone. Haven't seen that talent in a long time.
Yeah, I'm
In
actually
any
kind of
case,
surprised because the idea of like dual wielding great swords that's got to be a fantasy for a lot of people.
oh yeah, for sure. It's over the top. It is fantasy. People see it. You see it all the time in fantasy games.
Yeah,
And if you're spending a feat to get it, I feel like it's worth the damage. You know,
yeah,
it's worth the cost is worth the damage increase.
and I could see it for stuff like glaive or halberd because whilst they are two-handed weapons, you do see at times like people using like a shield and they're holding one of them.
Yeah, for sure.
Like,
But
and
I didn't just let anyone take Titan's Grip. There is a chunky strength prerequisite
yeah,
for
of
it.
course.
So to allow it not to just be
18?
some, I think it's 16, which is still a lot higher than most. All the other
Yeah,
ones require 13, so I did
yeah.
bump it up to 16. Maybe I'll go 18 later. I mean, it is a bit over the top what you're able to
Yeah.
do with it. In fact, let me double
So
check. Hmm. It's actually 16, yeah, or higher. Okay. So let's get on to the final one, Vex.
no real issues with that. Like I've hit a creature, like
Strong.
maybe knocked them off their feet. I get advantage on my next attack on them.
Yeah.
It's not ridiculous. It's like, and it particularly makes sense on ammunition because
Hmm.
if I've hit you once, then I've got a good gauge of how to hit you again because I've got the distance, I've got the trajectory, etc. It's why you
We'll do
see
that. The grouping.
it's why you see in like some fantasy you see them always do three shots, one to get like the distance, one to get like the angle, and then one
Hmm.
to actually do the shot.
Right.
So once I've hit them, it should be easier to hit them again because,
Yeah. Okay. I
I'm
think
fine with that.
we'll go with satisfied. I mean, actually, I know what. I'll go even far as to say very satisfied.
It's
I think
honestly,
Vex
I
is the
feel the
right.
most
Yeah.
balanced
Nice.
of them by far.
Yep. You feel strong using Vex, but you don't feel overly strong.
Yeah,
Barbarians don't even need it because they're getting advantage all the time anyway.
yeah.
Um.
And it gives those lighter weapons which wouldn't have this damage output as
Mhm.
much, like that sort of more reason to use them. I feel that's what the main focus in weapon mastery should be, is giving people reason to think about their weapons more than the damage dice by far.
Yeah.
Because if I've got a choice between a 1d6 weapon and a 1d8 weapon,
Mhm.
why would I take the d6 weapon
Correct.
apart from for
And
aesthetics?
also, like, compare this to Flex. You can get like a 1 point DPR increase, or you can have the potential to get advantage repeatedly
Yeah.
on an attack. I think it's a no brainer. So, my biggest criticism about Vex is that every other mastery should be as good as Vex. That's the problem, is it sticks out like a sore thumb in how good it is and how well kind of balanced it is
Balance.
as well.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for Topple, Vex would be the strongest.
Yeah.
Vex is definitely like the second best out of all of these.
Vex is the second best, but one, it doesn't step on anyone else's toes that I can think of, really.
Well, the only thing
Mm,
I can think of is that once you've got advantage, it makes a lot of other things meaningless. You don't need to bother knocking them prone. You don't have to worry about the fairy fire. You don't have to worry about the poison condition. You
yeah.
don't have to worry about a lot of things. Because hey, I've got advantage now. That's it.
Yeah.
So that's the only thing I'll throw that out there is it does invalidate a lot of effects
I
to
mean,
give advantage.
if you wanted to perhaps add some sort of balance to it, perhaps it can only apply once per creature. So you can't chain it, but then I feel that might.
You mean you get advantage to the creature you're attacking
Yeah, so I hit a creature with the weapon and I deal damage to them, so I have advantage on my next attack roll against that creature.
against that
But
creature?
say I have 3 attacks. My second attack would then trigger Vex again. So then my third attack would have advantage. I'm wondering if maybe if you
That's how
have.
that is how it works.
But I'm wondering if maybe it should be you could only apply it once per creature per turn, sort of thing.
Okay, I
If that
see.
makes sense.
Well, yeah. The exciting part about Vex is that once you've got advantage, it
Yeah.
makes getting advantage easier
Yeah, like I do get
because
it. Like
it's cascading, isn't
yeah,
it? It's
I felt
cascading
like
into another.
I did
So,
feel like it was perhaps too big a nerf for it, but
mm,
I do like it as it is. To be honest, like I would
I
use
think it's
it.
okay as it is. Yeah, I
I'd
would use it
use
as well.
it, and
The
it.
one my there's one vexing problem about Vex is it really lacks an identity. The
Mm,
mechanic is it's fine. It's great. But what is vexing about a particular weapon or ammunition? What is exactly happening? I know you've already kind of described it for ammunition when you're aiming and you're gauging the attack and
yeah,
it would make it easy, but I'm not sure about how a finesse or light weapon is more vexing than
yeah.
others. I
I
mean,
mean,
I'm a stickler for this, by the way. I always
yeah,
love having a
yeah. The
marriage
names have
between
to make sense,
mechanics and
which is
flavor.
why I hate the name of Chill Touch because it's not
Yeah.
cold and it's not touch.
Here we go. Vex, the literal definition means to annoy, frustrate, or worry someone. Um,
I don't see how, like,
what makes one more weapon
Ve-
more annoying than the others?
see, Vex almost feels like it should have a name like Stagger because you're
Yep,
knocking them off balance to be able to
yep,
get that advantage to them. But at the same time, Stagger doesn't quite work because then I would feel that should be for heavier weapons.
correct. And this is for weapons that are like stabby, stabby, or
Yeah,
it's
it's
light.
like.
It's quick. It's frustrating to dodge or avoid, I
I
guess.
mean, I suppose if you're striking rapidly with the likes of like a dagger or something, that could be pretty vexing. It's like little bee stings almost.
Sure. Yeah, yeah, I guess so.
Like,
And it's a
because
finesse
think of like
weapon.
a rapier, like
Hmm.
more in for like a fencing rapier, where they're just doing like the little pokes and stuff. It's just going to be doing like minor bloodletting, but that's still going to throw you off a little bit and be
Yeah,
annoying. Like, yeah, I can't think of a better name, and it's bugging me.
yeah. It's vexing, isn't it? That's
Yeah.
why that's the only it's a very minor grab. I'm not even gonna put it in my feedback. But I am gonna say Vex is great. Aside from the fact that the other masteries um
So I'm wondering if this is going to be in the order of the actual thing, in which case it's a really weird ordering to do things because some of these, the next section in the playtest only makes sense when you look at the individual classes they relate to. But
all right. Let's move it along. on weapon
Yeah.
masteries long enough. Have you playtested the new spells? Yes. The
Yeah.
spells they didn't go over. I mean, we got if you're counting all the modifier spells and stuff. There's not actually that many changes.
Be
Um,
honest, whilst see, I'm satisfied with the spells, I think. Like I don't have any issues with them. But I do find it weird that they've moved some of the warlock abilities to be spells. That confuses me slightly. And I
so
love pretty much all the sorcerer stuff.
and the wizard ones, they've basically turned the wizards' rules into spells for their spell book, right?
Yeah,
Um,
I still
a
can't
lot of
decide
people.
how I feel about that.
So I've seen that comment a lot on YouTube videos as well. People are like, I don't get why they did this. Right. Jeremy Crawford said specifically in the video talking about this survey that the rules, there were a lot of rules about the wizard spellbook that were kind of separate to the wizard, and people never really interacted with those rules because of how
Hmm.
separate they felt. They wanted something more integral to the class itself, and what better way to have than just literally having them as spells that
Yeah.
already that exist in the book themselves. So they're really trying to tie it to the identity of the wizard, not just have a big page too long didn't read section of the wizard class. So I
Yeah.
get it. I get it. Um, it doesn't bother me either way though. I'm the same sort of camp. I don't
Yeah.
it doesn't I'm not really bothered either way.
I
But for
suppose
newer players, it perhaps does make more sense because it
I
breaks
s-
it up. It's easier to
yeah.
digest.
I suppose the one thing that those particular ones raise, and specifically memorize spell, is I don't think this playtest touches on spell scrolls and creating spell scrolls.
Hmm.
So I almost feel like memorize feels like it should be able to create spell scrolls, but then that would obviously tie it to just being a wizard thing, and I don't think that should be the case. It's kind
Yeah.
of an odd. I I don't think you actually clicked the when
Well,
you.
I was trying to go ahead to see if they had a section for memorize,
Yeah.
modify, and create
Yeah.
because this is talking more about the spell list,
Yeah.
and I think the spells that already exist, in other words, hex and chaos bolt. That's it. Those are the only
Yeah.
spells that are not the new ones
What did
that are
they?
class tied to class
I
features.
forget what they changed on Hex.
So Hex they nerfed. It can only deal 1d6 when it hits a creature once per turn.
Okay.
So you can't basically go, "Hi, I'm a monk. I'm a variant human. I picked up Shadow Touched, and I picked Hex as my spell. So when I attack at third level or second level, whatever, I go bang bang, bang 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 with my flurry of blows, popping like multiple d6s. Basically, I think they did this to nerf builds that took hex and had multiple attacks, Gloomstalkers and the like, and
But
monks
in a way, I mean, I think the main reason they might have
and
done
Eldritch
that as
Blasts.
well is because warlocks get it as a bonus spell. So they all get hex. So
Yes.
bonus action set that up and then spam you with yeah, I can see why they've done it. I don't hate that change. Like it's a bit meh, but I suppose it also stops as much focus on like these little one level dips or taking a feat purely for this weird specific
Hmm.
concept. I don't mind it. Um
So my opinion is hex. Oh yeah, sorry, it has got an higher level upcast. So this is the
yeah.
one major change. When you cast at a higher level, it does an extra 2d6. Um,
Yeah.
and you can maintain your concentration on it for 8 hours.
Yeah. And then when you use fifth or higher it becomes
It becomes
3d6 and you have
24
to.
hours and 3d6. So it doesn't lose out on that power as much. So long as you hit once, you actually do deliver the extra damage I think that's good. It does actually improve it in that respect because
Yeah.
you've got multiple beams in your Eldritch Blast, sure, but you only need to hit once to dump that payload of damage into it.
Mm,
That's 3d6 at third level. Not
yeah.
bad.
Well,
Oh wait, no, it
it
increases
no,
to 2.
it's
Okay.
2d6 at third or fourth level, and then 3d6 at
Yeah.
fifth level and above. I find it weird. These are one of the weird spells, kind of like with spiritual weapon, where it doesn't scale for each level higher you
Smoothly.
cast. Yeah, it's a
Yeah, it's like this
weird.
bracket.
Yeah,
Yeah, they need to smooth it out. I would be happy with it just going second if it would just say 1d6 for each spell level above first, and
honestly,
then saying double the
yeah.
duration each time.
Yeah, I'd honestly also be happy with if it said 1d6 per 2 spell levels, because it's not, and then the duration. Wait, so what would that be at max if we did it at ninth, if we did the double? 1 to 2 at second, 4 at third, 8 at fourth, 16, fifth, 32. Yeah, yeah, I could see it just doubling the time for each spell level higher. I actually kind of
Yeah,
like that.
you know, it works.
And then ninth level just becomes evil because.
Why would you cast Hex at ninth level though? Let's be honest.
Honestly, if you cast Hex at ninth, I feel the effect should just be permanent at that point.
Yeah, right.
156.
The thing
Because
is, right?
I think if my maths is right, if you cast it at ninth level and you just doubled the duration each time, I think it ends up being 512 hours.
Well, the thing is, Hex is not good at higher levels. It
Yeah.
should not be cast at higher levels. As it is right now, Hex isn't what you want to be using your big packed magic spell slots on. It just isn't.
To,
You've got
to,
better spells.
to be honest, one of the things that's actually kind of interesting about this, because I didn't think about using Hex like this, is being able to do it for someone up to 24 hours. Like, you get that off, maybe not even in combat or whatever. Like, for like a social encounter, like, this person is going to be going to do negotiations or something, so you do it on charisma checks, but the meeting's tomorrow, so you cast at that higher level so it will last long enough to be at that meeting.
Yeah.
Like, I've
Yeah.
never thought of using Hex in a non-combat situation.
No.
And
It's
even in
always been a
combat,
thing.
the disadvantage on ability checks always felt a bit eh.
Meh.
Because
Yeah, you're
unless you're
right.
grappling or not, or shoving or something, like, what ability
Hmm.
checks is it really gonna matter on?
None unless counterspelling or dispelling magic.
Yeah.
That's it. Like if you do it on a caster, you want to pick their spell casting trait so that you can win against
I hadn't
contested
thought of it
stuff.
in that case. That's another interesting use for it.
Yeah, but it's always been as a bit of a meh kicker. Same with
Yeah.
Hunter's Mark in that I believe you can track them, but
Yeah,
the
it's like,
kicker's always been a bit meh.
yeah.
Um, in any case, Hex is fine. I just think they need to smooth that out a little bit more. The other one is Chaos Bolt. I've already changed my own Chaos Bolt, which I would prefer. I don't think they're ever going to change to the one I've done, but Chaos Bolt is 3d8, and when you roll an 8, oh sorry, not when you roll an 8. It's when you roll a pair, isn't it?
Yeah.
So so long as you roll the same number, the chaotic energy leaps. So yeah, I think upping that chance is more fun, and having it
But
3d8 isn't a minor damage increase. It's sorry, isn't a major damage increase. It's only like 1 extra point of damage.
I do find it weird that it's 2d8 plus a d6. I get why they've done that, so there's not that
Hmm.
confusion with how they've done it. But at the same time, I'm just like, Hmm.
I'm even
A
going to
1d6
suggest my
almost feels
change.
pointless.
I'm even going to suggest to them my change. I would fucking love it if they did actually take it, because I think it's so much cooler.
And
Now,
it feels more chaotic.
at higher levels, instead of increasing the D6, you increase the D8, and that means you've
Which
got even higher chance of procking the devil, an extra
which
creature.
which I feel my big plus on that, mostly because I play a sorcerer and I want to use this more, but is it gives more reason to cast that spell at a higher level. Because upcasting, sure, it's great for some spells, like Hold Monster, where it targets more creatures or whatever. But some spells, it's just like, I did an extra d10 of damage where I could roll a 1. It feels meh. Like, if it was an attack roll spell, and which this one is, and you could crit. I just
Sorry?
realised, what happens on this one with a crit?
Well, you get to roll more D8. That's for sure.
So, do any that I feel needs clarifying, because if I crit, because this is a ranged spell attack, so I can crit on that. I can roll nat 20, which would, with crits, you obviously double the number of dice you roll. That'd be 4d8 plus 2d6.
2d6, correct.
So, do I? Is it any of those that's a pair that would count of those 4d8?
It has to be. And
Yeah,
that's what I've changed with my own one. It says if you roll the same number on at least 2 of the D8s,
yeah.
that's all it has to say. In fact, I'll even add that here as well. Um, if you roll the same number on at least 2
it
D8s,
it becomes pretty insane at, I think, what was it, like 7th or 9th, where like you're
you're
guaranteed
guaranteed.
to get at least a pair.
Correct. Now you will at high levels guarantee, but you're casting a Chaos Bolt at a high level. Surely there should be some payoff.
Yeah,
Absolutely, you get to hit multiple targets. However, we do limit this by saying, and I've used their own wordage for this in their later ones. They have, was it Chaos Burst? Now
Arcane
they've
Burst, I
put,
think, or
yeah, it's something like that. Sorcerer's Burst, that's the one. Sorcerer's Burst, you roll d6s and they explode, but they limited it. The number of times it can explode is equal to your spellcasting ability modifier. That's exactly
yeah,
what I've done here. The number of times Chaos Bolt can leap equals that. So there you go.
yep,
Ta-da! You've now got Chaos Bolt. Really much more fun at higher levels and even more chance to actually leap at lower levels, which it didn't before. It just didn't. The amount of times I've seen this spell cast and it not get the desired cool effect is
yeah,
saddening. Now, so overall, this arcane spell list, uh, was satisfied. All right.
yeah. I suppose the
Um,
only other comment I had with the arcane spell list is we've removed Vicious Mockery and Dissonant Whispers, but not explained why.
that is odd, actually. Do you think it's because Dissonant Whispers is no vicious mockery? You said
Yeah, they two bard spells have been removed from the list: Vicious Mockery and Dissonant
vicious mockery.
Whispers. In a future
Okay.
UA, that so what I think they might be doing with those two is they're making them bard only spells, so the bard gets to level
Yes.
up.
Yes, that's what's happening. They're they're taking the feedback from the last one, the Paladin UA, where everyone said, why is the cleric getting access to smites and able to use them at earlier levels and able to upcast them more? So basically, the cleric is better at smiting than the paladin. Can we make the paladin just have it as a class feature? And they were like, you're right, we're losing class identity here. So they're absolutely doing that. You're
Yeah.
100% right. They're going to
In
take
which
the
case,
bard
I'm okay
spells.
with it.
No, I'm fine
Though,
with that too.
though Dissonant Whispers, I feel I
Could
can
be a
see
warlock
Vicious
thing.
Mockery. But I feel Dissonant Whispers may be a warlock thing,
I think you're right as well. We'll have to see what they do.
or or maybe not a warlock thing, but with how some of the subclasses give you access to extra spells,
Sorcerer?
it should definitely be access for the great old one. Like
Yeah.
it should definitely remain one of the, because I think it
Okay.
is, because
Okay.
a fiend warlock probably doesn't have the display. They have like they obviously whisper
Sure.
to like corrupt you or whatever, but they're not whispering to scare you. Whereas the great old one warping the mind with the dissonance, so that makes
Yeah.
sense. I'm okay with that. Yep.
I'm gonna
I
put.
wasn't initially, but then I've talked myself into it by realizing the logic.
I'm gonna also add that as well.
Yeah.
Hmm.
This has been really fun so far. I'm quite enjoying this, even if it's.
I'm guessing that
Yeah.
vicious mockery and was it dissonant whispers?
Yeah. I love Dissonant Whispers as a spell. Like the amount of times that's come clutch on like my bard is ridiculous. I'm trying to think. Does one of our party have Dissonant Whispers, or am I getting mixed up with another game? No, I'm getting mixed up with another game. It's my other Underdark game where their bard has Dissonant Whispers, which makes
Okay.
sense.
No.
They are the most unoffensive bard. I think
You
they're
use
like level.
feet. I am so shocked. In all of their videos, they've said that an overwhelming amount, as in at least half or more players tables don't use feats. Jeremy Crawford has said this not once, but like at least twice
I love
across some
feats.
videos, and he said most tables don't use feats. It baffles me. But all right, whatever. I guess there are some tables that just see it a bit too
I mean, maybe
complicated.
if
I
you're
don't know.
playing like Adventure League or something, like I can see them not using it, but
I think it's just casual players. I think it is like who are like, I don't need feats. I just like my class as it is. I think it's just people who don't want to dig deep. I think they just they're kind of just
it removes so
content.
much. I mean, a lot of the feats, I will admit, are dog shit. Like they don't.
Yeah, sure.
They feel a lot like they're good for flavor, like the chef feat, for example. Like no
I
dissing
see
on
what you did there.
Zax because I've taken it myself,
Mm-hmm.
like for flavor reasons. The chef feat
Unintended.
isn't a great feat,
No.
but it's fun for flavor.
Yeah.
But
Absolutely.
and then
Okay.
you've got some others where they're they're wildly imbalanced. The feats, like you have some that are awesome, like Sentinel or Polar Master, and then you've
Mm-hmm.
got some that are just like, eh.
Yeah.
Actor, I think, is one. Like it's okay.
Skilled used to be one of the worst.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Weapon mastery. I
So
get access to more weapons. Why? Anyway.
yeah. I think though this isn't actually talking about this. This is all about the epic boons, which are the last like 20th level feats. Because I'm not seeing anything in the packet that says about feats.
No.
It's just saying the prerequisite, the benefit, repeatable, blah blah blah. It's
Yeah.
just talking about bonus feats at level 20. So let's dig into these then. The epic boons. I'm gonna have to remind myself real
Right.
quick because there's a lot. Dimensional travel. So that gives you, funnily enough, the really cool power that that magic item I gave Zax that allows you to teleport. It's one of the
Yeah.
board dragon items. Yeah, well, when it's powerful enough, you got that blink step ability.
Yeah.
So cool, really strong, really strong.
It's really good because it gives you the option to. I mean, I can.
You can get out of danger all the time.
And
You
it's
cast a spell, you get a free Misty Step.
yeah, and also if you're like a rogue or something and you're doing a ranged sneak attack, then you just teleport 30 feet. You're no longer where the arrow came from.
Yeah, yep. So you could hide then. You could attack and then get into range with an enemy above you
Yeah.
against a flying enemy. You don't have to disengage. You can go through walls, through like
And it
not the walls of like you can't see through, but like walls of force, gates, anything like that, through a window. Just teleportation. We already know teleporting is in general incredibly strong.
and
This
it's
is
not a massive range. I mean, it could be a bigger range considering, it's a 20th level ability.
yeah,
But yeah,
but you're doing it
it's
every
free.
turn though. Every turn you're doing this. You're teleporting all over the battlefield every single time you cast a spell. It's incredible. It's like unlimited Misty Step. This is worthy of a 20th level
Hmm.
boon. They hit the nail on the head with this one. This feels like a 20th level. All right.
Yeah.
Energy
And
resistance. They're resistant to two the following types. You know the
and
ones,
you
the
can
energies.
change the type on a long rest. That's pretty cool.
That's crazy good. The fact that you can change them is a really nice, cool thing.
Honestly, I feel that if you couldn't change them, then it feels kind of meh. But the
Hmm.
fact you can means, okay, we know we're going into the fire plane. We know they're going to be using a lot of, or we're going into
Absolutely.
hell. We're going to use fire and necrotic or whatever. Yeah, I like
Yep.
that. And when you take damage, you can use your reaction to direct damage the same type towards another creature you can see within 60 feet of yourself. There's beyond. Oh, so this is basically what Carrius can do with lightning.
Yeah. Yes.
But
And that's why I say I've play tested all these
yeah,
because I've got them. I've done them. Um,
yeah,
and we've also seen it on Helia's like mask as well, where you can absorb some damage and deal it back.
yeah.
So this is crazy good. I love that. That's awesome. Um,
All right, irresistible offense.
okay. Uh, uh,
You
always ignores
ignore
resist.
you ignore resistance. If
Hmm.
it ignored immunity,
But then things that are immune to that also don't make sense that you would be able to hit
yeah.
them, like a ghost or something.
I don't know. I mean, if you think of this as like I'm this super awesome swordsman, imagine like you swing your like a samurai, you swing your sword quick enough that you almost create like a vacuum slash almost like something like that.
Okay.
I can make arguments for it, but okay. So it ignores resistance,
Resistances. Ooh, yay. When does that come
but to
up?
be honest, like oh, I like because to be honest, most times when they've got resistance, you can overcome it with a magic weapon or a silver weapon.
Correct. There are very, very little monsters in the monster manual that have a flat out resistance. I think there's a construct that has it. I think there's
Iron Golem,
another mon
maybe?
yeah. And like I can't even think of much more than that. Maybe a couple of oozes that have resistances. But
Yeah.
it's so far and few between that first thing is almost negligible,
Yeah.
which means this second ability better do some heavy lifting. And as soon as you read it, when you roll
No.
under 20 on a dice, oh, it's incredibly situational. You deal an extra you deal extra damage to the target equal to the ability score increased by this
So
feat.
if I've got
Ugh,
+5 to strength, I now do a +10 on it because it's a crit.
yeah.
And I can only
I'd
do it
ra-
once per turn.
I'd rather just give me a Vorpal sword. That'd be great.
Honestly, um, either that or perhaps I'm not sure if they're planning to do anything changes on crits, but when you roll a 20 for an attack roll, perhaps with a melee or range weapons, it has to be a weapon, not a spell.
Hmm.
Um, the it maximizes the initial roll on the crit or something to really make the crit
Yeah,
feel like a crit.
yeah. The second ability needs to be way better. And why is there even a limitation? You can only use this benefit once per turn. Who's critting twice per turn anyway? And
Yeah.
if they do, what's the problem? Let them have their overwhelming strike twice. They took a 20th level feat for it, for God's sake.
Yeah.
Like, come
Yeah.
on. All right. So I'm just going to click to the next page because I think I need to fill out these, yeah, individually. So satisfied, very satisfied with that, very satisfied with that. Very dissatisfied. Epic boon of recovery. Yep. Let's
Right.
see.
So
Increase your constitution
so
and you get reduced to 0
relentless
hit.
endurance.
Yep.
but also regain a number of hit points equal to half your hit point maximum. So it's like relentless
Incredible.
endurance.
Plus a heal spell.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Once you use this, can't use it until a long rest. Death
And
Defiant, you take damage when you have 0.
you make a
You
death
can make.
saving throw instead of suffering a death saving throw failure.
Oh,
That's pretty
okay.
awesome.
It it is. The only problem, and I've said this before, I think with the last UAs, this is a lose less feat.
Yeah.
And I want to win more, not lose less. In
I
other
mean,
words, what I'm saying with that, by the way, is I would rather have a feat that makes me more powerful at what I'm already doing or in other areas, rather than a feat that helps me out when shit's hit the fan and when it's all gone terribly, terribly
yeah.
wrong. 'Cause that's what
Though,
this feat does. It only works when you're dying.
though
And if
to
you're
be
dying,
honest,
good lord, the fight sounds like it's in a bad place.
though to be honest, do you really want to give Death Defiant to me with how I roll death saves?
Right? Yeah.
Because you're giving me the option for more chances to
Yeah,
get back
no,
up.
it's true. That being said, I understand that that is just a personal
Yeah,
preference.
I get what. Yeah,
I can see the feat still being good and still being picked. Um, but like I say, yeah, that is just a personal preference. I am actually satisfied with it. It's just I myself would never pick it.
yeah.
Um,
And now we
all
get
right.
the Gashan feat, which if he could take a million times, he would.
Oh my god, increase your speed. Bonus action, you can take the disengage action.
Which
Also ends
ends
grappled
when
rest.
restrained.
Oh my god, that's incredible. Yeah,
That
that is
feels like a
so good.
20th level ability. Like,
It does. A lot of enemies later just bite and then instantly restrain you, which is nasty.
and this way you can just be like, nope, and then you've got the speed to go. And you're disengaging, so it's really the get out of dodge card.
Yeah, it almost
Like,
feels a little bit like the freedom of movement spell,
mm,
but there is still the possibility to get paralyzed. So,
yeah.
if in fact, if it just said you have the freedom of movement spell on you at all times, I think that'd be still good, and I don't think it'd be overpowered. I think they should just add that. Just freedom of
Or
movement all the time.
maybe as a bonus action, as in you permanently have the effect of freedom of movement on,
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Permanent freedom of movement.
so you can never be grappled.
No,
Because
you
freedom,
can. Freedom of movement just allows you to get out of it really quick. Hold on. Let's have a
I
look at it real
forget how
quick.
freedom of movement works.
It
They're unaffected.
says you
No, they
spend
can't.
5 feet of movement to automatically escape from restraints, such
Yeah,
as manacles or a
but
grapple
then it also says it's unaffected by difficult
spells.
training spells and other magical effects can't cause the target to be paralyzed or restrained. Oh, but
Yeah,
that's only
spells.
magical.
Yeah, yeah. But if you are restrained by a creature, you can just spend 5 feet and pop right back out of it.
I wouldn't say no to that. I'm also quite happy with how it is. But
Yeah,
at the same
I'm,
time, yeah,
I'll put satisfied. I just think, you know, make it even better. All
Oh,
right.
there's an
So epic.
actual feat that isn't an epic boon in here. The Weapon Master
Oh,
feat.
oh, right. Yeah, yeah. Okay, we'll get to that.
Right.
So let's see. Epic boon of the Night Spirit. Increase your charisma.
This I'm
Wisdom.
dissatisfied with, to be honest.
Merge of shadows.
The merge of shadows, I'm dissatisfied with
Okay.
because it's basically invisibility, but in certain conditions,
Mm-hmm.
and it still takes an action. It's not like I just fade into it, sort of thing. And
Sure.
steps on the Shadow Monk's feet. I think they have something
Yeah,
similar,
they
or
do.
maybe the Shadow Sorcerer as well.
And the Gloom Stalker, perhaps. But
Yeah, and then the
it's not
shadowy
bad. It's not
the
bad.
shadowy form, on the other hand, which within dim light or darkness, you're resistant to all damage except for psychic and
Yeah.
raging.
The problem I see with this is Twilight Clerics are already ridiculous, and now when they use Twilight Sanctuary, which is what makes them ridiculous, they have resistance to all damage as well.
Yeah,
Holy shit! Now, I guess it's 20th level. Have at it. But I mean,
Oh god, if you had your party with
they'd all
like
be
a couple
inside.
of you take and they kept, oh god.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Um, it's
I'm
almost too strong in certain areas and
but
not strong enough in
incredibly,
others.
yeah, I'm dissatisfied but not very. Like if they keep it, I don't really care.
Yeah, yeah.
I probably won't
Weapon
take it
Master.
myself.
Weapon Master. Okay, so if you are so desperate as a blade singer that you really want to get a weapon property, sure, I guess have a feat. This is really underwhelming though, just to get
It's a
um.
it's a fourth level ability to basically mimic one of the features that the fighter has.
You really are better off just casting Ray of Frost if you want slow. You're really better off just casting Gust of Wind if
Yeah.
you're a sorcerer and you
So
want to
I feel
push.
dissatisfied or
This is
even very.
bad. It's bad. It's so bad. Okay, you can finish long rest and change the kind of weapon, but I don't think you should even be able to do that. I think you should just have it all weapons. You have the mastery.
Also, here's the thing: it doesn't actually give you proficiency with a new weapon. It just gives you the mastery property of
Oh
that
my
weapon.
god. Yeah, fuck that nonsense.
So you
You know what
already
they need to do? There is a weapon, sorry, a feat called
weapon
um
mastery.
is it called weapon mastery?
Yeah.
They just need to
It
make that plus this.
yeah. Oh no, it's actually called weapon master. I think. Yeah, you gain proficiency with 4 weapons of your choice.
Well then where is that? Where is that here?
Yeah. I one of the things with weapon master in particular is it mentions you gain proficiency with simple or martial weapons with it, which suggests
Hmm.
that there's another type of weapon. But they've never introduced another type of weapon. It's
No.
like there aren't exotic weapons. Like if they'd it always makes it feel like, hey, we're going to introduce exotic weapons, and then they don't.
Okay. I'm gonna have to do a little bit of typing here.
Yeah.
Swap out.
Whilst Chris is just typing, and so we've had an initial discussion about these previously, and we've obviously then gone away and had our own thoughts about it. And Chris obviously is doing a lot of his own homebrew stuff, which I'm almost certain at this point Wizards of the Coast are spying on, because the amount of times he's done something and then a few weeks later or a few months later, Wizards of the Coast reveal something that just happens
Yeah.
to be what he did. Either that or Chris
Scribe
secretly
wizard.
works for Wizards of the Coast and he's just like giving us early access to these things, but in like a playtesty sort of way. I almost feel like in a lot of cases we have been the playtest for these features, even if it hasn't been from the official material. It's weird the amount of times it's come up. No,
Yeah.
it's just it's funny. Like it's
I I think what will end up happening is for a lot of tables, not just mine as well, people are gonna pick and choose what they like and leave the rest they don't.
yeah,
And you know
yeah,
what? That's great because every table is different. Some tables love all these little cool rules and feats and extra
yeah,
options, and some don't. Some just like
yeah.
to,
Some
keep it simple and use it as a role playing
yeah.
platform, not as a wargaming platform.
It's like the difference between me and Derek. Like, he's
Mm,
willing to just play the whole. He really wants to play the champion fighter. I hate the
yeah,
champion fighter as a concept in the original rules because I hit things and that is it. I don't have any options other than that. I like I don't like having too many options sometimes because it can be overwhelming, and I get like people have that. Oh my god, I've got too many choices. It takes ages. Like at the beginning, after a long rest, you want to re-prepare your spells or whatever. Why it's always good to have a long rest at the end of a session rather than in the middle of a session, because then you've got the time to think
yeah,
about it. But I also don't like my option is I could use a different weapon. I could maybe grapple, but it's why I prefer the Battle Master so much because I have those maneuvers to give myself some option to be like, okay, in this case I'm going to use this ability, or in this case I'm going to use this ability. It just it feels better for me. But again, as you were saying, Chris, like for some people, I think it's double N.
I got it.
Yeah.
Unnecessarily complicated spelling of unnecessary. Yeah, different strokes for different folks, and some people really love the champion. Some people are like, "This is the worst subclass ever." Well, maybe, but maybe it's because it doesn't feel like it's powerful. But in the actual fight, getting crits does feel great.
Yeah.
It feels great. Sure, it doesn't come up all the time, and it actually isn't a DPR increase by very, very much.
And the thing is, I wouldn't mind so much if their whole focus was on getting more crits, because I like that concept as like, oh yes, I'm a champion, I'm really good at getting in those critical blows or whatever. But sometimes, because of how criticals work, they feel underwhelming a lot of the times. Like, I mean, we've seen this even with like big spells, like when Jamie cast Circle of Death and rolled like 8 1s and a 3 or something, or whatever it was, and did like 20 damage when he was expecting to like eliminate the entire battlefield and potentially some of us. But the one time I've really enjoyed Champion Fighter is in a 20th level one shot where I was 17 levels Barbarian and 3 levels Champion Fighter, because then I could synergize between the more crit damage that Barbarians get.
Yeah.
Rather than and being able to crit more. Whereas, that was also an incredibly fun thing because I was a Zealot Barbarian and they just couldn't bring me down because every time I just like, let's just keep going, particularly because I had a Vampiric Great Axe that was just healing me as well. Oh, that was a hilarious game.
Uh,
Yeah.
I'm gonna put. Gotta go fast. Maybe.
Our Monkwood loves this.
Yeah, maybe consider comparing it to movement spell, or
It's I find it quite. I mean, obviously, different strokes, different folks. You said, but I find it interesting how different players can be. Even ones you've played with for a while, they can still do things that absolutely surprise you with their choices. Like Zach's taking the chef feat made perfect sense, but then some of the stuff like that Cam's done at points is just like, wait, what? And Jamie just throws us all for a loop every time. I mean, I'd probably do the same because I think me and Jamie are actually, to be honest, so does Steph. We're some of the more creative players, I think, compared to some others who also do find it kind of interesting with the epic boons they've introduced so far. Is that they haven't everything's I know D&D in the end is a very combat heavy thing.
yeah,
Like, don't get me wrong,
90% of the rules in the books are rules for combat.
Yeah, and I completely get that, but at the end of the day, as much as the combat will take up 80% of a session as soon as you get into one combat, even if you completely destroy it like we did last session, it's still a role-playing game, and I like having that role-playing. And the fact that I suppose because they've introduced it for the spellcasters at this point, the Wizard, the Warlock, and the Fire and the Barbarian that they put this in with, it perhaps doesn't make as much sense to have them. But I kind of feel like there should be some honestly, some more defensive stuff. Like, I don't know, epic boon of mind shielding or something.
Yeah.
Um,
There
but
is one like that, isn't there? Previous ones have had stuff like that, but
possibly. It's been a while since I've looked at the previous
yeah,
ones.
we're kind of getting them. I like to say that each playtest packet is getting better with the epic boons. First playtest, I was literally ready to just say, if they bring this out as is, I'm never using it, and I'm creating my own epic boons. The next one was like, okay, they're getting better. I'm opening up to the idea, and now I'm like actually fully on board. I'm like, you know what? The fact that all the classes are getting their capstones at 18th level now is
Mm.
massive. That's really cool because they get to play with their big, powerful stuff, and it doesn't just end the campaign when they get to 20th level
Yeah,
and not be able to use their effect. And if you do want to continue the campaign, well, you've got these boons to keep it going and keep
yeah,
becoming stronger. Um, and they are feeling epic now. They are. They before they were not epic.
yeah,
Now they're really cool, and I'm excited to see more. So yeah, I'm getting psyched over the epic boon
yeah.
stuff. All right,
And I'm
Bob.
going to agree with you. I completely agree with you on the very satisfied, even though I really want to. I want to. I'll agree with it purely for primal knowledge and purely for the fact that I really want to see people role play out strength stealth.
Yes. Okay.
I can see ways to do it, but I really want to see more examples because I can see like the whole
Agreed.
lifting something to get in place or doing that whole thing you see in films sometimes where they like press their arms against one wall and their feet against another wall to like be almost on the ceiling above them. Like that's a strength based thing, but it's just like I want to see more examples.
Hmm. Okay, so we're going to be able to whiz through this
Yeah.
because there's not as much to talk about. Not because it's bad, because we love it all the way down. Yes,
What
yes, yes to
what about
everything.
what about the weapon mastery one at first level?
Okay. Um. Well, that isn't replacing anything. You still get your rage. You still get
Mhm.
unarmored defense. Weapon mastery is now just cherries on top of the cake. It doesn't take
Yeah,
away, or it's not taking away or replacing anything. It is just extra.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
um,
I can see that.
if it
Um,
was replacing, I would be dissatisfied. But you're not losing it. You're not losing out on anything.
yeah,
Okay, primal knowledge, fantastic, so good. Barbarians are now no longer useless outside of combat. Um, yeah, you've already touched on it already. You being able to use stealth. Um, to rage stealth is so funny to me. Strength based stealth checks. However, I've seen a Dungeon Zoos video. They did a great talk about this, where you're using your intimidation factor to
yeah,
be like, "I'm so still, you cannot see me." It's that
yeah.
kind of thing.
See, I can see
Or,
it for like every other one there, like because I can see to some extent like your anger heightening your senses to the point, and because you're obviously a barbarian, perhaps you're not the
yeah,
wisest normally, but now you've got this wisdom, like, but it's coming
funny.
from
They used a funny ass example for survival though. They said, "Okay, so survival, you're foraging for food. The barbarian uses his strength, punches a tree, and an apple just falls out of it." It's so funny. I was like,
Though,
"Yeah, that works."
though I'm now also picturing like when they do it, like you just see like when like someone flexes their arms for strength, you just see their eyes flex and like bulge. Like
Yeah, that's it.
it,
It's concentrating so
I,
hard,
I
like,
would say
"Ah."
the main reason I like primal knowledge is because it gives rage a purpose outside combat, which really
Yes,
works well with the whole it lasting longer
10
from the
minutes now. Yeah,
yeah, and you being able to maintain it without fighting,
bonus action, correct. Yeah,
which is
I love it.
great. And it's just, I think it gives so many role play opportunities, which I
Yes,
love. And it's
I
not just
agree.
a combat thing.
And there are other people have said, okay, no, there is actually non-humorous ways to explain this. Primal knowledge. This is tapping into a instinctual,
Yeah.
um, animalistic like nature, where you're stealthing like a panther ready to strike, and perception, like tapping into like eyes of the eagle and such.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Like I get it. I can see it for non-funny reasons. I just like thinking of the funny
oh,
reasons.
same, absolutely, and I can't wait to see it. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Almost
okay,
makes me
reckless
wish I was
attack.
playing a barbarian in the next campaign.
Yeah, I go for it. It will be barbarians. Fast
So
movement, all good here.
so feral instinct. This
Mhm.
is obviously so they've taken a second level ability and combined it with a, I think, seventh level ability, because this is also your danger sense now, basically,
Correct.
because danger sense was at second and now it's at
Uh,
seventh.
we've l- but we've lost out on
Uh,
advantage.
you've got
Um,
you've got the advantage on deck
initiative,
saves. The thing that we're
not
missing
initiative.
is you used to have what was it? Uh,
Initiative.
no, it's still got that
Oh, sorry.
seventh.
Deck
The,
saves.
no, it's got that, but it's at seventh now
You
rather than
can't be
second.
surprised. That's the one.
Yeah,
You can't
that's
be
the one.
surprised. All right,
Yeah.
there we found it.
The other thing that I feel they're missing, which could come under this, is, and I can't remember what it was called, is the one where on that. I suppose this doesn't work as much because of the bonus action to extend your rage, but they had that like
Persistent rage.
primal pounce, where
Oh,
like on your
instinctive
first
pounce.
turn when you rage, you can move up to like your movement
Half.
to like get
It's
in
half your
with
speed. Yeah.
half your speed, which was a
Okay,
nice like charge in thing.
that was good, but it's at seventh level.
Yeah,
So
but it
that
isn't
was
there anymore.
alongside feral instinct.
Yeah,
But this feral instinct is much earlier, and as a result, a lot
but it's still at
weaker.
seventh, but you don't get the
Oh, sorry, it is at seventh. You're
yeah.
right.
You
I'm going to put satisfied. I will add, yeah, feral instinct. Um,
because I like that because it's your feral instinct, so you're charging into things because of like that's your instinct when you get angry. It's like destroy the problem or whatever.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, I thought I've got a theory here. The reason why it's missing is
It is
because they're going to get rid of surprise rounds.
really.
That's my theory. I think they're getting rid of them.
Ah,
I'm not 100%, but there's other times where they've started to just miss
stuff
wording
that
on
was
things.
which would be about surprise.
Stuff like resistance to non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing also seems to be gone from a lot of things, like stone skin and what have you. There just seems to be a lot of things where they don't care about whether your weapon is magical or not.
Hmm.
And I've noticed that more and more. And my theory is that they're also getting rid of that as well.
I mean, as we were discussing before this, surprise is one of those things that doesn't
Everyone's got it
come up.
wrong.
Everyone gets it wrong, and it doesn't come up that often, even if you do get it
Uh-huh.
right, because if you it mostly comes up as a DM thing against you rather than a you against the DM, because you have to know the combat's coming and
Yeah.
you're a full party, whereas you walking through the jungle and getting ambushed or whatever that. But then again,
Past that trace will help you get there. The problem is with the surprise round is I feel it's too much of a swing one way or another. If the DM does implement it against the players, they run a very high chance of just TPKing the party.
yeah,
That's how strong a surprise round can be. Now, I know it's not even called a surprise round, it doesn't even it's called the surprise condition, but the way it plays out is they're surprised, they don't do anything for their whole turn, they get their reaction, woo, yay. But then combat begins again, the next round, then they can act this round. So it's almost like they have an entire round lost. This is my idea for having replaced the surprise round condition, whatever you want to call it. I think they shouldn't gain an entire extra round. I think it's too much. It's too swingy. One, if you're on the receiving end of it, you're going to die. If you're on the, if you're delivering a surprise then I feel like you're just whitewashing the combat. I've seen it time and time again. Its surprise is too strong. All they need to do is make it very similar to how it works in Darkest Dungeon. Uh, all the people who are surprised, it's like a surprise condition. There's no surprise round. Everyone rolls for initiative, and those who are surprised act last. That's it.
Yeah, so they still get their turn that turn, but they just act lower in the initiative than they normally would be.
Exactly. So it's just everyone can keep the same nut roll as well. All the players go first who aren't surprised. And then after you get to the bottom of initiative, you go to the top again and you go down the list, starting with the person who rolled the highest who was surprised. And that's it. You go down and do their all the surprised creatures' turns. And then when you get to the bottom of that turn order, you go start at the top and then continue as normal. I think that's how a surprise round should go. It's way more balanced. You're still getting the drop on them. Everyone gets to go first before them, but it doesn't rob you of an entire round because that is like everyone's just been hit by like stunning strike. It's mental. I think it's too much. But my theory is why that's not here is because they're removing surprise round
Yeah,
or they're changing the rules on it.
Yeah.
Now, Feral Instinct's missing. Yeah, you're right. I'm also going to add. Would
I
like
mean,
to
it was an
see.
optional rule, but it never felt overpowered as an optional rule.
No, it's good. If you need to get into the combat as a
Yeah.
barbarian, otherwise you're using your first turn to dash, and there's nothing more underwhelming than going, all right, the casters have brought up their big powerful spells. The monks dashed in and stunned someone. Barbarian, you're up. What do? I dash. Okay, cool. That's it. That's all you did. Let's move on to the second round, and then what happens? Oh, the third round, the combat's over. So you only got to like attack twice.
Yeah.
So sad to see. So sad. The optional instinctive pounce. Yeah. Uh, make a return. Okay. All right. As a core class feature, I want to add that. I don't think it should be optional. I absolutely agree.
Yeah.
Barbarian should totally get it on their first turn. It's when they rage.
Yeah, it should be a
You could
second level
even
ability. Should be as part, or no, it's first level. It should be part of the rage action.
maybe.
But only to activate rage, not to extend rage.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I actually kind of think it's okay at 7th level.
To be honest, I'd almost be tempted to be to describe it as when you rage, you move up to half of your movement as a bonus action as part of the rage, and then on further turns, you can use your bonus action to move up to half your speed, or even dash possibly.
Right.
To really, get that whole bull in a china shop charge into thing, but that might be too much. I'd have to.
I think I don't want to step on the toes of rogues with their cunning action or monks with their step for the win. I think just when you rage, half your movement speed. It's going to be in a lot of cases just enough to get in range of melee. Any more than that, I think, is stepping on those toes. All right.
Yeah, Indomitable
So,
Might is great.
Indomitable Might. It is, but didn't this used to be somewhere else?
Yes, I want to say this was
Used to be
much
like
higher.
way later. It used to be an 18th level. Oh
Yeah,
god, it was awful at an 18th level ability.
that's a 9th level.
Okay,
I almost feel
it's
like it might be too early, but it's not.
I think it's too
18's
late. Still, I just think this. I don't actually rate Indomitable Might all that much.
Really?
Okay, so you use your strength score.
In place of, I mean, because most
Strength
barbarians
check.
are going to have a decent amount of strength, so
Right. Okay, I actually changed my mind on this, however, since they introduced Primal Knowledge. Before, it was kind of crap. But now you can combo it with Primal Knowledge because
so
those
you'd get
become
like an
strength checks.
auto 18 on stealth, for example.
And now you're talking. It's
Yeah,
almost better. You know what? It almost feels like an Rogue's reliable talent.
Yeah. It's not quite better, but it feels almost better.
Uh-huh. I
It's very
mean,
similar.
it is.
Particularly because it synergizes really well. I'm really happy with it, to be honest. I don't have any issues with it. I
Okay. I
could
do
see it
think it does
earlier.
step on the toes of reliable talent a bit, but otherwise I don't disagree with the ninth level. Hey, it used
To
to be
be
8.
honest, if we're looking at something that steps on the toes of reliable talent, it's the Bard of Eloquence with their third level ability.
Alright, yeah, that's true. We all know about that one's a bit much. Alright, I'll give it a satisfied. Brutal
Yeah.
critical. They've made a big jump in damage. Brutal critical used to be just
Extra
the
dice.
weapon dice. Yeah, the weapon dice, which I thought I was increasing by making it like multiple damage dice as well. But now they've just flat out said you deal your barbarian level in damage. Massive, massive boost.
Yeah. Well, uh, it's a
But do
flat
you
damage. It's great. But
but do
if
you
we
feel like you're missing out on rolling the dice?
a
It's a
little,
player thing. It's a
a
player thing. Do
little.
you like just having a flat +11 to your damage? Whoosh. Or would you rather roll an extra set of dice?
Yeah. And the thing is, it's now because previously you'd get it at like 11th,
Yeah,
15th,
ninth, 13th, 17th, or something like that.
and you'd get more and more dice each time. So
Yes.
the main reason I think they've done this, if I was to take a guess, is due to the confusion that critical hits this particular
Yes. I
has
agree. I think you're right.
on weapons which have multiple damage dice.
And it's confusing because it says you roll extra dice, but oh, because I crit, I roll double dice. Isn't that right? So I'm rolling this twice? No. No. You roll your crit, and then an additional, you roll your weapons damage dice again. And all you need to put is this: weapons that deal multiple damage dice per hit, roll each die an additional time when you use this feature. That's it. That's
Yeah,
all you need to put right there.
because
I've
a
got
lot
it
of
in my own
people
features.
Because a lot of people, when they read it, like for a 2d6 weapon, some people read it as you get an extra d6, but some people read it as 2d6, and that's where it gets a bit confusing for that. I almost feel, and this is because I like the concept of them, I almost feel like brutal critical should almost, it allows you to roll the extra damage dice, and if any of those roll max, they explode.
Yeah, that would be incredible. It would make brutal critical through the roof. When you do hit and when you do crit, you're really gonna feel it.
Like I could see it maybe like, and you could limit it with, and this would be where you'd have it at the multiple stages. So at 11th, you only one dice can explode or something, or the dice can only explode once, slightly worded. And then at the next one, they can explode twice. The next one, they can explode 3 times. So it
Yeah.
becomes brutal, and then you really feel like you're critting
Mm-hmm.
because it's
Well,
not
I mean,
guaranteed to happen.
no, it's like critting on a crit almost.
Yeah,
Your dice, your when you crit, you do more damage, and those damage dice can now crit. It would be
yeah,
interesting to see that.
yeah. I'd
Maybe
be
it goes
willing.
over the edge.
I'd be
I
willing to at least give that a playtest. That could be fun.
maybe. At the moment, I've got my own as it does increase at 13th and 17th. Uh, double. Yeah, you add dice twice, then 3 additional times, and you get to crit more often with my homebrew version
Yeah,
because you've got Seethe as well, which is another ability.
because
Um,
with
yeah.
because with the brutal critical at the moment, your bonus damage would cap out at 20,
Uh,
which is great, a flat 20. But if I was using a 2d6 weapon and
um,
I get the 17th level ability,
mhm.
I'm rolling an extra 6d6, so I have the potential to roll an extra 36 damage rather
Wow.
than an extra 20.
Yeah,
But of course, flat damage that's guaranteed, some
it's
people are like that,
guaranteed.
others don't.
I think I'm going to be in the smaller camp of people that actually don't like it. I think more people will go, yeah, that's more damage, right? Oh, I'll click satisfied. If they're giving me more damage, I click
Yeah.
yes. Whereas you got to remind yourself that rolling dice is fun, and also you can increase the amount of dice you roll to average out that damage and just
Yeah. Like,
Anyway,
why are they so against dice goblins?
yeah, I know, right? Fuck. People, when you crit, you want to roll dice. You want to roll all of the dice. Anyway,
That's one of the reasons people play Deadlands, because of all the dice.
yeah. So persistent rage. It is at 13th now. I believe it used to be at
Yeah.
11th. I believe it was 11th. No, no, it was at 15th. Oh my god. So what? uh, they've moved it down 2 levels. But persistent rage for me, I'm not satisfied. I don't know why I clicked this. I actually hate it. I think persistent rage is shit. Um, it's so
I
bad.
mean, to be honest, it if they hadn't added the thing where you can use your bonus action to extend it,
Uh huh.
it's good. But because they've added that, I mean, what is the barbarian doing with their bonus action? That they
This
need this
feels
thing.
it feels so empty.
Yeah.
Um, I don't get why it needs an entire feature here. You could even just put in the rage, just say at 13th level. It doesn't end. You don't need to make a whole feature for this. I don't know.
Yeah.
This used to be good, but now it's redundant. Yeah.
Yeah. And to be
Um,
honest, initially it seems better because it's like, oh wow, 10 minutes and I don't even have to worry about it. But then you're like, if I'm using a bonus action, what am I using that for otherwise? Like, I'm a barbarian. Like, it's not like I'm doing a cunning action or whatever.
yeah.
I'm actually trying to think of an example of a time when a barbarian uses a bonus action in most common play.
Not often. No,
Uh,
really not often. I'm just gonna double check though with their rage. Scroll back up because you get multiple rages now.
mhm.
The rage lasts until the end of your turn. Ends early if you wear armor. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It lasts 10 minutes. And then relentless rage just says, sorry, persistent rage says your rage is so fierce it now lasts for 10 minutes without needing to do anything with your body. Yeah, like it's redundant. It's
Yeah,
redundant.
yeah. It definitely doesn't like if it was a lower level feature, like if that was, I don't know, part of Feral Instinct, or even part of the first level thing, like as a separate, like at this level you get this, maybe, but 13th level, like 13th level should feel awesome. Like that's when
Mhm.
people are getting what 7th level spells, and you get the ability to be angry without needing anything to make you keep you angry. Like, like
I want something
yeah,
cooler. I want something cooler. Persistent rage just feels redundant.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that's it. Barbarians don't have it used for outside of So all right. What was it before as well? It was just called persistent rage. Only ends
Yes,
if you fall unconscious. Yeah.
or if
Or
you
if you
choose
choose
to
to
end.
end.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Okay.
it only ends early. But previously it just lasted a minute. So
hmm Yeah, I know.
yeah,
That was awful. All right. So then we get subclass features. Yeah. And then we
then we
get
get
relentless rage. Keep fighting. If you drop to 0 while your rage is active, you don't die outright. Make a DC 10 con save. If you succeed, your hit points instead change to a number equal to twice your barbarian level.
I didn't read that.
That's
That's
You get 30 HP back at this level when you get this feature. Each time you use this feature after the first, the DC increases by 5. I don't see you using it again and again repeatedly because, of course,
Yeah.
you're going to get an extra buffer of hit points.
How
So, mhm.
one of my questions there, and this is obviously a situation that's not going to come up very often, but how would that play with the last stand ability from the Epic Boon of Recovery? Because that's when you are reduced to 0, you can drop to 1 instead.
Yeah,
So
and this says if you drop to 0 while your rage is active, you don't die outright.
you reduce. So both of them, yeah.
I'm
Because
gonna guess that you have an option. If they're
yeah,
both if effects, usually you're given an option of which one to pick. But
yeah,
you're right, there is certain overlap here. I will
yeah.
actually mention that.
Because if you could use both, that could be a really interesting combo. Like, haha, you took me down, but now not only do I have 40 levels from 40 HP from being my 20th level barbarian, I also have half my HP back from that. So it's like
Yeah.
fighting all over again.
Uh, yeah, both are used. That's for them to figure that out. But as a feature, um, hmm, like my death's door mechanic.
Yeah,
I just come up with death's door, which is like when you drop to 0, you're still playing. You don't fall unconscious, and then when you take additional damage, make a DC 10 con save. If you fail that, you die. If you succeed, the DC gets progressively more difficult. And this one, it jumps up by 5. My one jumps up by 2, in that you gain levels of exhaustion. Now, the old Relentless Endurance, oh, Relentless Rage, sorry.
which was basically the same thing, but it was 1 HP you went to instead.
Yeah, so this is a nice change.
Hmm.
That came at 15th. This is coming at
15th.
15th. So it's just a
No,
buff.
actually, Relentless Rage previously was 11th level, and now it's 15th.
Oh shit! Yeah, there you go. So I was right. Yeah, it used to be way earlier, way earlier.
It's now way more powerful.
Oh, it's strong. Don't get me wrong.
I feel like
It's a
this
shame
could
to wait
potentially.
another 4
I
levels.
feel like this could be the 13th level ability.
That's it. What it needs to be. Put it in the
Because
13th level.
that feels about equivalent to a 7th level spell.
Yeah, definitely. I will put
I don't
satisfied.
I don't think it feels equivalent to an 8th level spell. But then actually no, 8th level's kind of shit for spells, isn't it? Is 8th level the one where there's not a lot of choice that's any good?
I don't think you get spells at 8th.
No, where you get 8th level spells at 15th
8th level spells. Yeah, 8th level
Yeah.
spells aren't all that. No.
Yeah, despite the fact they're like the second most powerful spells you can get, most of them are kind of nah.
All right, I'll suggest it. Like to see this at 13th level instead, perhaps.
Yeah.
Okay, but then Rage Resurgence. This is, remind myself again. This is
Whenever
where
you
they
roll
go.
initiative, you regain 1 expended use of your rage.
Okay, no need to put that. Just put you have infinite rages.
Yeah, either give
just
them infinite rages or make that a much lower level ability, because that's way too high for something like that. I mean, how many rages do you even have at 17th? Like, you're at 6 rages. Are you really gonna have more than 6 combats before you have a short rest? Or do you get short rest rages? I forget if it's short rest or long rage. Oh, it's long rest. You're gonna get into more than 6 combats a day?
doesn't matter. You're gonna every combat get another rage.
Yeah.
So it's also, unlike other abilities, other capstone abilities on other older 2004
Yeah.
classes. It used to say if you were out of that feature,
Yeah.
then you would gain one. This one, roll initiative, gain 1. Oh, okay, all right. I'm up to 7 now. I'm even beyond my cap. I haven't even raged yet.
It says one expended use of
Oh,
rage.
expenditures. Okay, so you don't go up above your cap, but
Yeah.
you use one, you get one. You use one, you
It
get one.
basically means at that point you do have infinite rages because
That's what I'm saying. That's why I literally got just give barbarians infinite rages.
Because how often are you going to get knocked out of your rage mid combat?
Only if you go unconscious. So getting knocked out, an incapacitating effect like charm, dominate, etc. Maybe.
See, with that becomes more interesting with the persistent rage. Because if you're paralyzed, you don't have your bonus action, so your rage would drop. But with persistent rage, it would still keep going.
Yeah.
Oh no, wait! If you have the incapacitated condition,
That's what I'm saying.
which is
Incapacitated, like hypnotic pattern or.
So no, that's it was better when it like unconscious, like incapacitated. There's so many things that cover incapacitated,
stunned, paralyzed.
Yeah,
stunned,
like
paralyzed, petrified.
like all the things that you would want your rage to be able to continue through.
Correct. So
persistent rage can go die in a hole. I didn't even think of it like that. I can burn.
That's why I'm saying it's massive, big, massive, very dissatisfied here. Yeah. And it's also why I lean into just saying, just give them infinite rages, because nothing. They've got so many at this point. They're getting one every combat, and when are they getting incapacitated 6 times in a fight anyway? It's useless bookkeeping. You don't need it. And they're barbarians. Let them swing. They don't need to be marking things on their sheet and stuff at this point. Just let them swing.
Yeah, just call it like. But then it needs a better name than Rage Resurgence.
Infinite Rage.
I don't know. That just doesn't feel like it.
Rage into infinity.
Yeah.
Rage and beyond.
Rage against the machine. Like, honestly, I'd be tempted to just have it like Rampage or something. The fact that they don't have an ability for the barbarian called Rampage actually kind of surprises me now that I'm thinking about it. That none of them have that. Like, that feels like the name of... Honestly, that feels better than Frenzy as a name. Like, I'm going on a rampage rather than going into a frenzy.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
Let's make that suggestion for that, just because I prefer the name.
Yeah.
Other than that, to be honest, the next bit, which is the Berserker, I'm pretty happy with. Like, it's much better than it used to be.
Just one sec. They have so many rages and they get expended uses back, so it's basically infinite. Unless they're getting incapacitated multiple times.
You've gone one word over.
Oh no. Oh shit. Oh, good job we're at the end, I think. Because Primal Champion. Now, people keep getting it twisted. They're like, oh no, they've nerfed Primal Champion. No, they haven't.
You get it earlier.
You get it earlier, and they're like, yeah, but you only get +2. What does Epic Boon give you? Another +2.
Only to one of them. So it has been nerfed slightly. Because previously you got a +4 to both. So now you get a +4 to one and a +2 to one. But you also get an Epic Boon feat on top of that, which can also increase which will increase one of your stats by +2. So yeah. In fact,
okay, I'll give you that. It's a very small -2 in either strength or con.
I actually kind of disagree now that I've said that, because now that because you also get an Epic Boon fee, and pretty much every Epic Boon fee also, so it's a -1 overall. But you get something else instead.
And that's huge. And the boons we've just seen, you could be a teleporting barbarian, you could go invisible barbarian, you could be a resist.
Well, they can't get the dimensional travel because that's expert mage, so they could.
Okay.
get the epic boon of speed.
Cool. Either way, they're getting something for their loss, and it's
Yeah.
not much of a loss for a huge increase in something
Epic
else.
boon of recovery they take, I guess, as
That's why I
well.
keep telling people it isn't a nerf. I'm fine with this.
Yeah.
People are going all over the world are going to put dunk. They're going to slam a very dissatisfied without reading further. But yeah, you get +2 in strength and con. Used to be +4 in both, but you're getting it 2 levels earlier. And then when you do get to the level you would have got it, you're getting another +2 and an epic boon. You're fine.
And
Barbarians, you're fine.
the cap is now 30.
And the cap is 30. I mean, Barbs, you're fine. Don't fret about a single point when you're getting an epic boon on top of that, and you're getting this earlier. You're
Yeah.
going to be just fine.
Right. So
I will say, in here, I cannot, I cannot say words have been used, but there it is. All right. How satisfied are you with the elements of the Berserker? Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. There's nothing bad here. They got rid of exhaustion on frenzy. Thank fuck.
frenzy
Mindless
is
rage is good. And if you're charmed and frightened when you enter your rage, condition ends. Great wording.
Yep.
Level 10th level retaliation. I think that was a much later level. They swapped these around. Yeah, and now intimidating presence. It used to be early, and now they swapped it to 14th. It is a much bigger effect. I actually respect the switch. One thing about this though is at the end, this is it. Can't use this feature until you finish a long rest. Unless you expend a rage. That's cool. I like that you can use it again by expending rages, but maybe it doesn't need that. I don't know. What do you think? You get one free use, and then you can use it again with a rage. What about this? Instead of when as an action, how about when you rage?
So literally, your rage is so.
It's when you rage.
But then it's only a rage action, whereas how this is trying to be is you can use it when you're not raging, but it's amplified if you rage.
Yeah, sure. At this point, it's kind of nitpicking, but frying condition for a minute is incredible. I think it also used to be unless the creature goes out of line of sight. So this is actually a buff to it, especially with a 60 feet range. It's fucking that's unbelievably huge. If you look at a map and you look at 60 foot in every direction of the barbarian, there's nothing getting out of your sight. Yeah. I mean, at this point, you've got the rages to be able to use it multiple times, so I'm not really gonna be upset about that.
No, I'm happy with that. I honestly don't have many comments about it. I really like how frenzy works. Not only is it no longer an extra attack, it's just your first attack with reckless attack does more damage.
Yeah.
And it scales quite nicely because I mean you're equal to your rage damage bonus. So I mean it's only ever going to be an extra like 4d6 at the highest level, but an extra 4d6 is an extra 4d6. I'm not going to say no, particularly because it's extra dice which would double on a crit.
Yeah. I just
also,
need to.
Intimidating Presence has also had another buff, and that previously only affected one creature.
Right. Yeah, which is terrible. Absolutely terrible. It's a massive buff. I'm just going to put here, though, they just need to clear out the mindless rage, because it does say if you are charmed and frightened when you enter a rage, the condition ends on you, but charmed can include dominated, dominate person. And for that, they need to just say that you can rage even when the condition would prevent you from doing so.
Yeah, that is the problem with these. The mindless rage, the thing the monks get is it's just kind of like, but then if they've got me under their control, why would I be able to rage?
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be an argument at the table. The DM going, "No, you're dominated," and then he goes, "Yeah, but it says if I'm charmed." It's like, yeah, but I've got control of your character, so you can't use your. So
The
I don't
only
like it.
thing, the only thing I can like, it needs something like, because in some of them they've given like flavor text. You can go into a frenzy in battle. It needs like a
Yes.
flavor text, like your rage is so powerful that, or your temper is so powerful that even when charmed or frightened, your rage is able to overcome that condition and end it or something.
Yeah, that would be cool. I've got here on the. Do you remember stillness of mind
Yeah,
on the monk? I've fixed up the wording. It says, additionally, if you start your turn under the charmed or frightened condition, you can choose to end one of those conditions.
yeah.
So that's what they need to do. Like, I'm gonna even here. You can have the wording.
I wonder if anyone else goes as all out as you do on these surveys.
I mean, probably not. I am very sure of that. If you start your turn under the charmed or frightened condition, you choose to end one of those conditions
By raging.
by raging. Yeah, there you go. There you go. It's all yours. All right, next. I think I don't know. Got anything else to say here? Nah,
No,
not
not
really.
really. Good.
Love it. It's all good. All right. Have you played a fighter? No. What's a fighter? Uh, I have playtested. All right. How satisfied are you with the overall fighter?
Dissatisfied.
Really? No, for real though. Not
Yeah,
heavily satisfied. Somewhere is they're making
I feel
steps in the
like
right direction.
there needs to be a middle option, like between like eh,
Yeah, you're right. That's what
because
I treat this with. What I treat that as.
yeah, because it's like just the first level ability. It's okay, but I feel like everyone should be able to master weapons, and I
Give it to the
dislike
rogues.
I dislike it being called weapon mastery if it just takes one training session during a long rest to change it.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can't master a weapon in 2 hours. You just can't.
No, true. Second wind being multiple uses per long rest rather than one use every short rest.
Mhm.
Thoughts?
Um, I like it. It's two uses, and then it become per long rest, and it becomes more
Mm-hmm.
powerful as you go up. You were also getting, I think, a level earlier because wasn't it second before? Oh my
Yes,
god!
you
So
might be right.
I'm honestly okay with that. Allows the fighters, though. At that point, is it second wind? The
That's
naming's
the
weird
thing. Yeah. You know what? I'll put satisfied here, and I will mention that second
because,
wind.
like,
uh,
it's almost like it's not. It's like overcoming the wall, maybe. Like like they. You ever watch the film with Simon Pegg where he goes on like that, like he's doing the marathon, and he hit like runners hit like this point where they can't keep running, and it's called the wall, and he literally punches his way through this mental image.
Oh my god.
Um, because second wind, third wind, fourth wind.
Yeah.
What are we, hobbits eating breakfast?
Yeah. What about third wind? What about fourth wind?
Yeah, like it needs to be something like um catch your breath or something.
I mean, the wording is fine. It's just the problem when you're using it multiple times. It's
Yeah,
not your second wind anyway, because you can use this back to back uh, as a bonus action. Our second wind, and then next turn I'm a second wind again, and the DM's like, "Didn't you second wind last turn?" And he goes, "Oh yeah, I guess it's my third wind." Table last.
yeah,
So it's this is my only gripe is
yeah.
uh
Second wind.
Second win. Yeah, second win. Oh god.
So action
Um,
surge, weapon mastery, meh. Dissatisfied.
um. So no. Don't forget, they're going in the right direction.
They're going in the right direction, but I don't like that it's a class feature. I feel like it should be
Yes, it
mastery
should
should be
be.
something anyone can gain with weapons, not
Agreed.
I'm a class.
All right. Well then, yeah. Again, I'm like torn.
Yeah. Action
Uh,
surge.
yeah. No, you know what? You're right. Weapon mastery is great, but as a feature, it's not. We want
Yeah.
it to be for everyone. You're right.
Yeah.
Okay. Action surge is actually much better. um, it means that you can't use
You
double
can't.
spells.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
They've
actually
changed.
good. It's
Yeah. Like
healthy.
it's balanced. It removes that multi-class desire a bit, which was part of their intention for this, where people were trying to find these optimal multi-class builds. And it's like you don't need to be action surging to cast these spells. It's just, you know, it's like,
Yeah.
do I really need to action surge and cast Fireball? Like,
No. Yeah, you're right. There's only one little gripe about this, and that is it only gives you the options to attack, dash, disengage, or dodge. There are plenty of times when another action is required to shut down the device or to free the prisoner and help them get out
so maybe
or
add
steal
to,
the MacGuffin.
yeah,
Basically,
yeah.
don't put a list of options. Just say you have two actions in your turn. They cannot be used to use the magic action. I think they've
I'm
called it
okay
that.
with I'm okay with that. I would agree with that because there are times when you want to push yourself to that limit to be able to break down the door or pick the lock or something. And it
Yeah,
would, rogues might. I mean, I suppose rogues or someone might multi-class in for that, but it doesn't feel bad. I'm okay with that. Yeah, I
yeah.
agree.
I'll go into more wording if I have time. But anyway, fighter subclasses is fine. Done. Extra attack, weapon expert. Oh god. Okay, we know something about this. So you start with weapon mastery.
Yeah, you're a
Then you
master,
get
then you become
weapon
an expert.
expert, and
Yeah,
then you get a weapon adept.
they're
Huh?
reversed.
It's
They're
backwards.
reversed.
It's so backwards.
Yeah,
Fucking what?
their naming conventions are almost as bad as their lore understanding for the Rune Knight.
You never let that lie.
I'm never going to let that lie. It doesn't make sense that the Hill
It's
Giant is one of the
true.
most powerful runes, and the Cloud Giant is one
Yeah,
of the weakest, even though it's really powerful. Like, that's like my only gripe with it. It's a lore thing. It doesn't make sense. But
yeah,
I also feel like they didn't go far enough with the rune crafting for my liking. Because you can put it on a weapon, or you can put it on armor, or you can put it on an item. I feel like depending on what sort of thing you put it on should depend on how that property applies. I put a fire rune on a weapon, I do fire damage. I put it on armor, I get fire resistance.
yeah.
Something like
Totally.
that, because you know, I'm a
Um,
master of this rune. Whatever. Off topic, but
yeah. So,
so weapon
the
expert.
naming is weird, but
The naming's weird. Weapon expert is an interesting feature. Like, because
it's interesting, but it doesn't give enough benefit.
I mean, it does when combined with weapon adept.
Yeah.
Because weapon adept, you need weapon expert for weapon adept because it says weapon expert feature on a kind of weapon. You can give that weapon two properties rather than one. So
This is the problem with weapon expert. You're proficient in all weapons as a fighter. If you're after another mastery, just pick the right tool for the job.
Well, there
Just
is
pick a different
that.
weapon.
There is that, but at 7th level, providing you're at least in a moderately magical campaign, you might have a +1 longsword. So you want
Mhm.
to give that +1 longsword the property rather than using a maul which doesn't have the +1.
In which case, they should say that and not have it be like a kind of a it reads very lackluster to me,
Yeah,
but maybe they should clarify that.
yeah.
Um, but that's up to them to do that. Right now, I'm just going to say
I
that.
do, I do disagree with the namings definitely because it's like I'm a master now, I'm an expert now, I'm an adept.
Yeah. So adept.
Particularly because the first step, the first wording in weapon adept, you are a master of weapons.
Yeah. I'd like, huh? It's all stupid. Yeah, the wording is so confusing.
It should
Um,
be weapon adept, weapon expert, weapon master.
it is. But the funny thing is that you're getting weapon mastery, and that's the full thing, which is what I think they should do. If I was to make this fighter, you grab weapon adept, you grab weapon expert, and you shove them all into the first level weapon mastery feature. There you go. All martials have weapon mastery, but the fighter can switch them out and put multiple on there and choose between each one when they attack.
Yeah.
And that's their core feature from level one, rather than fucking dilute their stuff with all
Well,
these
I
other.
could see weapon mastery and weapon expert being at first. I feel weapon adept should be later where you can put two
Okay.
on. Because
Uh,
that is like being able to change the type of mastery, particularly with but yeah, adept I do like. Like I like the concept of that. That's sort of one of the weapons, one of the things I like where I've got that choice. So I can put these two properties on a weapon, and depending on the situation, like I can use either of those properties. Like I like it, but it could become very powerful when you think of the likes of Topple, for example, and combined with something else.
yeah.
Interesting.
Okay. Adept is nice. The thing is, I would rather all weapons have like multiple features on them already and
Mm,
can do them like a reach,
yeah.
topple with cleave. You can imagine that like this big heavy halberd that you can trip people up or pull them down onto the ground, because that's what halberds would be used for. Like they've got
Yeah.
that hook. You grab onto them in a cavalry
Yeah.
line, or you pull them off their horse. Yeah, and then you can also use it as a big sweeping weapon to cleave through enemies. But
Yeah.
anyway, the thing is, they do need to clear up the wording.
Yeah.
Adept is a little confusing. I think I get where they're trying to go with it, but they do need to clear up whether it's before or attack, or whether I know after I hit. It's a little bit iffy on that.
Yeah.
Um,
So
so
improved action surge, you're getting
yeah,
2 levels earlier. That's basically all they've changed. And I
okay.
think limiting it possibly to once per turn. So you can't like double action surge. I can't remember if you could do that previously.
Sorry, we've gone a bit far ahead. We've skipped Indomitable, which
Oh,
we'll
did
go
we?
over real
Yeah,
quick.
because
I love
we were
Indomitable
talking about
change.
weapon adept.
So I think
Yeah.
Indomitable, by the way, before it was really weak, crap,
Yeah.
almost. Then I made a change to it myself, and I thought that was good enough. And now they've made it even better than my change. So fighters are basically getting a legendary resistance.
Yeah.
Sure. Fucking
Legendary
hell, sure.
resistance with the bonus equal to their fighter level, yeah. So
It's huge. +9, that's getting like 45% to your roll. Like, you're probably going to pass unless you really do roll like dog shit.
yeah.
But second win to get it back, that's going to be interesting. Unconquerable. We'll get into that later. So 2 weapon attacks, of course. Weapon adept. Yeah, I've kind of put that's fine. Improved action surge. This is where we are.
Yeah.
So they
That
get multiple action surges,
yeah.
or is it only back on a short rest?
You get 2 action surges rather than
Okay,
per, and you
before a
still
rest. Okay. When
yeah.
do you get them back? On a short rest?
Short rest or long rest.
Okay. Um. Yeah,
To
we've
be
had that
honest,
before. That was. That was good.
Yeah, the only thing they've changed is they've made it 2 levels earlier.
Oh,
Because previously it was at 17th, and now it's at 15th.
okay. The other thing is like if second wind's coming back on a long rest, but action surge is coming back on a short rest,
Mm.
it does like are they trying to get rid of short rest? Are they not trying to get rid of short rest? They need to really take a stance on this.
Yeah,
I don't think personally there's anything wrong with short rests, but I think everyone in D&D is almost in unison that maybe just make short rest like a 10-minute thing instead of an
yeah.
hour. I think that
The thing is, I
alleviates a lot
like
of.
short rests for the concept of also like it's same amount of time it takes to attune something. So that kind of.
Hmm,
But then
yeah,
again, in some cases, do I really need an hour to attune something? I
I don't
did
know.
quite like how they did attunement in the movie, actually.
Yeah, that was cool. I'm gonna put fine, satisfied, unconquerable. So this is crazy because before Indomitable, you got extra uses of it, but now you're spending uses of second wind. Granted, you are getting extra uses of second wind,
Yeah,
um, but it's almost like one's over the other because when you use this, you get to use your second wind, and you used to be able to use it as a bonus action, but now you're getting it for free. Basically, it's not even a
yeah,
reaction, is it?
and
Oh, and it is a
essentially,
reaction. Is it a
um,
reaction? Indomitable?
if you fail a saving throw and it's
No,
expended,
it's
yeah,
not. It's incredible. So that's why I say it's crazy. Doesn't use your reaction. You get
yeah,
free second wind use out of it. It's it's pretty damn good, honestly.
yeah, and it also gives you more uses because you eventually get 4 second wins. You have, I think, four at this
Yeah.
point, so you can
Right.
potentially use it 6 times. No, 4 times
Yeah.
plus the
But what
original. So yeah, yeah, four
my
times.
worry is, and when I say one eats the other, what I mean is after this, after you get to 17th level, you ain't using second wind unless you're desperately low on health. You're not
Yeah,
using second wind because Indomitable is it's way better. A little bit of extra HP is nothing compared to passing a saving throw against, you know, a disintegrate or
yeah.
a dominate person. So you're never going to use second wind again. You might as well
It,
just call them unconquerable points.
if you remove, I'm wondering because as you said, it basically turns second wind in that case from a bonus action to not even a reaction, just a free thing.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if to balance it by expending use of your second wind, but this doesn't heal you.
Right. I'm not. I'm not.
So
I'm
you're
not really upset
using,
about it healing you. Though that's not the issue. The issue is that it nullifies. Sorry, incentivizes you to hold on to your second wins. You don't want to use them after you got this feature.
yeah,
You only want to use it on unconquerable.
yeah. Would it be perhaps better if to balance it a little bit if Indomitable used your reaction?
Um.
But then again, Unconquerable being able to use it multiple times to against multiple saving throws, that feels more
Yeah,
unconquerable.
it does. I don't think that's
Mm.
the problem either. It's
No.
something. It's a problem that hasn't got to do with either feature. It's the problem that the second wind is up here on the table, a big core feature that's like got its own table, and after that, the second wind is just unconquerable charges. Uh, maybe they just give Indomitable multiple uses again. I I don't know.
Mm.
And then you could use it. How about
What
this? Right? How about this? It's improved Indomitable again. You have multiple uses of it. And when you use it, you can also choose to expend a second wind and heal yourself at the same time.
That could work. My other idea was maybe um you can use a use of second wind to restore a use of unconquerable, but it's not at the same time. So like on because it's a bonus action on turn 6 in the combat, I've used Indomitable. Turn 7, I use second wind in order to restore some HP, and then I
Okay.
get my Indomitable back.
I like that. I like that. When you use second wind, you regain a use of Indomitable.
Yeah,
I like that.
because then it encourages you to use it as second wind.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that. So a potential fix.
Um, yeah. See, this is why we do these things together, ladies and gentlemen, because there'll be things that Chris thinks of that I wouldn't. There'll be things I'll think of that Chris wouldn't.
Yeah.
I
Absolutely.
honestly feel like we need someone in here for these, maybe on a future one who isn't a DM or hasn't DM, so purely from the player perspective.
Uh-huh. Absolutely. I was just talking to Steph the other day about what could I do to help improve the investiture spells because they all seem a bit weak. And as
Yeah,
a
the only
player
one.
who has experienced them and has used them, she knows the pain points about the spell. She knows the frustrating elements of it. No pun intended. And she said, "I would love if it had more immediate power, and that is the ability to, when you cast a spell, actually do the thing that each of them does
Yeah, that
as
would
you
be
cast
better.
the spell." Because you look at the comparison, Sunbeam, when you cast Sunbeam, you get to do a beam, and then you get to do a beam every other turn after that. But with the Investitures, when you cast it, you have to wait another whole turn before you can even do a measly 15-foot line of fire. You're like, what? Yeah,
Yeah.
so that was an incredible. It seemed obvious after I'd been told that was the issue. But yeah. Okay. So when you use second wind, you recharge the use of Indomitable. Love that.
Yeah.
Okay. And yes, as you're right, you incentivize the use. Incentivizing only saving it for Indomitable. Now you incentivize using second wind to get back Indomitable. It
Yeah.
just feeds perfectly into that. And I really, really hope they see this as a
Yeah.
potential fix because that's a fantastic idea.
If
Okay.
if they don't, that's our homebrew rule when we run it.
Oh yeah, 100%. And that's why I'm actually not all too fussed or stressed about it. Because at the end of the day, I'm going to take what I want and leave what I don't like.
Yeah.
Epic boon, great. 3 attacks, great. Okay. Champion. All right. Champion has got massive buffs. Love it.
Yeah.
But they are missing a couple of things. But we'll get onto that. So
So
starting off,
adaptable
adaptable
Vic.
Victor. Hmm.
It's not bad. You on a long rest, you can basically gain a proficiency that you could have picked at first level, but didn't because you only get 2 of the choices, and you get that for the rest of your thing. Quite useful. Um,
Useful, but not like crazy
it's
or
not
anything.
gonna, yeah, it's not going to happen all of the time. It's sort of similar to the Phantom Rogue, but a little less powerful, which I'm kind of okay with because it doesn't step on them too
Yeah.
much.
Yeah. The
Um,
major feature we're getting here is improved critical.
yeah, proof
And
critical is
that's fine.
fine. It's always been fine.
Yeah.
Um,
Additional flying style.
interesting that
Oh.
because did they do that previously? I need to actually read champion actually, because was it purely on weapon attacks previously? So they've clarified what they've done here. They've also put a clarification in that it also works on unarmed strikes because previously it said weapon attacks. which did count as unarmed strike, because unarmed strikes
Yeah.
count as a weapon, but a lot of people
They
didn't get
do.
that.
Yeah, nothing changed. They just cleared up the ruling.
You get
and
the additional
wording.
fighting style earlier, which I'm quite happy with.
Mhm. So Heroic Warrior, this is replacing Remarkable Athlete, which used to be you had half your proficiency to strength, dex, con saves. Sorry, checks that didn't already have your proficiency. I don't know what they were, but and you got a longer jump. Woo! This is way, way better. This is so much cooler.
Yeah.
You get Heroic Advantage, by the way, is basically inspiration.
Yeah, and that combined with Adaptable Victor, you don't really need this whole Remarkable Athlete half your proficiency, because you can cover for some of those with your Adaptable Victor, providing you prepare properly. Adaptable Victor gives a nice incentive of preparation on the fighter, which they don't have currently.
Yeah, that is an interesting ability. Heroic Warrior, it's great, really flexible as well.
Yeah.
Once you get it once per combat, so you're always going to have an advantage to spend on something in the fight, and it's a D20 test, so you could use it on your check, a save, anything. So that's kind of cool.
That feels like being a champion much more than I can jump further.
100%. Really good change. Superior critical.
It's fine.
No, yeah, it's okay. Nothing to write home about, but it's what this champion's known for.
Survival, we're getting 4 levels earlier.
And it's also really, really hard to kill champions now.
Yep.
Really hard.
You have advantage on F saves, and it's an 18 or 20 that counts as a natural.
Yeah, and you're just a healing machine.
Yep. I mean, it only gets you back to half, but still.
I want to point something interesting out, which plays in with the rules they've got, the new rules they've got about being stabilized. They don't have the word for stabilized anymore, but I believe you can be on 1 hit point and be unconscious still.
Yeah.
So if you're not dying anymore, you're on 1 hit point. This heroic rally says the start of each of your turns you regain hit points. You don't gain this benefit if you have 0 hit points. So can someone just cast Spare the Dying on the fighter and he just gets back up on his turn? Seems kind of interesting.
There's an interesting play with that.
Yeah, it sounds like he can just Spare the Dying and get himself back up.
Now they sound like that works really well with the active boon of recovery.
Yeah, that too.
Because you drop to 0, but then you jump up, and then if you're at minimum, and then I like that. I'm quite happy with that. I'm at least satisfied. Yeah.
I gotta ask though. Ask how the heroic rally works with Spare the Undying. I think Spare the Undying? Spare the Dying works. Because I think that's what it does. It's Spare the Dying. It leaves you unconscious, but you're on 1 hit point. It's really odd.
Oh, with the change they've made to Spare the Dying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Also, how does it work?
I can't find it where it is on the dying rules. It's a previous test.
How does it work with? Obviously, they're not a race at the moment. I don't think they've covered it. How would that work with the half orcs relentless endurances? No, because that doesn't make you unconscious, so that's fine. Ignore me. Yeah, so it's purely the new Spare the Dying.
Yeah, they'll have to figure that out. Maybe that's something they overlooked, or maybe that's something they put intentionally on there. Anyway, you played a sorcerer? Yes. It's
one of my favorite
sorcerer. Okay, sorcerer. It's got huge benefits some places, and then some are just like completely missing the mark. But overall, I'm satisfied.
Yeah.
So we'll get onto this. So creating a sorcerer is fine. Multicasting is fine. Innate sorcery is fine. Spellcasting, font of magic, meta magic are all great, but let's put a satisfied on the meta magic because We need to dig in a bit.
Which
Sorcerer's
is down in the
Vitality.
next section. Yeah, Sorcerer's Vitality. So that gives us access to the Sorcerer's Vitality spell.
Back up we scroll.
Yeah.
I don't like how they laid this out,
No.
unfortunately. It's
Yeah.
the way it is. Oh, this is the one that gives you a bit more
Seriously, it's a
durability.
PDF. Make a hyperlink, like, so they just.
I know, right? Lazy. Okay, found it. Sorcerer's Vitality is a 3rd level abjuration. Draw a magic, you regain hit points, and you end one of the effects.
Blinded, deafened, or poisoned.
Eh. It's
It's a nice way to be able to heal yourself. It's not massive. And
okay.
being able to remove blinded's pretty good, because blinded can screw you over as a spellcaster. Because there's so many spells which you can see.
Right. Yeah, blinded is a very you need to be seeing where you're going, sure.
It's a really oddly limited number of things, but I suppose they're the ones that are really like physical ailments on you.
Yeah, it's okay. It's alright. I don't know whether it's worth a 3rd level spell. That's what I'm worried about. Is this
Maybe 2nd level?
I mean, lesser restoration is 2nd level. That's a similar thing, but without the healing.
It's like a cure wounds and half a lesser restoration.
It just feels a bit.
It doesn't feel quite there, but it's not bad.
Dissatisfied. I'm actually going to say this is what I'm talking about. Like, they got some great things in here, but then they kind of miss. They're out in the right direction. Sorcerers, yeah, they want to feel a little bit more durable than, say, a wizard.
I really wish we had something in between dissatisfied and satisfied.
Yeah, exactly right. Like the unsure. But I'm not unsure. I can't see this.
Or change it to a scale of 1 to 10. 1 being like completely hate, 10 being it's the best, and give me a bit more freedom. Because on this, because obviously if I was to do that, very satisfied is a 1, dissatisfied is an 8, satisfied is whatever, whichever way, and then the middle would obviously be like the 5 or whatever. But I feel like Sorcerer's Vitality feels like a 6 out of 10. It doesn't feel quite warranting the satisfied, which I would say is like a 7 or 8.
But that opinion would also vary if it was like a 2nd level spell. If I saw this at 2nd level, I'd be like, yeah, okay, cool. If it's but 3rd level, it ain't it.
If it had maybe a couple more conditions, it would work for 3rd level, I think. I'm not sure what those conditions would be off the top of my head. Actually, I'm really not sure now that I'm thinking about it. What other conditions are there that would actually you'd still actually be able to cast a
poison? Oh wait, no, so blinded, deaf, and poison. Meh, I don't know. I think that's all I need to say on that, though. Really, it just feels like it's a 2nd level spell. Okay. Arcane Eruption. This is the one that's got everyone's jimmies rustled.
I love this spell.
Yeah. So this, this feels like a sorcerer popping off, going Nova. This is what you want to really identify the sorcerer from every other spellcaster.
Yeah. It's destructive power incarnate, and I love it. Like, not only do I get to choose different damage types, love being able to choose my damage type.
You've wanted that forever.
Yeah, it's the reason I was so happy to be able to take Transmuted Spell. But in this case, because it's pure magical energy and I'm able to channel that, I love it. It does 66 damage, and it has a negative effect on them. The lower the damage, the better the effect. Essentially.
Yeah, which is crazy interesting design.
My only issue with this one is each creature in the sphere must make a con save. On a failed save, a creature takes 66 damage. they take. Actually, no. It's just worded kind of weirdly because it makes it seem like you're rolling the 66 separately for each monster.
Right.
But later, because it says choose one of those d6, the number rolled determines the condition that's applied to each creature that failed the
Yeah.
save.
It'd be a lot slower if you had to pick each creature
Yeah.
individually. So I'm happy with that. This is the kind of funny one where you want to roll all sixes and 1/1.
Yeah.
Just so you can do the maximum damage and then
Yeah.
incapacitate them all.
Yeah, one or a
So-
two, because either of those is pretty damn powerful.
Oh,
Honestly,
yeah.
to be honest, anything except the sixth level, to be honest, because they're all pretty good.
Yeah, they are. They're all good. And this is why this gets a massive thumbs up from me. It's a better fireball. And it should be because it's a fourth level, not third. You're getting a huge kicker. Yeah, it's
A
a
little
bit
less
less damage, but you
but
don't care about that because hey, you're hitting them and doing these crazy effects. The only downside to this spell is that it's on a con save. That's it. It's the only detriment. It's the only thing that can hold this back is the con save. However, guess what? Heightened is cheaper now. Woohoo!
yeah.
So you can heighten that bad boy and send it. So yeah, it's not
Yeah.
it's not the worst. It's not the end of the world. It's a con save, but it could be the thing that holds it back.
It could be a deck save, I agree, because it's an explosion.
Yeah.
It is, I suppose, the one thing that it again, it also gives a good application for the meta magic because it's each creature, it's not just enemies. So it's really like that wild, uncontrolled magic that you're taming.
Yeah.
And gives you a reason to careful spell if you really want to.
Right. With the 120 feet range, you're placing this in a really nice place to make sure you're hitting enemies and not allies as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. So we love Arcane Eruption. Yeah. Sorcerer Incarnate. This is what gives you Sorcerer Incarnate spell? Question mark?
Yes. I
No?
believe so.
It is. Yeah. Sorcery Incarnate is a 5th level transmutation bonus act. Oh god, this one. This whole like you go from like super high with Arcane Eruption to super low with the Sorcerer Incarnate. This is not worth a 5th level. Come on.
I don't know. Like,
it's concentration.
It's concentration, yeah, but you're regaining 1d4 sorcery points, can dual meta magic spells.
But all those spells that you want to cast can't be concentration.
True, but you also have advantage on the attack rolls of every spell you cast. I could
You become a blaster, basically.
Yeah,
a blaster that can't really concentrate in any decent spells.
But the thing is, use Carriers for an example. Like most of my blast spells, well, to be honest, but then most of my blast spells are saving throws. If it was, no, I can't, because if it's they gave disadvantage on the attack rolls of every spell you cast, that'd be broken as fuck.
Yeah.
I like it, but I dislike it at the same time.
I just don't see it in like on paper. It looks great. Sorcery points, meta magics, but in reality, there are a lot of spells that you want to be concentrating on that is not this.
Yeah.
It's just, it's almost there. Maybe if it didn't have concentration, I'd consider it. In fact, why does it have concentration? Is it so that you can't concentrate on 2 spells at once? Or
no,
I don't know. No, what is it? What's the why? Why is it concentration?
Because they probably think that to have, because if we consider spellcasters in like, you have advantage on the attack rolls of every spell you cast is quite a powerful ability. Apart from that, most of the best spells are saving throws. I can't think of a really high level spell that I want to be using that is an attack roll. Like, yes, I could Chaos Bolt and have advantage on the attack roll for that. That's kind of cool. Trying to think of some other higher level examples. I'm really struggling to think of attack roll spells. Ice Knife.
What I mean, it's not worth.
No, you're using a 5th level spell to make 1st level spells better. Um. I'm
Yeah, the concentration's really holding it back.
yeah. I'm now also just looking at the sorcerer spell list. And I'm just like, is there anything at that level that would not use a saving throw that or a concentration that would be useful? No. Disintegrates a saving throw. Sunbeam's a saving throw. Yeah, I'm really struggling.
What I mean, so just getting attack rolls is great. Like advantages is nothing to write home about. The double meta magic, that's why we're here. That's cool. Cantrips are increased. So that's what you're using the attacks on. But do you want to just be using cantrips after you cast your 5th level? Well, I guess you are, because you've used your 5th level now. So that's it. You're out of spell slots. Um, just get rid of concentration. It only lasts a minute. You know, let them be their minute of all unlimited power. You know, just
Yeah.
go for it. Okay. And let's move along to Sorceress Restoration.
The
What's this
additional
one?
meta magic of 13th. Very dissatisfied.
Where's that additional? Oh my god, no. Never mind. I thought I was clicking Sorcerer Incarnate. No, the additional meta magic is fantastic. Huge thumbs up. Sorcerer Restoration. So, what's this one do?
I
James?
think this might be this you would gain 4 expended sorcery points whenever you roll initiative or finish a short rest. So it's the capstone, but at a lower level.
Got it. Okay. It's nothing to write home about, but I like that it's only 15th now.
Yeah.
Arcane Apotheosis is broken. And I hear, what the fuck in the crowd? Holy shit.
Yeah.
This is insane. This is what I don't get. You got hit, miss. Sorry, it's up here, isn't it? Sorcerer's Burst is a miss, then a hit, then a miss, then a massive hit again. You're like, what's going on? It's almost as chaotic as the Sorcerer themselves.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
It's better wish.
It's better. It is. It's reverse wish too, and you get a free use of it. Oh my god. Okay, look, the main issue, I think. Okay, having a wish spell really cool, very thematic for a sorcerer to do the impossible. It's the downtime that's a problem with this. Because you can do some crazy things with this in downtime.
Yeah.
Because it's once per long rest. Alright. So given enough days, you can recreate any spell. You could start setting up like teleportation circles. You could start setting up your mansions or your castle. You can start fabricating pretty much anything. You could bore a tunnel into the earth. You could.
You could.
Yeah. There's lots of crazy things you could do. This. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to scroll to it. There it is. Yeah. Yeah, any 9th level spell, yeah. You can gate around from realm to realm. You
Yeah,
can
you can do
summon
a lot.
celestials. Yeah, it does feel like as soon as you have any amount of downtime, the sorcerer's going to go off and do fucking whatever they like with the night. They've got the entire spell list. They could hallow. Oh my god, they could hallow an area with clerics. They could set up glyphs of spell warding. They could set up guards and wards. And then they could set up.
They could be the ultimate person of bringing people back from the dead and put like the diamond business out of business.
Oh god, then they're going to cast contingency and have that set up. Then they're going to cast the simulacrum. Right,
Chris, you don't want me having this. That's the reason, right?
it's
Because
just feel it's.
I will find some way to use this to do something insane.
I think a lot of people are. That's my worry. Is Arcane Apotheosis is busted in downtime.
At that point, don't the clerics have like their divine intervention that works 100% of the time or something? Where they can just basically get their god to manipulate reality.
Yeah, true. But at the very least, you're god, right? You're the DM. You decide what they get and what they don't. If a character is being out of line and going, "Oh, can I have this and have that?" the god will be like, "No, you must learn temperance." You know?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose with this, because it's wish and from the mimicking spells perspective, it's powerful in the case you said. Using it in the other ways that you can use wish, like to alter reality, like making certain wishes, like because you have to be so careful with how you word wish. This could literally be a world-ending spell if the wish is worded badly.
Yeah, which is why I'm again torn. Love the concept, but fuck, I'm terrified of the possibilities, and maybe I hit him with dissatisfied.
It
or maybe
raises
it's satisfied.
it raises the question, like, say you'd got this and this was like a post Curse of Strahd game where you'd got up to 18th level after that. What if you wish that Strahd had never been born? Like, what happens to your actions that occurred after Strahd's birth?
Yeah.
Did you ever meet your party? You could really change reality.
Man.
So, careful.
Anyway, we could talk about this for endless. So let's move on. Epic Boon, great. All right, the meta magics. Here we go.
Careful, we like.
Fantastic.
Distant, I think, satisfied rather than very, because didn't you say that this you wanted to have this as like
that's
doubling
extended?
No, distant.
I never changed extend. I never changed distant. Really, I don't think.
I thought you were changing it so it doubled the range increment each time, rather than being just a flat 30.
Let me double check.
But then I swear there was
right. I increased it by the spell's range a number of feet equal to. Oh no, I changed it to this. I actually liked this. I actually liked it. I think it's fine. I think if you really want to go the extra mile, literally, you can go and spend one sorcery point and boom, extend the spell out to ridiculous amounts. I thought they hadn't
changed it, but
I did double it, but this takes it even further, like even further beyond. So sure, go for it. If they want to extend their spell to that range.
Yeah, so in that case, distant, very satisfied. I misremembered what change they'd made.
Empowered. That's the same.
Yeah,
extended.
That's fine.
If
this might be the one where you were doing the double jewel.
This one goes in brackets. So it says when you cast a spell the duration of 1 minute or longer, you expend a sorcery point to double its duration. I'm sorry. Who gives a fuck about extending a 1 minute to 2 minutes? In what fight lasts longer than 10 rounds? Or what fight goes and ends and then goes into another fight back to back? Unless you are literally kicking doors and trying to speedrun the dungeon. No one cares about an extra minute. Munchkin. Exactly. And nor do you care if a 10-minute spell is increased to 20 minutes that's still kind of within the same bracket. Like, and then again, an hour to 2 hours. What what are these durations that people are literally timekeeping on the dot? Like, and time's up. That goes. There goes your spell. Just it's normally very obvious what 1 minute, 10 minute, and hours represent in a dungeon. 1 minute is an encounter. That's the fight. 10 minutes is exploration, and then maybe another fight after that. It's like two. An hour is supposed to feel like almost like the dungeon itself. 8 hours is an adventuring day, and 24 hours means you've got it unlimited because it's going to tick over to the next. They're very obvious brackets. And so what I
Yeah.
did for extended spell was extend a minute to 10 minutes. You can extend a 10-minute spell to 1 hour, and you can extend a 1 hour spell to 8 hours. You're moving up those brackets to
Yeah.
make the spell way more useful. And yes, you could get a haste for 10 minutes. That would be incredible. Yes, you get a polymorph for 8 hours. Wouldn't that be great? Oh, wait, polymorph's only like a minute, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you could get 10 minutes polymorph. There you go. Now you've actually got overland travel. Like, it makes taking extended spell actually worth. And
So we probably want that to be satisfied or
um,
dissatisfied.
oh, well, I'm dissatisfied with extended spell. I want to go and present to them that. Well, I just copy pasted. That's my own one.
Yep.
But I'll fix up the typing in a minute. Okay, heightened spell, big buff. Like
Love
it.
it.
Yep. Quicken spell, pretty much the same.
Yep.
Seeking spell.
Wait, Quicken Spell needs clarification on how it works with cantrips.
Yeah.
Because it says you can't modify a spell in this way if you already cast a spell of first level or higher on the current turn. Which suggests you can't use it on a cantrip if you've cast a first level spell. That's my only gripe with it. It needs some clarification on how it works with cantrips.
You're right.
Because it's like you can't modify a spell in this way if you already cast a spell of first level or higher on the current turn. Nor can you cast a spell of first level or higher.
I remember we got caught up on this one and confused for a while. I think they do need to clarify.
Yeah.
Anyway, other than that, I think it is still pretty much the same. Seeking spell. Wah, wah. 2 sorcery points. Really? Really? Just to re-roll?
And again, it's an attack roll spell. Like, how often are they coming up?
It's just a cantrip. it's a cantrip, and
or a first level.
Maybe Rev. Maybe a.
There's a few first levels. Chaos Bolt, the one where you need the diamond ring. Like
The
they use it.
one.
Ice
Fire
knife.
one. Flaming bolts or whatever the fuck.
Yeah,
But yeah, you're right. Does this even need 1 sorcery point? You know?
I honestly feel 1 sorcery point, and
even that feels too much. But
the fact you can use it with another meta magic option is kind of cool, I guess.
That is, yeah. But you're draining your meta magics. You're draining your sorcery points. You're spending 2 for this and then 2 for another or whatever.
That's why I said drop this to 1 and then say you did Seeking and Distant on the same, or Seeking and Empowered. Like, that could be a fun combo.
Let's say it was 0, right? It would still be okay because you've picked this as your meta magic. That was the cost.
Yeah.
And you just say you can't use this more than once per round or something. I don't think they'll go that route. I think they will just take it down to 1.
Yeah. Did they change anything with subtle? Don't think so. Or did they?
No, they did, I think.
Wait, is it the fact that it can ignore
Get rid of material
unless it costs? Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm pretty satisfied with that. Like, I'm that sneaky. I can cast any spell pretty much without being seen, unless I need an actual diamond or whatever.
Okay, we got something to say about twin spell. All right, skip transmuted spell, but that's pretty much the same. All right. Twin spell. This is what hot topic we've been on about for the longest time. It's probably the biggest change in the playtest, which got us talking.
Yep. So, twin spell is a terrible name for the change spell, first of all, because you're not twinning the spell, you're echoing the spell. Echoed spell is a much cooler name.
Yeah.
And other people have agreed with this. It's actually kind of surprising that multiple people have come up with the same idea. The actual idea of it is fine to some extent. However, my biggest question with this, because when you cast a spell that you cast on a previous turn, you're basically echoing that spell. Do meta magics from the previous version carry over because of this? Because if I'm casting, what's a good example? If I'm casting Chaos Bolt and I've used empowered spell on it for whatever reason, don't know why I would. Maybe because I want to try to get that. Actually, no, that's quite a nice combination. Keep that in mind. Because you could re-roll the d8s in order to try to get that jump. That's kind of fun. If I'm then echoing or making a twin of that spell, then does that carry over into the follow-up spell? I don't think it does, and I don't think it should, but I just feel like that needs clarifying.
So say that again. It's you cast what spell?
So say I cast Chaos Bolt.
Okay.
Are you on turn 1? I use empowered spell to buff that.
And then does that meta magic continue? Right.
Yeah, when I twin
I
or
don't
echo
think
it. I don't think it does. I don't think it does. But at the same time, I'm wondering, because obviously you can't, unless it specifically says otherwise, you can't apply 2 meta magics unless you're using Sorceress Incarnate, of course. Twin spell feels like it could be one of the spells that allows you to use another meta magic on it. Because all I'm doing is getting the spell and using a different resource. I'm not doing something as powerful as changing the damage type or being able to cause it to home on targets or heighten. I'm basically just going, hey, rather than using a spell slot, here's some innate magical power I have. So I feel like it should be able to be used in conjunction with another meta magic.
Yeah, there's valid points. I think it's worth a mention. There it is.
Twinned is quite a powerful thing. Like, I get it. It's probably the most powerful of the meta magics as it is.
It is.
But,
you're not wrong. But the problem is they're throwing. I've put here biggest issue is it feels like we're throwing out the baby with the bathwater. Yes, twin spell needed to be reined in, but this completely removed it, and that is a huge loss for the game.
Yeah, because one of the things,
and for sorcerers,
that
was something that really set them apart from other spellcasters.
Because honestly, one of the things they've done here is they've used part of what made Twinned interesting, in that you can use your sorcery points instead. So if I cast Hold Monster and I twin it for 5 sorcery points, then I'm casting it on 2 people. Or I could cast Hold Monster at 6th level and it applies to 2. So all I'm doing is basically going from, I'm exchanging 5 sorcery points for a 6th level spell slot. And I get that from their point of view, as they mention in their comments, that it was essentially a cheaper way of casting that spell because it would cost more sorcery points to get a 6th level spell slot than it would to win to use a 5th. But still, you know.
I think a world where we slightly reduce the power of Twinned and have this new changed version exist
Yeah.
at the same time is the best outcome. I don't want them to get rid of Twin Spelled, but I also agree. Twin Spelled needs reining in.
Yeah.
I don't want to take it away from sorcerers.
So we need to knock 12 words out of this somehow.
Fuck. Okay. Yeah, I have gone a bit brazenly with this. Oh yeah. I also need to figure out how to do that as well.
With your first change, when you cast a spell that has its duration in the following list,
Yeah.
you can increase its duration by 1 step in that list. Would I think shorten it?
Increase its duration by 1 step in this
So
list.
no. So if you so the first line you've got you've said so if you go up 1 line. So you've got when you cast a spell that has a duration between 1 minute and 8 hours, you could change that when you cast a spell that has a duration in the following list, you can spend 1 sorcery point to increase it by a step.
Okay.
I think might be a shorter.
It can't be in the following list because I don't want a 24-hour spell. Being you can't increase a 24-hour spell. It has to be a spell with it's in 1 to 8 hours. That's fine. I'm just gonna leave that and I'll find a way to cut out here.
Got where on your this second point of your
what, sorry?
On the concentration part of the previous spell.
Yeah.
You could if the spell requires concentration, you have advantage to maintain that concentration. Just honestly, just change it to you have advantage on any saving throw to make that concentration. Just take out the affected spell.
You have advantage on it.
Yeah. Okay. Just say you have advantage on it. That takes out 2 more words.
Okay. Yeah. 6 more words.
Yeah.
I've went brazenly down here when I was talking about. I think a world will be blah blah blah. Who cares? I just want to have this. I think. There we go. Oh, that's 2 more. If we slightly reduce the power of Twin and have this new change version.
But the issue rather than but the biggest issue. So you've got that would knock out a word. Take out the orc. Take out the. Okay.
We did it. All right. So Draconic Sorcerer.
Oh god. Overall dissatisfied because I don't
there
like
are
this
some,
still.
Yeah, there's some problems on there.
Yeah, it's definitely not satisfied. It's not even on that hovering point. So Draconic Resilience, fine. No issue with Draconic Resilience. I
Draconic Speech, pretty much the same.
Yeah. till affinity. No longer a sorcery point. That's cool.
Mechanic exhalation is interesting. It
The
is
element-
interesting,
Yeah. The
but I would only like it if Sorcerer's Burst was good, which at the moment it's not.
Yeah. And Dragon Wing's very dissatisfied. It's bloody stupid.
Yeah, that's the only other issue I have it.
It's a 14th level ability to have a non-concentration fly that is slower.
Yep, all of those things.
You can do a damage on it, but
I had this already prepared. Oops. Because I've been ready with this one. Draconic Wings requires I cast Sorcery Incarnate, which is absolutely terrible spell, and requires my concentration. Casting Fly with a 3rd level spell is now better than this feature, providing faster fly and for a longer duration with a lower level spell slot.
Yeah.
It's all of that.
And the ability to do damage in an area around me. Why, as a sorcerer, why I'm in an area with enemies around me? I don't care if I've got a higher AC.
Bonjour.
Hello.
Oh, hey.
Hello.
Cameron has joined the chat.
How you doing, Cam?
Yeah, doing all right. Just watched the Heavy Music Awards.
Nice. Any good?
The sound guy was fucking awful, but yeah, it was all right.
Yeah.
We're currently streaming the survey, filling in the survey for the playtest.
Streaming?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're streaming.
Oh,
that's all cool.
Feel free to join in.
Okay. Fuck, shit, bollocks.
No.
Honestly,
Aaron's ruined it.
Honestly, I've said stuff like I called something dog shit earlier, I'm pretty sure.
Nice.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay, we've got to get through this. We've got Wizard and Warlock to do. Fuck me.
Wait, where are you seeing it?
We're streaming on Twitch.
So, share your screen. One of you.
Just go on the Twitch.
I'll share my screen.
I can't share and stream.
It'll be behind.
Right. The Chaos Ball as well. I like.
already made a comment on
unfortunately,
that.
isn't good. I know.
There you go, Cam.
Thank you.
So we're currently looking at the spells they introduced for Sorcerer. So go scroll all the way back up because they made this thing in a ridiculous order that doesn't have hyperlinks and it annoys me greatly. Right, so just move this over here. So Chaos Bolt. Did they change anything with Chaos Bolt? I forget. Oh yeah, it's basically all sorcerers get Chaos Bolt. That's cool. They haven't changed the actual spell. We like Chaos Bolt. Chrissy's change makes it better.
Yeah.
I'll tell you. I don't think they'll take.
Because you've played a sorcerer, right?
A little bit. So I did a wild magic sorcerer for Steph's game, but it wasn't long into it, so I didn't really get that much of a taster into it.
Yeah. So Chaos Bolt, as it is, does 2d8 and then 1d6 damage. You get to use the d8s to determine which damage type it is, which is kind of cool. But if you roll the same number on both d8s, then it leaps to another creature. So it's a really fun spell. But Chris's version basically changed it to 3d8. And if 2 of the d8s, so you get more choices, a little bit more damage. And if the 2 of those match, then it jumps to another person.
Oh, so you roll multiple d8s and then you get to kind of choose what damage type it uses.
Yeah, it's a really fun spell.
Yeah, that's quite cool. I mean, if you're going against something with resistances, then kind of just adds to the fun of it and reduces the limitations.
Yeah. So it's quite a nice one. Like, we've not got too many issues with that one as a spell. It's not the best in the world, not the worst in the world. What was your issue with the Sorcerer's Burst spell, Chris? Because I thought we quite liked this when we initially looked through it.
Initially, yes. Then I did the math.
Okay.
Sorcerer's Burst is worse in damage compared to any other cantrip. I mean, any cantrip. Pick whatever you want and compare it to Sorcerer's Burst. Sorcerer's Burst is weaker. Yes, you get to pick a different damage type, right?
Yeah.
But the chances of rolling a d6 is so minuscule that the exploding mechanic, as fun as it sounds, actually just doesn't do any lifting at all. It doesn't. It's just awful.
One thing that perhaps balances that a little is that the chance of you getting that explosion does increase as you go up. For maybe only on one dice, but still. And then again, none of the d6. Yeah, actually, because it doesn't make all the dice explode, it's only that dice, so it's not going to continuously explode as often as you'd like.
No.
It's kind of a shame, actually.
So, rerolling a Sorcerer's Burst gives a Sorcerer's Burst an average 4.2 damage per d6. Up from, what, 3.5? We'll run it up, say 4. Yeah, it's like a 0.2 damage increase.
Yeah, it's not a huge amount.
It's so little. It's so little.
If it was a D8 and it had the chance to explode, that would be fine, I think. Because you have some other spells that do a D8 as a cantrip. But they tend to have another effect, and if this one's additional effect was that the dice could explode.
I'm sure they're experimenting with the levels of damage and where it feels right. They do have calculators, I'm sure. They're working things out. But it would be interesting if it was, I don't know, something better. If it was D4s,
it is difficult at this time, especially with the rise in popularity in D&D, especially in nowadays times in comparison to 10 years ago. Like, I reckon the numbers are going to start getting fudged more often in today's games, especially like there's quite a lot of rise in homebrew stuff. I mean, you look at D&D wiki and there's a absolute stun of stuff like roaming about the place.
Yeah.
Of all manner of different like games and like there's a lot more content going into it. So the fact that the numbers may look a bit at the moment, but it's all just down to the DM to kind of like control that.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is the DMs don't want to have to do all the work. They buy a product, they buy a book, they don't want to then have to hack it to make it decent again, right? This should be their job. They should be doing the calculations, not us. And here I am figuring out that this cantrip is actually worse because of a 0.2 increase. I like exploding dice.
That's very true.
I like it.
Yeah, that's very true. That wasn't me.
Anyway.
That was me.
All
right.
I do understand what you mean in terms of like they have a baseline, but then it seems that DMs are having to do a lot more work than they have to do. Which is why I completely agree that the baseline should be reasonable rather than unethical.
Yeah. I think
you could have it maybe on a 5 or 6. That would probably be fine.
That's what I wrote. Yeah. I think maybe it just needs a little bit of a bigger range in where it can reroll. Maybe.
Just something that feels a bit more comfortable.
6 is like unlikely, and like I say, it's average of 4.2 increase. Anyway.
So now I'm wondering.
It's salvageable, this spell.
Imagine if at each damage increment, so at first level it's on a 6. When you get 5th level or higher, it's a 5 or 6.
That's cool.
11th, 4 or 6. So it
Then
becomes more likely to explode as well as you get higher.
Yeah, 5th, 11th, and whatnot.
17th.
So it'd explode on a 3, 4, and
6.
4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, 4,
No.
5, and 6 set.
It starts
4,
at
5
6.
starts
5
at
it goes
6.
4, 5, and 6.
Yep.
11th, 4, 5, and 6. And then by 17th, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah. So it's more likely to explode than not. But to be honest, at that point, how often are you using your cantrips?
That's true. Yeah.
I actually kind of
Yeah,
like that. I'm not going to lie.
It is an interesting idea. Yeah. When the cantrip, what's it called? Titans.
Yeah. I'd be pretty
I'll
okay
give
with
it
that.
them. They might take that. They might do something with that. All right. Sorcerer's Vitality. It's a 3rd level spell, and for some reason it's worse than lower level healing spells. I've already said this. Just feels very underwhelming. Other than removing those conditions, which again Lesser Restoration can do as well. It's just lackluster.
Yeah.
A 3rd. More fitting as a 2nd.
I almost feel like, in a way, that should perhaps be the one that, if they wanted to keep it at 3rd, that should be the one that restores some sorcery points.
Yeah.
Because it's your sorcerer's vitality. Why am I not getting some magic back on this?
Arcane Eruption's great.
Arcane Eruption is like the best spell ever. I love
it's
it.
amazing. Sorcerer Incarnate. Yeah, it's a terrible spell.
So
I've got all this
Arcane
to say about it.
Eruption, Cam, is basically Fireball, but you get to choose the damage type. It's slightly less damage. It's 66 rather than 86, but you then get to choose one of the D6s you rolled and use that to determine an additional effect that is applied to all of them.
That's pretty mad, to be fair.
So you could incapacitate an entire group if you. So it's kind of like.
Okay, I feel incapacitation is probably a bit OTT.
Incapacitation isn't as overpowered, and it's only until the end of your next turn, and it's not ridiculously overpowered. Like, because a lot of people get incapacitated confused with like paralyzed or stunned, but all
I was going to say, is incapacitated the same as
Can't-
stunned?
Just
But
means you can't take actions. That's
or
it.
reactions.
You can still move. Yeah, actions or reactions.
so to me, incapacitated means you're down and out. You're effectively unconscious.
No,
'Cause
in
when-
this case,
Don't fall prone.
yeah, incapacitated in D&D, it's really badly named term, I will agree.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
it's basically just like, yeah, I'm incapable of doing an action this turn. So you can still
That's it.
move, but other than that, you effectively lose your turn.
So
And
all in favour for changing it from incapacitated to incapable?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. The thing is, incapacitated is a rider for a lot of other conditions, like not restrained, like you just said, unconscious. You are unconscious and incapacitated. And incapacitated isn't stunned, and it's in paralyzed, and it's in petrified. It sits in a lot of things. But
Yeah.
incapacitated on its own just can't take actions. You can still move, and attacks against you are still flat.
Yeah.
It's not like stunned, but you just can't take actions. All right.
Yeah.
So we're going to move on to the Warlock. How
So-
satisfied? Oh, this one is tricky. Oh boy. It really is separating everyone into 2 camps. The new Warlock, if people understand it correctly, is better than the old Warlock. But it is whether people prefer the identity of pact magic. spell slots coming back on a short rest, spell slots that are always cast at the maximum level, and the ability to gain the Mystic Arcanums to fill out the higher level spells, versus being a half caster that has to trade their invocations to gain the Mystic Arcanums. That is the biggest difference between these two. And I'm going to get into each individual thing in a second, but that is what makes this difficult right here to click on. I don't know whether I'm satisfied or not, because there are changes with the original Warlock that could be made to bump them up and make them feel great. Just give them more spell slots. Everyone says that. Just give them more spell slots. Or there are changes with the new Warlock that could be made to make them even better, and that is to give them a few more spell slots between first and fourth, and then they just feel great. Overall, though, if I had to say something, I'm dissatisfied. That's because I'm not satisfied. I don't know how easier to put it. I can't say I'm satisfied, so it has to be dissatisfied.
Yeah, I agree. Like, though I have just noticed one thing I hadn't noticed before, and that you get, depending on your pact, you get to choose which spellcasting modifier you
That's
use.
great, and I'm going to give that very satisfied. Pact Boon, first level, Cam, you can now pick Chain,
Blade or
Chain, Blade, or Tome. And depending on which one you pick, you've got an option between Wisdom, Intelligence, or Charisma as your spellcasting focus.
So
fantastic.
It's not, which gives warlocks a lot more versatility. You can play that super intelligent warlock who perhaps went into Eldritch studies, and that's how they gained access to these abilities, rather than just like persuading a deal or wisdom or whatever. And it's really fun. I like it. They've moved the ability that some of them had to be cantrips now, which you get automatically, which again I quite like. I'm quite happy with Pact Boon. But it does come to spell casting where it's interesting. I'm pretty sure warlocks also all automatically get medium armor proficiency now, right?
They do, yeah.
And they also all get access to Eldritch Blast as a bonus spell, so it's not even one of the ones you have to choose, so that's kind of fun.
Which frees up another cantrip, which is what I've got on my current Warlock as well, as a feature. So this is the problem. I don't know which camp I sit in, because, of course, both could be good.
See, from my perspective, I always sort of liked the concept of warlocks having that surge of power and then having to take a rest to recover, because it's like, more so than the clerics, you're really channeling the power through this deal. Like, this is power lended to you. And if you think of it from like, oh, I got power lended to me by Cthulhu, that's going to tear you up. So then having to, sure, you get awesome power, but it's like, oh God, my brain's melting. I need to recover. Which is why my DM in my Saturday game gave one of the players who's playing a warlock an ability which I jokingly called Fill Your Boots, because their patron is Mephistopheles, who is nicknamed Phil. And it's basically, so they've got the 2 spell slots they would normally have for their level, but they can do a third one, but doing so drops them unconscious because they've pushed themselves beyond their limits as a last ditch attempt sort of thing. It's kind of a fun one. It's not going to come up a lot of times, but when it has come up, it's been like, oh God. It's actually saved us a couple of times.
Yeah, when it comes down to punishing a player for using an ability, I'm a little on the fence. Just purely for the fact, as you both know, I'm a martial player, so I generally play fighters, monks, paladins, things that hit first, cast spells later. My paladin.
Wait, paladins can cast spells, Cam?
Yeah, of course. And where did we get that adamantine hammer? Like, come on.
Yeah, where did we get that?
But like I don't really understand why players are punished for it, because of course, if you take it into a literal sense, obviously drawing power from a greater being that is either gifted or even something like a divine intervention, because obviously divine intervention is a daily thing. So you have to rest once you use it. That's kind of understandable because you're literally reaching out to the gods.
Yeah.
But then you'll have things like warlocks that are incredibly gifted spellcasters that are able to regain everything from
Literally
a
gifted.
short rest. Yeah, literally gifted.
Hmm.
So I'm curious if there's actually like racial abilities that kind of do the same thing.
There are some races that do give spellcasting as features. The Drow, for example, get some natural spellcasting, and the Svirfneblin.
It's more like the natural control. So, for example, in my thoughts, tieflings, because they're pretty much magical creatures, being the most adept to magic, of course, having like hellish rebuke is obviously my first go-to when it comes down to that.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with tieflings, it's not so much. Well, it is, but it isn't, because tieflings are one of the ones that have a couple of racial feats which relate to their magic. So you've got the Flames of Phlegethos, where your fire is like so hot it can burn fire, sort of thing. Like it's kind of an insane concept.
But then you pair a tiefling up with, for example, a wizard.
Yeah.
And it's like, cool, you cast magic missile and now you have to sit for 8 hours and concentrate to be able to cast that spell again, when a warlock's just like, you're alright. I only need an hour. I'm chill.
Yeah. But the main difference there is warlocks, whilst they've got fantastical magical abilities, at one, they don't get access to some of the more powerful stuff until, well, they don't get access to the most powerful stuff because, well, they do through Mystic Arcanum, but it's kind of a weird thing. But they do get.
But they still get access to it.
Yeah, but it's like a once per long rest sort of thing, so you have to really sort of think on it more. But with their normal spell casting, which they get back on a short rest, that's because they have so few normal spell slots. It's like, okay, I'm 5th level. A wizard at this point has, I want to say, 3 first level, 2 second, and a 3rd level, and I have 4 that I can do. So that's kind of the trade-off of it, and that's kind of the bit I like about it, because they're casting at the maximum level because their connection has grown stronger to that being. It's giving them more power, but they don't have like full control of that power, so they can't do the lower level stuff. They have to do it at max power. It's all or nothing sort of thing, which I quite like as a thing for them. Yeah, I do like the contract patrons thing. That's kind of fun that they can now do. I like that as a feature. So you basically can always contact your patron.
Contact patron. Yeah, sorry, let's get back to this. Contract patron is fantastic. Really speaks to the flavor of the class. And you now have a mechanical way to roleplay you talking to your patron. Because before, you were heavily reliant on your DM in order to sort of work out the rules about how you're contacted by them. Is it in dreams, cryptic messages, on writing? Does a familiar appear and give you this lecturing? But now you actually have an ability to go, I'm going to contact my patron. And then the DM can be like, oh shit, okay, right. Cast the spell. And now you can actually directly ask them questions rather than kind of relying on DM. Be like, oh, when can I talk to them? Like, oh, yeah, it's awkward. But now you've got a direct line. You can literally dial the number and be like, hey. So that's cool. Love it.
Because it's contact other plane. It's the one where, hey, oh no, my mind's gone, and you go insane for the day.
Yeah, it could go insane. That's fun. But still, I like that it's
It's
a
still that
feature.
risk versus reward kind of shit, innit?
Yeah, which
Absolutely.
that's kind of how warlocks feel for me. They have to put their all in or nothing, basically.
Hmm.
Like you've made a deal or some sort of thing with the likes of,
Yeah.
like, it's not like, hey, I worship you. It's, yo, I'm gonna sell you my soul, and in exchange you give me cool magical powers, right? They basically own you to some extent, so everything's under their terms.
Yeah.
Though I would love to play in one campaign, like some high level character, probably from the Fae because I could see it, or perhaps from Hell, who is basically a warlock lawyer to renegotiate their deals with the patrons. No,
It's like,
I think
do
you'll
you
find
think you've
here under
made
clause 7. I'm afraid this contract's null and void, but they get to keep their magical powers. Sorry.
do you think you made the right choice here?
Yeah, that could be a fun one to play.
There is a funny thing about the Warlock now, in that you gain your subclass at 3rd level, which means the 1st and 2nd level, you may have made a bargain already with an existing patron, and you're getting power from them. But then at 3rd level, you could potentially switch that up and go, actually, you know what? I had sold my soul, but now I'm working with a fey creature, or something like that, or vice
Yeah.
versa. But it opens up an interesting role-playing lore or
Yeah,
tidbits.
it also gives that whole thing like, hey, through my studies, I began making this pact, but it's only at this point that I really sealed the deal.
Exactly, that could also be the case. Yep, it's not until you have it signed in blood that's when
Yeah.
you're given your true fiendish powers.
Yeah.
And with like if you're the old one, maybe you don't even understand your patron's power yet. You don't know who this thing is or what's giving you these abilities. It's not until you reveal the dark truth. Oh god, it's Cthulhu. It's too
Yeah.
late. You're already in too deep. Now you're a warlock of the old ones. Yeah, so that's fun. All right. Hexmaster, however, again, another
Yeah.
complete miss. Why
Yeah.
is this a capstone? Why? This is awful.
I get to cast this bonus action spell without expending a spell slot. It becomes better with some of the changes we suggested to Hex, but it's still not great.
It's terrible. Something else, please.
Even when combined with some of the like maddening Hex and stuff like that, it's still not great.
Yeah, it's awful. You just get Hex. You shouldn't even be casting Hex at 18th level. Jesus. All right. And Epic Boon is fine. All right. Invocations. There's a lot to go through. Let's quickly speed through this shit.
Agonizing Blast, very satisfied. It's awesome. Armor of Shadows is great. Always has been. Ascendant Step is probably the first one, which is Levitate.
There is a thing with Agonizing Blast though. Everyone takes it because it's almost like a must-have to keep up with damage.
Yeah.
I almost tempted to say, hey, why don't you just get this at 5th level for free?
Yeah.
So,
I can see that.
Armor of Shadows is a little bit poo-poo. So,
it's meh, but it works. It's a free use of a spell.
I want them to be more powerful. They're fine. I would normally say satisfied, but I'm actually I want to push them to making the invocations just a bit more powerful.
Devil's Sight is great.
Devil's Sight, however, is one fantastic. Yeah, that I will give you that. In fact, Devil's Sight's more than fantastic. It's the best. Eldritch Sight.
It's the detect
That's the
magic one.
That is actually also pretty damn good. Eldritch Spear, yeah, don't.
It's a range increase. It feels kind of meh, but it's okay.
It is really meh. Again, if something is okay, I'm gonna slap a dissatisfied on it because I want them to be better. I want them to be on the same level as others.
Eyes of the Runekeeper, I think, is satisfied. I like that as a out of role
Really?
play. Yeah, I like it.
Okay. I actually disagree when you can actually just cast. I mean, let's say you've got
You could,
Pact to the Tome. You can take Comprehend Languages as your ritual.
yeah, but
And then you've got it. You've got that invocation, effectively.
I wouldn't say it's. I suppose.
I like the idea. Again, what you said is correct. It's got good role playing moments. But let's do something more with it. Let's give it even more than just that.
Yeah,
Let's buff it. Let's go. I don't want to get rid of it.
it could
I
do
want them to
with
increase it.
do with an added something. I admit.
Yeah. Chainmaster is actually fantastic.
Favor the
Again,
Chainmaster.
This is the kind of power level they should be aiming for.
Fiendish Figures, false life.
Yeah. Isn't this the one that gives you all the cool abilities?
Favor the Chainmaster is the one that gives you so depending on which familiar you've summoned.
Yeah, these are crazy
that
good.
Eldritch Strike adds in some extra stuff, which is nice.
There's none of these that are bad, and none of them require saving throws. None of them. You hit, they're prone. You hit, they're poisoned. You hit, they're frightened. Yeah, these are all crazy. No, they're good. No, this is very good.
Yeah.
Fiendish Vigor, however.
False life on.
Oh yeah, that's terrible. Oops. So many here. Yeah, I wanted this could be bumped up. Gaze of Two Minds. That's okay. I'm fine with that. Gift of the Protectors. That one's fantastic. It's the one you put them in the book, right?
Yeah, with
That's
your
crazy
permission.
good.
Yeah.
Like that. Hexa. Not a big
600-foot range on Hex, and you have advantage on con save for it.
Fantastic. Wow. No, it's rubbish. Lessons of the First
one is a feat, basically. That is available to first level characters and lacks prerequisites. That's pretty cool. Life Drinker
This is a bit meh.
So Life Drinker, extra damage, and you regain hit points. I wouldn't say it's terrible.
It's only 1d6.
For a 9th level, it feels a bit underpowered.
Yeah, it's underpowered, isn't it?
Even if it was Mask of Many Faces I like, but me.
I like as well. Yeah. Mask of Many Faces always got great uses.
Master of Myriad Forms, Alter Self,
polymorph
spell.
Oh no. Oh god, it's Alter Self. Nah. Screw that. No one takes that. Bad. Misty Visions is good. Mystic Arcanum is obviously good, but not satisfied with it being an invocation. One with Shadows. This could do with the bump as well. So could Otherworldly Leap. Oh wait. Is that the one I think it is?
Otherworldly Leap gives you jump.
Yeah, oh god, no, it's awful.
Pelling Blast is good.
Pelling Blast is good. Just and I'm always tempted to go.
Visions of Distant Realms is Arcane Eye.
Okay. Without expending a spell slot.
Yeah. I do like that
there's Infinite Arcane Eye.
Yeah.
That's really good.
Yeah. It's 15th level, but still. By that point. Don't know if it needs to be 15th.
Yeah, no, it doesn't, does it?
Still pretty happy with it compared to the others. Whisper of the Grave, Speak with Dead without expending a spell slot.
Again, wish it could do more. I mean, it's fun in the times you can use it.
I think maybe Whispers of the Grave, you can cast Speak with Dead without expending a spell slot, and it allows you to ask an additional number of questions, maybe.
Yeah, just something extra, Let's just bump these invocations up.
See, Witch Sight's good, but I almost feel like because it's a 15th level, it should almost have a larger range.
Yeah.
Like maybe like a 60 feet rather than 30 feet, because 30 feet's kind of for something
Yeah.
so high level.
So the warlocks are giving up full spellcasting progression, largely for these invocations. So
Some of them
it should
just
be
don't have the equivalent power of what they're
no,
giving
they
up.
don't. They're not even better than sorcery points or meta magic. Like, yeah. Whereas Mystic Arcanums seem like, a must-have selection.
If you want anything a bit more powerful.
Yeah. If this is all you get at later levels, you're picking Mystic Arcanum over them every time. And at that point, you're not really picking, are you? You're not making a decision because it's so blaringly obvious that Mystic Arcanum is the better choice. So I'm gonna slap all that in there.
Yeah. What do you think, Cam?
Sorry, I'm in the middle of a ranked game. I'm sorry.
It's fair. How are you doing in the ranked game?
Very bad. Team's not doing bad. No, it's all right. Yeah, Mystic Arcanum, I have no clue whatsoever.
So
basically, you have to understand the class very intricately to get what has changed about the Warlock. It requires like a 30-minute breakdown of what's actually gone on. So I don't blame you for not getting this. It is everyone online is like, oh, they're a half caster. Yes, but no. It's awkward as fuck.
Yeah,
It's
the only when it comes down to spellcasts, the only kind of real thing that I understand is just what I've seen from you guys and everyone else we play with, and how they react with shit they cast.
The best way to describe the new Warlock is that they're actually an 80% caster, not half. They're like 80%. And the Warlocks the Warlocks do still have great customization, but the customization needs to be balanced so that some choices aren't glaringly better than others. And that's why you can see this right here if you're looking at the screen. It's just all over the place. It's like satisfied, dissatisfied, satisfied. Like, please just give something to the lesser options.
Yeah.
I don't want to see them go away, but at least compete for choice against the more powerful ones. And I also do want to say somewhere in here that agonizing blast is most always picked up, or it's just a flat damage increase. I mean, there's nothing bad about it. It's almost always applicable. Maybe it should be a 5th level. There we go. All right. Fiend. Fiend Patron overall is actually really good. I love this. The changes are so good.
Yeah, so Dark One's Blessing is now, and it doesn't have to be you doing the killing blows, so that's fantastic.
Yeah, that's great. Can't argue that. Quality of life.
Yeah, that removes like the one issue that people had.
Yep, ease of use.
The spells make sense. Dark One's Own Luck is now a number of times equal to your spellcast modifier than once per long rest. That's a massive improvement. You get a lot more use
huge,
of it.
Big win. Fiendish Resilience.
Fiendish Resilience, it no longer is bypassed by magic or silvered weapons. because
good.
monsters generally don't have them, so it's kind of pointless. Hull
It's
Through Hell
fantastic.
can now be
It's also good.
reused if you expend a spell slot 4th level.
OP, borderline OP. No
Yeah.
save, get out of here. It's like casting maze on an enemy, but this maze
It does.
deals 10d10 damage.
It does have a save.
Oh, it does, but
Yeah,
that's only to
only
once they
once they've
return.
returned, and they
So
still take half damage.
you see what I mean with it being no save. Like consider this versus like banishment, right?
Yeah, it's basically banished for a turn without a save, and they take damage.
That's what I'm saying, right? You banish them without a save, so it's more like a maze. They don't get a save. It's only when they come back then they take the damage, and the damage is secondary to the fact that you've just got rid of a big bad for a whole turn. That's incredibly useful in a fight where you need to recuperate, or either like healing these terrible conditions, healing up hit points, saving someone's life, whatever it could be. You just bought a whole turn for the pie by getting rid of the big bad. It's massive. It's borderline OP being able to use it more than once, I will say. Imagine it's just come back.
Hey,
It's like, right,
bye.
finally it's time to... No, not again! Yeah, that's hilarious. Honestly, almost OP. But yeah, green changes all around. Really like the quality of life and ease of use changes. All right.
Yeah, we've got a tank in the chat, by the way, who's making comments.
Hey,
Nice.
tank. Nearly through this. We got rest of Warlock and then Wizard to fill out. This is the longest one they've ever made, and I knew it would be, but holy crap, it's like 4 classes in one.
Eldritch Blast is fine.
Yeah, I don't see Eldritch Blast being a problem. Although I will say I'm glad to see it is scaled in Warlock level, not class level.
Mm.
So you can't multi-class and go. Oh, I got my Eldritch Blast now. Woohoo! It's much more class identity to the Warlock.
Mm. I agree.
Yeah. Okay. And it gives me a reason to actually continue Warlock if you started Warlock just to get Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, it makes things like the action surge machine gun or quickened machine gun a little less ridiculous.
But maybe Hex does need something for this.
We did make a suggestion earlier in regards to it needs to scale better.
Right.
Because at the moment
it needs to it needs to scale smoother.
Yeah.
With it it was increasing by 1d6 and double the duration for each spell slot above first. That was it.
Yeah.
The kicker of providing a disadvantage is okay, but rarely comes up.
Yeah. Like, I almost forget that's a thing most of the time because it does. If it was on saves, which I realize would be really overpowered, then it would be better. But because it's, I almost wonder, considering they're doing more flat decreases as a thing. I'm wondering if you could maybe take a leaf out of like Bane's book and have it so it's like a 1d4 on all charisma check d20 rolls.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what the correct one is, but I will voice that Hex should have a secondary effect that actually does something, like hexes them, actually does something.
It's actually kind of interesting because looking at they also didn't put, considering they've got such a focus on hex, the fact that they didn't have maddening hex is one of the things they looked into. It's actually kind of surprising. Not that maddening hex is great, but
okay, so packed weapon. So it's great that they're giving all warlocks the hexblade feature of being able to use your charisma for it, and I think also using your wisdom, right? You can even use wisdom.
You can use wisdom or charisma, yeah.
Yep. But it still doesn't quite compete with Eldritch Blast.
Yeah. I mean, it also has the returning weapon feature, which is kind of fun. Doesn't compete with Eldritch Blast, but yeah.
And
then once you've got Thirsting Blade.
Also, hold on a minute. Thirsting Blade. What else does that do?
It's 1d6 extra damage, and you get to heal part of it.
That's right. Life Drinker. It's a very small boost. Yeah.
Tank agrees with us that he likes the barbarian changes.
Yeah.
Honestly, the only thing we didn't like was Persistent Rage because it seems a really high level for something that doesn't feel necessary when you can maintain your range on a bonus action. Like, oh, I don't have to use my bonus action, but what was I using it for?
Yep, you're right. So I think they should give weapon mastery if you pick pack blade. Packed weapon, sorry.
Yeah, if you want to lean into the weapon mastery, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Also, yeah, I'm going to put Life Drinker is just too small of a boost to help it compete. Also, the problem is you don't qualify for fighting style feats. So you know how they've changed the feats so that they're warrior fighting.
Yeah.
Well, are you not a warrior if you've picked Pact of the Blade as a warlock? You're wearing medium armor and using a martial weapon.
Could we perhaps say that Pact of the Blade gives you the prerequisites for warrior feat?
That's exactly what I was about to say.
I don't know what the equivalent would be for the other ones. I suppose Pact of the Tome could be considered an expert, I guess. And then Pact of the Chain, because it has some healing properties, could be whatever the Healy one is, whatever clerics come under.
We're already getting to choose charisma, wisdom, or intelligence as our spellcasting. It sounds to me like the warlock is becoming this sort of highly customizable class.
Yeah.
So it absolutely means they should be able to qualify for particular feats depending on what they're leaning into.
Yeah. So I kind of like that packed weapon gives you, well, packed the blade gives you access to warrior feats. That makes sense. What's the name of the one that, because it's expert is rogue and bard, right?
Yeah.
What does cleric
And
come
ranger.
under?
Cleric. It's a priest, isn't it?
I can't remember
what was it?
remember what the one was for them. Because there's
I think it was
expert,
priest.
warrior,
Yeah, it was
mage.
druid and cleric. And
Okay,
paladin? No,
priest.
paladin's a.
So
I think it was
I'm
something like
wondering
priest.
if Pact of the
Tome?
Familiar maybe should get
familiar.
priest, and Pact of the Tome get expert, or vice versa.
Maybe.
Because
I
feel
think
if
both of these are pretty strong, as is. My only real gripe was that the packed weapon felt a little bit underpowered.
yeah, but I'm just thinking if one of them gets access to a whole additional bunch of feats, then that feels unbalanced with the others.
Mm-hmm. Possibly.
But the others, it doesn't make an obvious one which one would make sense.
Yeah.
You know?
The other problem is the actions you can take with your familiar are a mess. If you've seen it, and I did playtest this with you on the other one, but you can basically make them go invisible as an action until the end of their next turn. So does that mean they spend every other turn going invisible? Also, they have to use their other actions to attack or help. They can't help anymore. It's very messy.
Yeah.
That's right. They're restricted to like dodge and attack with a reaction from the warlock. It feels restriction. It feels restricted.
Yeah. It's actually going on Tank's point where he just said Berserk Frenzy doesn't give exhaustion now. Like, with the changes they've made to exhaustion, it giving a point of exhaustion, if it worked like it used to, doesn't feel as bad.
I thought Berserker Barb always had persistent rage.
All of them have all barbs got persistent rage, but it's kind of a pointless one. Particularly now, because your rage lasts 10 minutes and you can maintain as a bonus action, not just through damage or attacking. So it's just like, why do I need a feature that lets me do this without using my bonus action?
It's a complete waste of a
particularly for like a 15th level ability.
15th level?
Yeah, persistent rage.
Really?
Yeah, it's 13th or 15th. It's still really high.
That's so dumb.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been playing our campaign for what, 4 years now?
Yeah, and we're not there yet.
Yeah.
I think in some cases, I think we've just hit 15th. I think that was what we got from the last level up.
Last time I checked, we were 13th, but that was a while ago.
No, because I think I'm at least 14, and I thought Chris, did the Earthplane stuff take us to 15th, or take
it
count
was 14. I thought it was 14.
I thought it was 14th as well.
Yeah,
might have been 14.
Diamond Soul level 14.
Yep.
Okay, I must have been thinking about 15 because I went to 14 before that one because I obviously got it from my arc.
I love how I can find out what level we are based on arcs we've done.
Yeah. And the thing is, because I'm multi-classed, I can't do that because it's just like, yeah.
Oh, multi-classing is just a fucking headache in general.
See, the thing is, the multi-classing I've done is not too bad because I've just done a 2-level dip and purely for access to that. Ha ha ha! I can super blast with my lightning once a day.
That's a good point, actually. So if you hit level 5 in, say it's level 10 campaign,
Yeah.
you put level 5 into fighter and level 5 into, I'm going to say paladin because I think that's when you get it. Do you get 2 extra attacks?
No, the extra attack feat doesn't stack. The only way to get more extra attacks is the higher level fight features.
Chris, change it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that was a tricky one, honestly, to fix. Let's try and get to the wizard. Okay,
Oh no, I don't want it.
I'm afraid so. This is the last
Have you
one.
already? Oh, you've already covered all the martial. Ah,
Yeah.
We have. I'll go back off stream. I just want to get this.
The wizard
nicely
stuff, to
wrapped
be
up.
honest, there isn't a huge amount that. To be honest, it's more the subclass that I have complaints about than the actual thing.
I'm
And
gonna put. Well, actually, I'm not happy yet. Go on.
I am and I'm not happy with wizard, and it's just because.
And when you're happy and not happy, that means dissatisfied.
Because it's mostly. I'm still not sure how I feel about all of these new things being tied to spells.
That's not the problem for me. The problem for me is that they can break spells entirely, and the game, if they get fueled with gold, there's nothing they can't do that the sorcerer could, but better. I'll demonstrate in a minute. But first, creating a wizard, that's fine. Multiclassing the wizard, that's fine. Spellcasting, did you know they get less spell slots? Oh, sorry,
Really?
not less spell slots, less spells prepared. I didn't
No.
catch this until I was listening to videos going over it. Yeah, look at spells prepared. Or spell casting, rather. I think it's in spell casting. You completely missed this. Spell casting. Blah blah blah. Cantrips. Yep. Spell slots. Prepared spells. Here we go. You prepare a list of spells of first level and higher that are available for you to cast with this feature. To do so, you choose 4 spells from your spellbook, and the chosen spells must be of the level for which you have spell slots. The number on the spells on your list increases as you gain wizard levels, shown in the column. Choose additional spells from the list, the arcane list, until the number of spells on your list matches the number.
That's way
have you picked
lower.
it? Did you see it? You caught it. You don't get plus your intelligence modifier.
Yeah.
In prepared spells. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can change your list of prepared spells.
At
Preparing a new list.
20th level, it's effectively 5 less spells, I think.
Yep. Wizards got a little shadow nerf. They got a shadow nerf. No one's even picked up on this, except for very few.
Because at first level, like going by point by, you're probably going to have what, a 16 in intelligence. I think is that the highest you can get with point by?
Probably, yeah, about that.
So
plus
then you might get 4, you might get 5 at first level, but then second level, even like that, you're going to be 1 off, and then as you go up, it's
the lower levels you struggle.
Yeah.
Later levels, not so much. But early game wizards have actually been hit with a shadow nerf.
Because technically, at 4th level, it would be quite reasonable to have 20 intelligence already if you did well with your point buy or your ability scores, etc. Which means you should have 9 spells at 4th level.
Yep. Whereas on this list, it's 7.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you get 3 spells, but those spells are just to create spells.
That 4th level, you could pick an ASI.
Yeah.
But that doesn't give you any more. Yeah.
So it honestly makes it... Honestly, that change makes me more likely to take feats as a wizard than before, because the ability score increase, yes, it allows me to cast my spells a little bit stronger, but...
Isn't there also a feat that will allow you to take more spells?
You've got stuff like Arcane Initiate, I think, which allows you to take some lower stuff, and things like Spay Touch, which allow you some access to other stuff.
I mean, surely having a feat to re-enable that would get the nerf they wanted for the wizards, but also
Give you the
not,
choice.
not having a sheer lackluster.
But
I'm going
it
to say
feels-
this though: the issue is they're nerfing the wizards in the wrong spot. Early game wizards were not an issue. It's the late game spells that are the problem. When they can start casting like world-changing, reality-warping spells that are just so uncontrollable and win the fight in one.
And
That's when they're strong. That's
isn't
when
the
they're
whole
broken.
point of wizards like the way they prepare their spells is by memorizing them from their spell book, essentially.
So shouldn't your intelligence feed directly into that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't like that change, no.
It loses a bit of class identity, doesn't it? And it's a random nerf to low-level wizards, which in my opinion is not where wizards need nerfing. Okay, there is a divide between spellcasters and marshals. I agree. But not at first, not at third, not at fourth, and not even at fourth. It's when fifth kicks off. That's when you start seeing fireballs, hypnotic patterns. Yeah, that's when it gets crazy. And then seventh level, they've overtaken them fully. So, yeah, let's give it a dissatisfied and explain why in the second. Academic. What's that? Actually, while you look up academic, I'm gonna.
So academic, when you take the study action, which I didn't realize was an action, you have advantage on any intelligence check you make as part of that action. And the fact that study is underlined and isn't a hyperlink annoys me. It's even underlined it. Okay, when you take the study action, you make an intelligence check to study your memory, a book, a creature, a clue, an object, or another source of knowledge and call to mind an important piece of information about it. And then you would roll the relevant check based on what you're thinking of. So, because wizards are all about the studying, they have an academic feature which allows them to have advantage on that. It's kind of meh, but it's kind of cool.
Only a second level feature in it. You get arcane recovery here as well. So it's something, I guess. I think it's okay. Oh, but satisfied. Arcane recovery is great. Memorize spells. This is where it gets a little bit spooky.
Now we got to
memorize. If I remember, memorize. It's the one that allows you to swap a spell out that you didn't have previously prepared. This is good. I actually had this as a homebrew feature that was beginning at first level for your particular school of wizardry. So if you was a necromancer, you could swap out a necromancy spell for another necromancy spell that you hadn't previously prepared.
I do like that.
Now, memorize spell sort of does this, but it's funny that you couldn't. I think it's a spell now that you have to prepare.
No,
right?
it's because
it always counts as prepared.
It always counts as prepared, and it's a ritual, so wizards don't need it prepared in order to cast it because they're wizards.
Right. So I actually like the mechanics. At fifth level, it's okay. It feels right.
Actually, that's a good point. If they still got that. You needn't have the spell prepared, but you must read from the book to cast a spell in this way. That's fine. Okay, I was just checking they hadn't nerfed their one bit of ritual casting that made them particularly good. Okay, modify spell is the one where it gets interesting.
Yeah.
So, Tank, if you're still there, you'll probably quite like the concept of modify spell. I know I do, because I'm the sort of guy who loves customization. Modify spell essentially what is stupid thing not having it? You can magically alter a spell you have prepared. You can remove one of its components, verbal, somatic, or material, unless it has a cost. You can stop damage breaking your concentration, which is ridiculous. Sorry, the fact that I could cast Polymorph on you, but not have that insane. I can change the damage type. Cool. I can change the range. I can add the ritual tag if it takes a long time to cast. And you can basically make it only target enemies or allies. That's fun. Modify
It's
spell.
abusable.
It's abusable as hell, particularly that concentration one. That's bloody insane. Because for some spells where they get to repeat the saving throw, that's fine. I don't really care. But for others, goddamn, like, I polymorphed you. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah. You're right. That was the only way you could deal with it, was by breaking concentration. Same with Banish.
Yep. No, banish does only last a
Banishment.
minute, but then yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying like, as long as they fail the save, they're gone.
Yep, and they ain't coming back, and then
They
yeah,
have changed banishment to require a saving throw every turn they're banished now, which
Really?
which is a heavy nerf. I honestly don't think it needed the nerf because now it's just a whole monster. It's just a
yeah.
whole monster now.
It's a whole monster, but you can't get the effect of attacking them whilst they're paralyzed.
Exactly. So it's actually a worse hold monster. They did not need to nerf banishment. The banishment had a big drawback in that, yeah, they're gone.
But they're coming
And
back.
yeah, whereas paralyzed is just you could just wail on the creature and crit them with melee attacks.
Yeah. Now
That warranted a save at the end of their turn, but yeah.
So modify is abusable. Definitely, which is I'm not sure how I feel about the concentration. I could see having it change to you can change this spell so you have advantage on concentration checks to maintain it.
Yeah.
Or something like that. Or
There's a really bad one about the only affects your allies or enemies. So first of all, this is already stepping on the toes of the sorcerer's careful spell.
Yep.
But the biggest implication is when it's applied to a spell like Fog Cloud or Web or Sleet Storm. Yep. You already realize how stupid that is, right? How can the enemies not see through the fog, but your allies can't? Huh? Okay, what about an even stupider one? Wall of Force. So your allies can move freely through it, but your enemies can't. It's completely busted. It's busted.
Huh. Which would essentially mean that you could, with Wall of Force, you could just continue to throw spells through it because it doesn't affect your allies' spells.
Yeah. Or an anti-magic field. Huh?
Yeah. Yeah. And really, I'm just trying to get over the fog cloud one.
I know. It's stupid. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, it doesn't make sense if I think there's just a normal fog cloud I've conjured. But I'm imagining somehow the wizard, through study, has managed to make create their fog cloud in such a way that for their allies there isn't a fog cloud. Like, somehow, because it's a magical cloud, so technically it could respond in other ways. Like, it detects their soul or whatever, and so doesn't appear for them. Oh god, that becomes even more powerful with stuff like darkness and things. Like,
Correct.
at that point, why would you not? do it on darkness, and literally walk around with a pebble with darkness on that doesn't affect you or your allies.
It's ridiculous. I'm afraid the modify spell gets a fat on dissatisfied from me because of the abuse.
Though imagine if you could do it with what would be the example? If fog cloud could go over an area large enough to cover the airship, we could be doing like the thing like Aang does, where they have like the clouds surrounding the bison in Avatar.
Yeah,
That's kind of fun concept. Not gonna lie.
Also, giving ritual tags to non-ritual spells
To be
is
honest,
bad news. It's going to be
yeah,
bad
but
news.
it's only ones greater than 10 minutes, and I couldn't find many. That was the point. Unless they're going to introduce a lot of spells that cost 10 minutes to cast, there aren't that many. Like, I mean, I want to say one of the few I could see where this could be potentially is Conjure Elemental, because that takes an hour to cast. So you could do it on that.
Okay.
And have a Conjure Elemental that doesn't require a 5th level spell slot.
Yeah. In any case, it's wonky if that's the case, because there's not many 10-minute spells that are not rituals to begin with.
Yeah.
So that's fine. So we move on to create spell, and I haven't got many characters left to spell this out, but the only limitation on create spell is the costly component. And the impact of that is going to vary completely from table to table, right?
Mm-hmm.
In some cases, the GM's just handing hordes of gold to the players, and they might have shit tons of downtime as well. So the wizard's going to be like, all right, cool. Time to modify a spell, create a spell, and then continue this loop where you get potentially multiple modifications without any impact on spell levels. It seems completely unbalanced to me.
So the thing with that, and I think they've done this specifically in their wording, is you can only do it on a spell you have just altered with modify spell. And modify spell
It's tricky, but once you realize...
So the main thing is you can't loop it. Because modify spell only works on spells with the arcane spell tag. Once you create the spell,
but you can't you upcast?
Yeah, you can upcast modify spell to do it on more effects, but you still can't like loop it like you were saying.
Yeah, you can though, right? Modify spell, you can only have one modified spell at a time. Correct.
But well, unless you cast at a higher level, in which case you can.
Well, you don't get multiple modified spells. You get multiple modifications on one spell.
Yeah.
Right. So you upcast modify spell on your spell. Let's do your fog cloud again.
Yeah.
Then once you've got that without concentration and not affecting your allies, you then create spell on the fog cloud.
Yeah.
Okay. Now you've got a permanent spell in your spellbook that is a fog cloud that doesn't require concentration, doesn't affect allies. Now you modify a new spell and upcast that.
Yeah.
And guess what? You then cast create spell on it. Now you've got a wall of force that doesn't require concentration and doesn't affect allies.
See, the thing with this is I love where they're going with it. Like, I love the idea of, as the wizard, they're being able to experiment with this stuff. Mm-hmm. But I almost feel like, as much as it's costing you like a 4th level spell slot or whatever, but then again, it's a ritual, so it doesn't cost you the spell slot. I almost feel like modify spell and potentially create spell should have some sort of check involved. Like, there should be the potential for modify spell to go wrong.
Even still, with enough gold and enough downtime, you're still going to
Yeah.
break the game. That's not going to. That's all that's going to do is potentially slow it down a little bit. But if you can still get to that point eventually, it's still bad for the game. It's still like ridiculously broken that you can do all these things. I think yes, the class fantasy of creating your own spells is fantastic. And spoiler alert, you might be able to do that in the next arc
On,
of the Wizard
honestly,
Tower.
to be honest, I almost feel like create spell is a misnomer. It's like save spell.
Yeah,
Because
that's it.
I'm not creating a new spell. I'm
You're
just
not.
it's
And
like
you're not even really being original as a
yeah.
wizard. You're just modifying an existing spell. You'll never create like
I'm
I
not
don't
going to
know
create the next Mordenkainen's mansion or whatever.
exactly. You're not creating Carius's cool lightning stream. You're just changing lightning bolt so that it's longer or not
Yeah.
affecting enemies, you know?
I'm changing lightning bolt so I can wield it as a sword. That would be cool if I could somehow
That sounds
swing
original.
lightning.
There
Yeah.
you go. But even then, that might be flame blade, but does lightning damage, you know?
Yeah. Oh
You
no,
see?
but it still has the range of lightning bolt. I
Oh
just
god.
swing it.
Jesus Christ. Um,
Yeah, it's lightning I can grab. But that's the thing. I almost feel like if they want to lean into creating new spells, what they need to do is give you some base templates to work from so you can actually create
I was
spells.
gonna say, I feel like there's very little spells that are gonna be unique.
Yeah.
A lot of everything's already been
Yeah, it's been done or because that's like the point. You've got stuff like Big B's hand. What am I going to do? Create Big B's foot? Big B's tongue?
I mean, Big B's foot
uh,
could give you, like, I don't know, additional movement speed on top of what you already got, on top
Yeah.
of being able to fly, like run up walls, stuff like that, you know.
Yeah.
Big B's feet pics. Big B's OnlyFans.
Big B's ass.
Big B's nuts. Oh shit. Okay.
Now we're getting
Well,
into the real shit, boys.
Certainly are if you're using Big B's ass.
damn.
D&D's
Damn.
nuts.
That's a big B's ass. All right.
Because, oh god, don't speak of B's asses. I had a campaign with that at one point.
Wait, what?
So, I think I've told you, Chris, about the DM I had where I was 5 levels ahead of the rest of the party, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
So
remember.
when
And
we
you
went,
had like multiple classes and stuff.
yeah, when we went to the Feywild with this one,
Yeah.
we met these bee people who were very big butts, and that seemed to be the only thing the DM could focus on about them. That's all I remember.
Okay.
So it was a big bee's ass.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a
Jesus
weird
Christ.
campaign. I created a god in that campaign. Well, technically, a goblin created a god from a story I told them, but apparently I was that convincing they gave up their life and brought this god into existence. I created the Starbuck. It became my new patron. My old patron wasn't happy, and then
I
decided
remember.
to strip me of my connection to the weave. And it's just like, I'm a warlock and a bard. What can I do now? Am I level 1?
Yeah.
Like, what happens? Am I a fighter?
Alrighty. We're nearly at the end here. The
Okay,
evoker.
evocation savant can die in a hole.
That's the. Did they change that?
No, I don't
They
think
didn't change it.
so.
We find it.
It now adds 2 evocation spells to your spell book, so you've got even less reason to use it to scribe spells of your
Lol.
class.
Yeah. I like. Oh wait, overall. Hold on. I gotta read the rest. This is the longest time I've seen any of these. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, it's not great, is it? Sculpt
Potent-
spells.
So sculpt spells becomes pointless with modify spell.
Correct. It's made redundant. Yep.
Potent cantrip's cool. I've got no issues with potent cantrip. I'm better at doing cantrips.
It's okay, I guess.
In-
And then empowering evocation.
I do a bit more damage based on my intelligence modifier. Cool. It's not great.
Yeah. I thought this one had an incredibly good combo. I thought it was good when combined it with like a Grave Cleric and Assassin Rogue. That was hilarious.
You cast an arcane roll with a spell of first through 5th level that deals damage. You can deal maximum damage with that spell.
This is over channel. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Sorry.
First time you do so, you suffer no adverse effect. If you use this feature again, you take damage. I can't see how you would. I mean, if you had Shadow Blade, maybe? Could you use that on like an assassin?
No. It's ridiculous. You'll have to see it in action. Later. I won't spoil anything. In fact, I'll keep that one close to my sleeve. All right. So the Evoker subclass. What do we think?
So Evocation Savant, I believe your main comment is
The
why would
old
I
Savant was
why
bad.
would I take evocation spells from my level up if it's cheaper for me to study to learn them?
Exactly.
Like
Yeah.
it's weird.
Yeah.
And then you've also now given me 2 free evocation spells, so I have even less reason to use this ability.
Yeah. Incentivizes taking non-evocation spells. Because when you pick them, it costs nothing.
Yeah. And then evocation is what makes picking, like, copying them cheaper and quicker. I actually kind of like potent cantrip because it's when they succeed on the saving throw, they still take the damage, and if you miss with the cantrip, they still take damage. It's kind of fun. They take half the damage regardless, so which is really nice. Honestly, with Dolpho could do with that with their Eldritch Blast.
Doesn't look like there's any time issues anymore, is there? Actually, nothing to do with time.
No, you still have to take
when
time
you cast Scribe spell.
Yeah, the gold casting time you must spend to add an evocation spell to your spellbook is halved.
Yeah.
So it still saves time.
Okay, it does save time. Okay.
Yeah.
Half gold and time. So yeah, it's a hard one to describe. But basically, yeah, evocation savant incentivizes taking non-evocation spells because when you pick them, it costs nothing and no time. When you pick them as you level.
Yeah.
And then you can copy the evocation spells you want.
Because either I'm in a campaign where I can get access to a lot of magic scrolls, in which case I'm getting access to the magic scrolls to copy, or I'm in a campaign where I can't get those magic scrolls, so I'm not going to use this ability because I won't be able to copy spells.
Yeah.
I almost feel like wizards could also potentially give an ability that allows you to like study an enemy spell, not necessarily their spell book, but their spell, and then try to recreate it later. I don't know, but I don't know how that would work.
In any case, that's the only issue with it. Sculpt spell. I'm going to mention this.
Yeah, sculpt spell. He's sort of nerfed by the modify spell.
It's sort of redundant.
Yeah.
Since you can modify a spell do not affect allies. Yeah, that's the issue. What else? The change to potent cantrip.
I quite like the change.
It's a nice change.
It now works on attack rolls as well as saving throws. Or whichever way it was. Yeah. It's fine.
It's fine. Maybe they could do with a bit more.
Yeah. I mean, that then combined with Empowered Invocation, which would boost its damage and stuff, is providing it's an evocation cantrip, but, you know.
Okay. Alright. Next. Oh, God, here we go. Fuck, I've already done all this. Okay. Alright. So, Scribe Spell. A funny, weird thing about Scribe Spell is it's an arcane. It's not an arcane spell, is it? It's a wizard spell, right?
No, I think Scribe is an arcane, but it's wizard only. Create spells that are wizard spell tag.
Okay. But what happens when, let's say, you lose your spell book, okay, and you need to make a new spell book?
Mm-hmm.
Can you copy Scribe Spell into your new spell book? If a wizard doesn't have Scribe Spell prepared and the spell book is destroyed?
That is a damn... Well...
Is Scribe Spell always prepared, or is it not?
Let me have a look.
I don't think it is. Because if they can't, then they get fucked. They can't make a new spellbook.
Wizards from a minute. Where is it? The spellbook contains spells you know, scribe spells, blah blah blah. And you get a wizard level. You spell wizard level, which your spell selection on the wizard's table. It doesn't say always prepared.
It's not always prepared. Oh God!
Unless
imagine you don't prepare Scribe Spell and your spellbook is destroyed. You can never make a new spellbook.
I'm just having a...
You fucks, it's ruined you. It's bust. You're screwed. You're a wizard with no way to make a new spellbook.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose the only other way you could do it would be to buy like a scroll of Scribe Spell, because you can create a blank spell book using Scribe Spell. So if you had a scroll of Scribe Spell, yeah, I do feel like that should be a...
Whoops.
The fact that is an argument for making Scribe Spell no longer a spell.
Yeah,
or make it a cantrip.
You just want to get rid of spells, the class-specific spells.
In that case, I do, because it's... I don't know why I need a spell to scribe stuff.
No, I get what you're saying. I
get the ability for modifying it, because I'm like rewriting the weave or whatever and creating new spells, but I'm like, scribe doesn't use magic.
It's not really magic spell, is it? No, you're right. Yeah, scribe spell should not be a spell. We said it. It should not be a spell. Okay.
And it doesn't need to be a spell.
It doesn't. It doesn't need to be a spell.
The others I kind of get. But to be honest, even then, it's like... And with the exception of create spell, they're all rituals. Why would you not use them as a ritual?
So
Well,
the problematic part about memorize spells is the wording of for targets. Having fireball that only affects enemies is fine, but having a fog cloud that only affects enemies is not fine. Having a wall of force that can only affect enemies is stupid. I wanted to put stupid, but I guess I'll just put it's also not fine.
yeah.
And I am concerned about adding ritual tags to non-ritual spells as well. And then finally, modify spell. I like the idea of the fantasy. Creating their own spells. But as written, it's way too powerful. A fireball that does lightning damage that only affects enemies shouldn't be a 3rd level spell. If a group has a lot of wealth, the wizard can create a spell to enhance every spell they have, and with upcasting of modify spell, multiple enhancements on every spell without ever increasing spell levels.
Mm-hmm.
So it's busted. Wizards don't need this. They're already the strongest class in the game,
I
basically.
suppose the funny thing there is if your spellbook gets destroyed, you've spent all this money to modify these spells.
That is funny. That does happen. It'll be a real dick to destroy a wizard spellbook, but I guess if they're abusing shit like that, and I gotta. Alright. How satisfied are you with death saves? I think that they're exactly the same, aren't they?
I can't remember now. I'm gonna have to have a look.
I think the rules are laid out clearer.
Let me have a look. Death. No, apparently I can't even spell death. No, that's Death Defiant. Don't need that. No, that's. Get me to the actual. Okay, death saving throw replace the dying condition that appeared in the previous UA. Blah blah blah. So on your 3rd successful day save, you regain 1 hit point when you're unconscious and start a short rest. Okay. You remain unconscious until you gain more hit points or until another creature is in action to administer first aid to you, which requires successful DC Wisdom Medicine check. Playtest rule removes the notion of being stable at 0 points and removes the stabilizing a creature rule on page 197 of the player's handbook.
Okay.
I'm on a okay one.
That's fine. That seems fine. But I will say there's a couple questions like how does it work with a healing kit? Does anything happen if you administer first aid to a creature with 0
Where
hit
was
points?
the don't know, not sure for the rest of them?
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. All right.
Sorry.
Final comments. 500 letters. Words rather. Oh boy, let's go. No. 500 words.
Can you mention as part of this the concept for them using the term prepared spell too much?
Yeah, you know, you're right about that.
Because the way is for because sorcerers don't prepare spells; they're known spells, right?
Yeah, correct.
But they've referred to them as prepared spells.
Yep. No, you're not wrong to point that out. I saw that, but I kind of rolled my eyes and then glossed over. I was like, yeah, okay, you mean known spells. I know what they meant. Most people know what they meant, but you're right. For newer players coming in and going, oh, prepared spells, so just like the wizard? No.
Yeah. It's weird.
Yeah, it's new. It's confusing for returning players as well, who are used to the wizards.
Yeah.
And terminology. Used to the old terminology.
Yeah, because it's like when you level up, you can replace one of your prepared spells with another spell for which you have spell slots, and it's just like, but it's not prepared. It's known. I didn't prepare this. I didn't choose this at the beginning of the day. If I can change my spells on a long rest, why would I play a wizard?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, my friend. I had a dream last night. My cat learned how to use the can opener. When I walked in, there was a dozen open cans of soup because she can't read, so she couldn't find the cat food. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Did you see the Asian owlbear I posted, Cam?
Yes, I did. Fucking cursed.
Yeah. Accurate, weirdly, but cursed. It's mad. Though I do like the idea of a panda bear owlbear. I'm not gonna lie. Because you kind of got, I think there's like an Arctic owlbear, if memory, like a snowy owlbear. So, I wouldn't mind a panda owlbear. Arcane Eruption is fantastic, and if they change it, I may find them and end them. They will be Wizards of the Toast.
Wizards of the Toast. Over other spells at similar levels. They have to be worth.
Yes.
They have to be worth the casting.
Yeah.
And spell
Agreed.
slot.
God, this has been one of our longest streams, Chris. This has been
Yeah,
like
I
5
know.
hours long.
I know, it's ridiculous. I'm trying to get to the end.
I didn't think it would take this long.
I kind of had a inkling because it is the biggest playtest packet they've ever done.
Yeah.
So scribe spell, modify spell. Okay. These all have issues.
Yeah. One thing I did kind of like as a concept that I may have come up or I read at one point is the idea of, because this is perhaps taking a bit of more American, but you know where like at American college they have like a major and a minor.
Mm-hmm.
I almost feel like Wizards could do like something with that. Like they get their major in evocation, but they minor in illusion, so they get like some bonus to illusion magic, but just not as big as they do to evocation.
Yeah.
Be a bit complicated, but I think it could be fun, and then it would give you a way to like sort of specialize in two, but mostly in one.
Yeah. Agree.
Because I can totally see, for example, someone specializing in enchantment and then minoring in illusion or something, or vice versa. Or transmutation and evocation or something.
Yeah.
There's a lot of fun things. See, I liked Warlock with its concept mostly because it made it unique as a thing. It had obviously its flexibility, but it also had its limitations. Just those limitations perhaps a bit too big on like the number of spell slots, mostly.
Mystic Arcanum as well. Such a must-have selection. Due to its power.
It's the only way to get 5th and higher.
Yeah.
Or 6th and higher. So, I could get the ability to do jump without casting a spell slot, or I could get, I'll say, 6th level warlock spell. Eye Bite, I think.
Mhm.
Might be 7th, but still. No, right, Eye Bite is 6th. Do I want to be able to do jump whenever I want, or do I want to be able to turn people to stone?
Yeah, the Hexmaster's also so disappointing
Yeah,
as a
Hexmaster.
capstone.
Yeah, it's the worst of the capstones. All the other capstones are good, I think.
Yeah.
At least for these ones. I can't remember what they did for the others.
Pact the Blade needs to be on the same level as Eldritch Blast if you're going to go that route. I mean, you're choosing to be in melee. There needs to be a bigger incentive. Eldritch Blast does force damage and from 120 feet away. It's incredible. What benefits are there to get into melee with the enemy?
Maybe I'm wondering if maybe Pact the Blade should make the weapon a force weapon.
Yeah.
And also make the damage 1d10 unless it's higher. So it like matches Eldritch Blast. And then imagine if it's scaled in the same way that cantrips do, because it's cantrip. So at first you get 1 attack, 5th you get 2 attacks, 11th you get 3 attacks, 17th you get 4 attacks. So you'd match the fighter in terms of number of attacks.
Yeah, I think you get that, don't you? You get an extra attack.
Yeah, but I think
That's
you only
built
get.
in.
I think you only get that at 5th, though. I don't think you then get additional.
You don't get
attacks
extra. No, that's true.
Which could be a fun way of going for it.
Yeah, I mean, you are getting a lot of spell casting, so
yeah.
But yeah,
I mean, to be honest, once I don't know if they get access to it, but once you've got because Shadow Blade would use your spellcasting modifier, right, for attack and damage.
Yeah.
So once you've got access to Shadow Blade, why would you use your packed weapon?
Yeah, exactly.
Or
now I'm tempted here to give them a dump of all my weapons. You know, like ensnaring, finisher, pinning, prone, fighting, punch through, puncturing, pull, push, ready, slicing, staggering, sundering, sweeping, trip, variable. Well, that's winged.
I do like some of yours. I do agree.
All right, you know what?
Maybe just give a few of the best ones.
Okay.
Or a few of the middle level ones and keep your best for yourself.
Yeah.
Because they're probably going to steal your ideas anyway. You don't want to make it too easy for them.
It's true. Okay. All right. Fuck it. Let's give them.
I mean, they are the Wizards of the Coast. Do you think they've worked out how to cast Scry?
I'm going to give them parry because I think parry is so good. Why isn't it in the? I think so many people have come up with parry before me. It just needs to be in the game at this point. There you go. Have parry.
It's
okay.
Yeah. I like it.
Pull push is obvious. Ready. Yeah, it's okay. Slicing. A little bit of extra damage. Staggering, that's the kind of one that gives you disadvantage. Sundering. These weapons can crush, break, or penetrate armor. When you hit an object or target wearing any medium or heavy armor, other than hide, you can deal the maximum number on at least one of the weapon's damage dice, and you reduce the target's AC by 1. This lasts until the target takes a short rest where they can recover or use relevant materials to repair the armor. You can also gain this effect against creatures with thick shells, metallic hides, or other creatures at the discretion of your DM. Sundering is a cool idea. Breaking down armor.
I like sundering. It makes sense because that's kind of what things like a mace were designed to do.
Yep.
To
True.
Yeah.
Oh god, copying and pasting
Bypass
them.
also wouldn't be a bad one.
Yeah,
If
that
they-
actually is the counter to parry.
Yeah. I like bypass. I also really like that prepared one that you've got where you like.
Yeah, ready.
I like that. That's. Yeah.
Ready weapons can be devastating when prepared for the right moment. In place of a weapon attack, you can ready or wind up the weapon or brace it against the ground, depending on the weapon's design. So flails, spin them up.
Yeah.
You got a boar spear or something like that. You just ground it into the ground, you brace it, or you wind it back like a sling. Yep. And then the next time you hit with a readied weapon before the start of your next turn, you roll 2 additional damage dice. And after that, the weapon is no longer readied. A readied melee weapon can be used to make an opportunity attack when a hostile creature you can see enters your reach. Yeah, that's cool. I like that as well.
Ready's mostly cool because I got it on the flail that I got, which is quite powerful. Even if it doesn't have the same reach that my old weapon did.
Sure, I'll put bypass in there as well.
And if you're giving parry, you might as well give bypass because it's the bypass of parry.
It is. I think though, if I give any more, I'm going to run out of text. So I have so much more to talk about. Blah blah blah. I like weapon mastery, but yeah, let's give it some more options. Fighter changes, great. Although actually, weapon mastery, yeah, I do want to talk about that. Yeah.
You don't have a lot of words.
No. Fighter good, but not good.
Fighter good, but the weapon mastery related features need some work.
Exactly that.
And they need reversing the naming convention because weapon adept should not be a more advantage than being a weapon master. It just shouldn't.
Okay. I've already made that point, so.
Yeah, I
know. Love everything about the barbarian.
Barbarian, great. Honestly, one of the best things they've done in a while.
Up to 7th level. But I really want to see some really powerful, big, boomy effects in the barbarian after that. And that's exactly what I've done with my one. As you can see, I've given them Seethe, which when they get crit, their crit range increases. And I've given them Furious Finish, which is inspired by the Pathfinder's one, where you can, as an action, pour all your rage into one final blow, making a single melee attack against a bloodied creature. If you hit, in addition to the weapon's damage you deal, you may deal your rage damage die, as shown in the table, a number of times equal to the minutes remaining on your rage, maximum of 10. After this strike, your rage immediately ends and you suffer levels of exhaustion equal to the number of rage damage dice rolled. So you can deal a massive truckload of damage to literally end the fight. And at that level, Furious Finish would be D10s. Let's just check. Yep, D10s. So if on the 3rd round of combat, you want to finally finish this fight, you could smack them for your weapon damage plus 7d10 damage. Just end your rage, taking 7 levels of exhaustion. It's quite a lot, but it's something. Yeah. And if you really wanted, if it's still somehow alive, or you've entered into phase 2, you could then rage again and do this a second time and pour another 10d10 because you just end your rage almost immediately. Bonus action rage, then action Furious Finish, dealing another 10d10 and then die. You would die straight afterwards, but you could do it. You could do it as a barbarian. You literally push yourself to the absolute utmost limit. because you would reach over 10 levels of exhaustion. Yeah, that's how we do it with barbarians. You just explode the enemy and yourself. But I doubt they're gonna do features like this. Partly because it's inspired by Pathfinder, and so people be like, they stole it from Pathfinder. But see, there's a completely original idea from me.
Yeah.
And I think it's so cool because what do you want to do as a barbarian? You want to get into melee. What else do you want to do? You want a reckless attack. What does that mean? Enemies have advantage on you. What does that mean? They're going to be more likely to crit you. Great. So you get crit. When that happens, you can crit more. And what does that mean? Well, you're swinging with advantage anyway, so you're very likely to crit. Yeah, it's great fun. I think see this just feeds into everything that the barbarian wants to do. But what else do I want to fill in the last bit here? Oh, that's right. Before I forget, let's see weapon mastery on rogues.
And rangers. Like, because if
And
a
rangers.
ranger isn't a master of a bow, what are they?
Well, the reason why I say rogues over the ranger is because rangers and paladins and warlocks, they are each almost respectfully the half-caster of each school, or should I say, like, type of magic.
Yeah.
So, paladins are your divine half-casters. You've got rangers are your primal half-casters, and your warlocks are your arcane half-casters.
Primal, that's what it was, I think. I think that was the other one.
Now, they're all really good now. Rangers are great. Honestly, Rangers are really good now. I don't see a problem with Rangers. Paladins, duh, they're obviously one of the most powerful classes. And Warlocks, they're great as well, honestly. They're still good. Maybe they need a little bit of help here and there, but they're still good and very customizable. I don't know if they need mastery, but rogues, they don't get that, and they are playing by the rules, like in terms of how to deal with situations and problems. I like rogues being able to utilize weapons, being kind of tricksy, and they can use tools and such. Even the thieves' tools pack comes with like ball bearings and a little hand mirror and traps and stuff like that. I would like to see rogues get weapon mastery. Not so sure about ranges, and they're just all going to take slow on longbows. That's
Yeah.
it. That's all they're going to do, slows and longbows. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think rogues need it. Rogues definitely need it. The others, I'm not convinced yet. I think they're great on their own. Weapon master and rogues, come on. Both Path of Barbarian and Fiend Patron got terrific boosts. But I've already kind of said that in there. I think they're good. I think most people are going to give great feedback for those two. Barbarian Capstone was split into two. That was something weird. Kind of being watered down in that regard.
Yeah. But no, I think it's fine.
I think it's fine too. Is that all? Is that everything? Changes are good. Weapon Master needs work. Let's see Weapon Master and Rogues. Please. And anything else? I think that's it. I think that's it. All right. Cool. Okay, so that has been the playtest. I've even given them some of my ideas. I actually wanted to fit one in here. The one that's if you hit higher than AC 5 or more. I've got 3 of those. One for slashing, one for piercing. Hold on. and one for bludgeoning damage. They're actually some of my favorites. So I've got puncturing for piercing. I've got slicing for slashing, and you've got staggering for bludgeoning. So yeah, no, I cocked up on the alliteration. I'm sorry, but they're really cool. Slicing, you get an extra D4 when you exceed their AC by 5 or more, like a D4 necrotic damage, to sort of represent the profuse bleeding that you incur. You've got puncturing. If you hit by AC 5 or more, you punch holes in the enemy's defenses, meaning they're more vulnerable to being critically hit. The chance to critically hit them increases by 1, basically. And that can stack. If you keep puncturing them, the more likely they are to be crit with subsequent attacks. And then finally, staggering. If you hit them 5 or more, the enemies falter on the impact, and they have disadvantage on the next ability check. So staggering combos into, say, like trip attacks or shove, and then that combos into another ability called finisher. And finisher are brutal weapons well suited to executing enemies at your mercy. When you damage a prone enemy with a weapon with a finisher property, you roll the weapon's damage dice as listed on the table an additional time. So it's almost like you're critting them, basically. And I was even thinking about adding some sort of extra death blow, like overcoming death blow resistance. Enemies that go to death's door, if you have a finisher weapon, it like increases the chance that you will kill them. That would be fun. I might add that in. So I might add. I'm trying to think. Maybe I add. I want to add puncture. See if I can fit it in. Puncture. That's one of the more interesting ones, I feel. Slicing is just an extra D4, whereas staggering is like disadvantage and a save. Can I fit it in? That's the question. Nope, puts me well over. Let's try and get rid of the fluff of it. It's 23 over. Right. Let's get rid of that.
I just had a 50-minute game.
You just had a 5-hour survey.
Yeah. Let's get rid of 11 more characters. Eight more. Mm.
just finding places I can cut words out.
Yeah. It's like an essay where it's got like a word maximum.
Yeah. Where you normally you're trying to pad out words, but now I'm trying to cut them.
Rather than scribe spell, modify, and create spell, what if you said new wizard spells? Because it's only those
Yeah.
3. That would cut you down.
Yeah, that's 4.
But you still could get 104 words gone.
I've got 4 left to go.
Does that say 504? It looks like 604, but that's because
Yeah,
that font is
504.
terrible.
Mm-hmm.
You could just say, I have some ideas, rather than I have some ideas myself.
There you go. Done. Send it. What is your age? Good question.
How old are you, Chris?
This year, 33. Niched.
There. I'm 31 in 3 weeks.
Oh, shit. Happy birthday for then.
Mhm.
But with that, this has been the playtest packet number 5. Goodness me, it was a long one. And yeah, yes.
Yep.
If you enjoyed this, feel free to follow the channel. And if you liked any of the feedback, feel free to give your own surveys in with as many ideas as we've presented here as well. A lot of the community is sharing the same sort of things, and I like how the hive mind of D&D is sort of coming together to sort of create the best possible version of these classes and rules. So hopefully, I do have hope that by the end of this, everything will come out shiny and polished. At the moment, playtesting can be a bit messy, so you just got to bear with it. A lot of people are like outcry, like, "Oh my god, this is broken!" Blah blah blah. Yeah, well, that's why it's playtest, because people need to give the feedback. See,
Yeah.
your feedback is very important to us and the D&D game. Well, you're welcome. You should probably pay me for this, though. All right, with that, that's the end of this stream.
No,
Bye bye for
bye
now.
for now.